Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1394, The Luxury of Being Bored. The chain breaker had set sail once again. This time they had to travel back to the middle area of the great river where the sky was azure. They also had to travel some distance into the past, not enough to bring them anywhere near Verge, but deeper than any of the three had ever ventured. Sonny spent the first morning lazing in bed and staring at the ceiling. He was thinking about Windflower. The strong winds, the twisted currents, the colossal whirlpool that pulled ships to their doom, and the island flying above the dark abyss. All of it sounded rather nasty. There was the fact that the tower standing on the island had once belonged to a powerful seeker as well. The seekers of truth were people who had entered the Tomb of Ariel at the same time as the sybils, or even earlier than them, but for an entirely different reason. The seekers had not been searching for salvation from the devastation of the Doomsday War. Instead, they had braved the nightmare desert and found their way into the tomb built by the demon of dread due to their thirst for knowledge. Out of curiosity, basically. They had not been a unified group of people either, but rather disparate individuals united only by the similarity of their obsession with knowledge. Bunch of weirdos. Who would climb into a dreadful tomb simply to satiate their curiosity? Sonny would never. Well, he had entered plenty of dangerous ruins to satiate his desire to explore the dream realm, but that was an entirely different matter. Firstly, he received contribution points for his exploits from time to time. Secondly, none of those ruins had been left behind by terrifying deities. Come to think of it, a couple of them were, like the Ebony Tower. But he had not ended up there out of curiosity. He had ended up there out of greed. That was a much better reason. So, he was not like those weird seekers at all. In any case, Sonny was not excited to visit the stronghold of a powerful seeker. Not even considering the fact their desire to learn Ariel's truth had caused the birth of the defilement, these people did not seem trustworthy at all. A hidden island where a mysterious seeker had lived before disappearing without a trace, surrounded by a nearly impassable barrier of water, wind, and twisted time. Yes, that did not sound ominous at all. Damnation. Of course, they did not really have a choice. Effie and Jet were there, so Sonny, Nephis, and Cassie couldn't turn back. People fear the unknown the most. If the slate had told them that there was a great nightmare creature living at Windflower, he would have been reluctantly, but calmly coming up with plans to defeat it. But it was the not knowing what waited for them at the center of the whirlpool that made Sonny feel nervous. In the end, tired of being anxious, he decided to distract himself by doing something useful. Climbing out of his bed with a sigh, Sonny finally left his cabin and went to the upper deck. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare were standing guard at the bow, middle section, and the stern of the ship. Nephis was holding the steering oar while Cassie was making preparations to repair the sorceress circle of the ship. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then approached the blind girl. "Hey, can I take another look at the guiding light?" Looking up, Cassie smiled at him and pointed to the sacred tree. The beautiful staff stood there, propped against its trunk. "Thanks." Grabbing the sacred relic of the sybils, Sonny went to his usual spot in the shade of the ketch and sat down on the deck. "Let's start, then." He spent some time weaving the basic enchantments around a transcendent soul shard. His goal was simple, to turn the guiding light into a memory so that it was easier to use and could be taken back into the waking world. After hours of focused work, however, Sonny was left staring at the wooden staff with a deadpan expression. His eye was twitching slightly. Damn it. It was all a waste. The moment he tried to place the rudimentary weave inside the relic, the lightless strings of shadow essence dissolved in the blinding radiance hidden within the white wood. It was as if they were incinerated from simply touching divine sorcery. All that work for nothing. Uttering a quiet curse, he stood up and put the guiding light back under the sacred tree. Somewhat disheartened, Sonny went to switch with Nephis at the steering wheel. He guided the ship as she practiced with her sword, dancing with it as the 7 suns slowly traveled across the crimson sky. He enjoyed the view a great deal. Later, Sonny spent some time staring at the estuary key, not at all closer to solving its many memories. He had a meal with Nephis and Cassie. He created more essence strings to replace the ones that had been destroyed, and practiced his own swordsmanship, mentally going over the battle with the drowned and thinking of what he could have done better. After all that, Sonny had to admit to himself that he was bored. It was a rather strange and luxurious feeling. Sonny had very rarely received an opportunity to feel bored. Usually there had always been something pressing for him to do, learn, or escape. It had been like that in the outskirts, and did not change at all after the awakening. But here in the third nightmare, brief moments of intense and unreasonable danger were separated by long stretches of calm. Of course, he knew that the calm would not last long. It would take them some time to reach Windflower, but they would certainly have to fight for their lives many times on the way. The chainbreaker would be attacked by nightmare creatures, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, or the day after that. There would be dangerous anomalies waiting for them under the waves as well, perhaps some of those described on the stone slates. The Mad Prince could visit him in his dreams at any moment. The appearance of the other plagues weren't out of the question either, but for now at least, there seemed to be peace. So Sonny decided to give himself a day off, for once, and enjoy that peace while it lasted. Walking back to the stern of the ship, he summoned a certain piece of furniture and placed it a few meters away from Nephis. Sitting down on his luxurious chair, he summoned the emerald flute and brought it to his lips. Nephis looked at him in confusion. "What are you doing?" "Ah, trying to raise the dead, but there are no corpses on the ship." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Who does she take me for? Is it so hard to imagine that I'm just in the mood for music? Kai gave me a few lessons, you know, so I can carry a tune. He might have begged me to perform as a guest during one of Nightingale concerts, even." She smiled faintly. "I noticed. You said might have begged instead of begged. Then her eyes widened slightly. Wait. Nightingale concerts? Are they planning a reunion? When? Is it going to be old material, or has Gail written a new album? What about new choreography? Who is?" Sonny lowered the flute and stared at her sullenly. "Ah, here she goes again, barraging me with questions. Yes, I don't know. Probably not. No clue. No idea. I'm not sure." As the sky slowly grew brighter, the chainbreaker sailed toward dawn. The three masters aboard the graceful vessel anxiously awaited the reunion with two lost members of their cohort. Chapter 1395. Hello, blue sky. I wonder. Sonny stared at a delicious-looking golden fruit, torn between the desire to pluck it off the branch and the fear of tasting fruits from mysterious, mystical trees. The last time he had eaten one was not a memory he liked to remember. It probably tastes divine, though. In the end, he sighed and reluctantly looked away from the alluring fruit. It was better not to test fate. Sonny was currently high in the crown of the sacred tree, using it as a crow's nest. The sky above him was of a beautiful azure color, with not a hint of the deep scarlet splendor they had grown accustomed to in fallen grace. It had already been several weeks since they visited the lost library and slayed the defiled Sybil. The 4th month of their nightmare had ended a few days ago. Of course, it had been much longer than that for Cassie and the other members of the cohort. Effie and Jet had spent more than a year stranded in the place called Windflower by now. Sonny couldn't help but worry about them. He was also worried about Rain and the waking world, but there was nothing to be done about that. Climbing to a higher branch, he sighed and looked down. There was usually a black crow following him around, but today the talkative bird was gone. It was somewhere ahead, scouting for prowling abominations and turbulent currents. The crow's presence meant that at least one of the two missing women was still alive. That made Sonny less anxious. In these past few weeks, the chainbreaker had traveled far enough into the past to almost reach Windflower. With the help of the guiding light, they did not even have to waste time searching for its precise location. The sacred staff pointed directly to where they needed to go. So the dreadful whirlpool could appear from beyond the horizon any minute now. Of course, coming this far had not been easy. Sonny, Nephis, and Cassie had to fight for their lives on many occasions. The graceful vessel had been attacked by swarms of nightmare creatures, grotesque giants from the deep aerial horrors, and even heralds of the defilement. That last battle had been especially dire since the defiled were both sentient and vile, and yet the three of them had slain and slaughtered every enemy that dared to attack the chainbreaker for now. The ancient vessel withstood all the attacks without receiving serious damage as well. But the three masters weren't as lucky. Each of them had suffered many grave wounds, some of them almost fatal. If not for Neff's healing powers, they would have never made it so far. They wouldn't have made it without Cassie either. Sunny had been reminded once more that traveling with an oracle was an invaluable boon. It was because of the blind girl that they had managed to avoid the true perils of the great river, the twisted currents and lethal aberrations where time itself would have killed them in the blink of an eye. They would have perished without Sunny and his shadows as well. The third nightmare was not a place where one could survive without extreme battle power, and currently he possessed the most of it out of them three. Am I not great? Sunny smiled wryly, then shuddered and furtively looked around, checking to see if the sin of Solace was near. The sword wraith would not have missed a chance to cut him with a snide remark in response to such thoughts. But thankfully the apparition had not deemed it necessary to climb the sacred tree with him. In fact, the sin of Solace did not seem to like being too close to the tree from the heart god's grove for some reason. Sunny used that fact often to get some reprieve. He sighed. The journey to Windflower had not been easy, but at least they had all gotten something out of it. Nephis was one step closer to becoming a Titan and wore a chainmail shirt over her white tunic, just like Ananke's mantle. The new memory could be worn in conjunction with another armor, albeit due to its unique enchantment rather than its type. In a fashion strange for an awakened, she also carried her sword in a scabbard hung from her belt. The scabbard was another memory, this one capable of enhancing the weapon stored inside of it for a sufficient amount of time. Cassie, meanwhile, was back in her beautiful red peplos dress. Now, however, there were two bracelets on her hands instead of the golden shackles. One was a protective charm, memory. The other was supposed to enhance the force of her attacks. She still carried the quiet dance in a scabbard, this one mundane, not enchanted, but mostly used the guiding light in battle. Although the white staff was not a memory. It did a good job of debilitating her enemies and crushing them into pulp. Sunny was not sure that using a sacred relic to split skulls was appropriate, but he wasn't going to complain. The gods were dead anyway. As for himself, Sunny had earned another 500 shadow fragments on the way to Windflower, bringing him close to 2,500, half of the amount he needed to become a terror. His luck with memories, sadly, had been really bad. He had received a few, but none of them were good enough to add to his soul arsenal. They ended up being fed to his shadows. He had not woven a lot of new memories either. In fact, Sunny had not done a lot of weaving in these past few weeks, not because there had been no time, but rather because he was currently interested in something else. That something was giving him a lot of trouble, to the point where he often found himself dejected and stupefied, and yet Sunny persisted with this new interest. Chapter 196, Approaching the Vortex. During the battle in the flooded temple, he had observed Cassie's artificial echo in action, even though it did not seem that powerful. That was only because their enemies that time had been of both a higher rank and a higher class than the blade mannequin. Sunny would not have wanted to face that thing in battle as an awakened. The most impressive thing about it, though, was the very fact that it was artificial. After interrogating Cassie and Nephis on the topic, he had found out that the Forge Masters of Clan Valor were capable of creating not only memories, but also echoes. Making one was an extremely long process, though, and one that demanded a lot of precious resources. So there were actually very few artificial echoes in existence, all of them belonging to the most valued members of the clan. Nevertheless, Sunny couldn't help but wonder if he would be capable of weaving echoes one day as well. So he had spent most of his free time studying the blade mannequin. It was not going well for now, but Sunny wasn't disheartened. His attempts to learn the sorcery of names were not bearing any results anyway. Although his horizons were somewhat expanded, being able to actually use this power seemed to be beyond him. If there was one consolation, it was that Cassie was having just as much trouble with it. Being talentless together was less of a bitter pill to swallow. Her mastery of runic sorcery, though, was slowly growing. In fact, there seemed to be a positive loop between the sorcery of names and the sorcery of runes. Both were founded on invoking the true names of things, after all, albeit in a different manner. So Cassie and Nephis were able to help each other improve. As a result, the blind girl had indeed managed to restore some of the enchantments permeating the chainbreaker. Just as she had told them, the graceful vessel was now once again capable of flight. It just couldn't fly for too long or too fast. The strain of supplying the ancient ship with essence was dire enough to drain even Neph's reserves in less than a minute. It would have to be enough to carry them to the island at the center of Windflower. Now, all they needed was to actually find it. As Sunny stared at the horizon and tried not to feel too anxious, a swift shadow glided across the deck of the chainbreaker. Then a black bird landed on the branch near him. Crow was back. Strangely, though, the echo seemed less grumpy than it had been recently. Instead, it looked excited. Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" The crow hopped a couple of times, and then cawed while spreading its wings. Jet, jet. Jumping down from the tree, Sunny landed noiselessly on the deck and dissolved into the shadows. A split second later, he appeared on the bow of the ship, gazing tensely at the horizon. Saint, who was standing nearby with a bow in her hand, spared him an indifferent gaze. Her ruby eyes glowed silently, not betraying any hint of emotion. If only I could be this calm all the time. Sunny remained motionless for a few minutes, then sent mental messages to Cassie and Nephis. "I think we are drawing close, indeed." Out there, far in the distance, the flowing surface of the great river had grown a little hazy, as if obscured by mist. Considering Crow's excitement, it had to be wind rose, hurricane winds, destructive currents, and suffocating mist. We'll see how terrible that place is exactly very soon. A few moments later, Cassie joined him at the bow. Nephis remained at the stern, holding the steering oar, but she did respond through the link of the shroud of dusk. "I see." Sunny sighed, then glanced at the blind girl. The soul shard crowning her wooden staff was glowing, its light pointing precisely at the distant haze. "There's no doubt, then." Cassie slowly nodded. "Yes, we have arrived." The branches of the sacred tree rustled as the chainbreaker took a turn. Nephis moved the ship in a wide spiral, positioning it directly upstream of the approaching hazard. By the time she did, Sunny could already see wisps of mist flowing over the surface of the restless water. Time to get to work. Concentrating, he called upon the shadows. The three of them had long discussed how to tackle the titanic whirlpool. There was not much they had to do, really. The first obstacle they were going to face was the repelling wind. So Sunny lowered the sails to diminish the repelling force. The ship would be carried into the vortex by the current, and once they approached close enough, Nephis would invoke the true name of the wind to lessen its fury. The second obstacle would be raging currents. Sunny's authority over water was not strong enough to calm them, but the chainbreaker was sturdy enough to withstand the fury of the elements. It was not going to overturn either. All they needed was a skilled helmsman and something to guide them through the mist. Cassie was going to accomplish both tasks with a little help from the guiding light. She was quite skilled in controlling the chainbreaker, more than any of them were. However, she was not going to be able to guide the flying ship through the last and most dangerous of obstacles. Once they were close enough to the island at the center of the vortex, but not deep enough into the whirlpool to be swallowed by it, the chainbreaker had to lift into the air and reach the shore before its helmsman ran out of essence. Nephis was a terror and possessed the lineage of the sun god as well, which, among other things, drastically strengthened her soul. Her reserve of essence was the largest among them, so it would be her task to take up the steering oars in those last moments. As the first wisps of gray mist touched the bow of the chainbreaker, Sunny suppressed a shiver and looked into the approaching wall of fog with a dark expression. Mist, mist. Nothing good ever happened when there was mist around. Here in the dream realm, it was always a herald of something dreadful approaching. We have prepared for this. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at Cassie and smiled. Let's go find Effie and Jet, then. Chapter 1397, Wishful Thinking. Soon, the chain breaker was swallowed by the mist. The winds had grown stronger, making the folds of Sunny's nebulous mantle flutter. Feeling drops of water fall on his face, he sighed and looked at Cassie. Go. She lingered for a moment, then rushed away to replace Nephis at the steering oar. Sunny was left alone on the bow, looking into the mist with a dark expression on his face. Effie, Jet, both of them were still alive. They had to be. But how could they? The third nightmare was not easy to survive, and these two, they, of all people, would have found it impossible to cling to life while stranded for more than a year on an isolated island. Jet could only exist by killing living beings to replenish her constantly dwindling essence after all. Effie was a slave to inhuman hunger. Without access to a great amount of food, she would swiftly wither and die. How many foes to kill could there have been on a hidden island? And how much food? No. Don't think about that. The crow echo still existed, which meant at least one of them was still. That crow has always been a bit strange, though. Much too animated for a simple echo. Perhaps it has something to do with Wake of Ruin, so who's to say that it can't exist without a master? Sunny threw a dark glance at the Sin of Solace, who grinned in response. Admit it, they are both probably dead already. Ah, how sad they were, slowly starving to death while you were having fun with Nephis on the dark island. You really took it easy back then, at the beginning, didn't you? Sunny looked away and gritted his teeth. The sword wraith simply laughed. Come to think of it, your friend Kai is most likely dead too, even if the nightmare creatures did not kill him. Mordred surely did. He is probably walking around now, wearing Kai's corpse right as a luxury brand suit. Well, it's for the best. You have always been jealous of that guy anyway. The insecure little wretch that you are, the surface of the great river was growing restless. The waves were already much taller than before, making the bow of the chain breaker sway. Feeling the deck rise and fall beneath him, Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. That's not true. Kai has Anvil's charm. I gave it to him. Mordred can't possess someone wearing that charm. The Sin of Solace stared at him for a few moments, a mocking smile on his lips. The charm, right? It protected wealth really well, huh? Snarling, Sunny turned around and prepared to rebuke the apparition, but at that moment a calm voice resounded from behind them. Are you talking to your sword again? He flinched and looked back. Neff's slender figure slowly revealed itself from the mist, two pristine white sparks burning in her cold gray eyes. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded silently. Stopping once she reached him, Nephis looked into the mist and said, her voice even, I believe that they are all alive, too. A bitter smile appeared on Sunny's lips. Sure, but it seems like wishful thinking, doesn't it? People were not immortal. He had lost enough comrades to know how ruthless this world they lived in was, so wasn't it a bit naive? To stubbornly cling to hope after Antarctica. Nephis shook her head. On the contrary. I think there is a valid and logical reason to believe that all members of the cohort are not dead yet. She put her hand on the hilt of her sword and said calmly, the 6 plagues exist. They are most likely the future versions of the 6 of you. Therefore, none of you is likely to be dead in the present, otherwise their existence can't be explained. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then nodded. That is strangely reassuring in a morbid kind of way. You can't die yet because you're destined to become a defiled monster, huh? What a paradox. Neff's logic assumed that the future was predetermined. If so, there was no way that Effie and Jet were gone. However, that also meant that there was no way for the 6 of them to avoid killing her and becoming the 6 plagues, which made this whole endeavor meaningless. If the future was not predetermined, though, then the cohort could potentially write a different ending for themselves and the nightmare. Yet it also meant that there was no reason to believe that the rest of the members were still alive. Sonny knew that fate could hardly be changed, but he also knew that it did not govern every small occurrence and event. The details of what happened and how it did could be altered. It was just that the end result almost always remained the same. Sooner or later, all deviations were proven meaningless, failing to change the grand design of the future. It was easier to change fate inside of a nightmare as well, due to its fragmented and isolated nature. Plus, the great river was a strange place. Who was to say that their fate wasn't to become the 6 plagues, only for their younger selves to slay them and conquer the nightmare unscathed? My head hurts. He rubbed his face. All this stuff, the paradoxical nature of the great river, the unreliable future, the greater tapestry of fate, were too strange and irrational for a human mind to comprehend. The best they could do was just try to do their best at the moment and strive to reach the desired outcome, ignoring the confusing reality of the Tomb of Ariel as much as possible. The winds were growing stronger. The branches of the sacred tree swayed, rustling worriedly. The swaying of the deck grew more pronounced. A thick mist enveloped everything in sight. "Hey, Sonny?" He looked at Nephis, surprised by her strangely candid tone, and raised an eyebrow. Knowing her, some ridiculous statement was about to follow. He was not going to be fooled into listening to her apologize for his projector twice, but Nephis was perfectly earnest. "There is nothing wrong with a bit of wishful thinking. We will find them both alive, I'm sure of it." At that moment, the wind slammed into them like a ram, making both sway, raising a hand. Sonny caught Nephis and helped her steady herself. At the same time, he used the feather of truth trait of the shell to increase his weight and ground himself more solidly on the deck. The two of them remained silent for a few moments, looking into each other's eyes. Then Sonny smiled. "All right, Neph, I'll believe you." This time, chapter 1398, Braving the Barrier. Soon they were deep into the barrier surrounding Wind Rose. There was nothing but blinding mist, hurricane winds, and violent currents in this dreadful and deadly place. Sonny could easily imagine countless ships being drowned by the inconceivable whirlpool. Powerful nightmare creatures as well. No wonder almost no one returned after being swallowed by the mist. And yet, the fury of the wind was terrible, but not terrible enough to sway them. Nephis had invoked the true name of the wind, lessening the pressure on the graceful ship. The chain breaker stubbornly cut through the mist, refusing to be pushed back. The violence of the raging currents was daunting, but not daunting enough to stop them. Guided by Cassie's steady hand, the chain breaker broke through the fortress wall of the towering waves, never straying off course. By then, the natural flow of the great river was replaced entirely by a terrifying tide that was pulling them deeper and deeper into the mist. The deck beneath their feet was tilted downward, indicating that they were sliding into the giant, insatiable maw of the colossal whirlpool. Instead of allowing the ship to be carried by the current, Cassie kept its bow pointed perpendicular to the rush of seething water, cutting as short a line to the center of the vortex as possible. It took a lot of effort to keep the chain breaker under control, but she managed it splendidly. It was still too early to take to the sky. Sonny and Nephis had long joined Cassie at the stern. Fiend and Crow were hiding under the sacred tree, both soaked in water and miserable, while Nightmare had dissolved into shadows and hid in their dark embrace. Only Saint remained on the bow of the ship, standing there like an immovable onyx statue. The plume of her helmet danced in the wind. It was easy to get lost in the mist, but the radiance of the guiding light was showing them the way. Straining against the howling wind, Sonny yelled. "How much longer?" His shout was swallowed by the mist. At almost the same time, though, the veil of fog was torn apart for a few brief moments. When Sonny saw the scale and magnitude of the vortex they were trying to brave, his face turned ashen. The whirlpool was indeed colossal, stretching as far as the eye could see. The raging tide moved in a vast circle, forming a revolving crater. They were currently sliding recklessly down its slope. Far away and below them, a harrowing darkness devoured the world. The depths of the great river lay naked and revealed, but his human eyes were not capable of discerning what dwelled below. Or maybe there was nothing there at all. Just an endless, bottomless abyss. However, there was an island hovering in the air above the darkness. Flowing mist shrouded its dark cliffs, and a magnificent tower rose from somewhere far inland, obscured by fog. The sight of the island was both austere and sinister, like a stark omen of ill fate. Hurry! Cassie let go of the steering oar and stepped out of the circle, allowing Nephis to take her place. Neph was there a split second later. She took both steering oars and looked ahead, white flames dancing in her eyes. Then her radiant essence poured into the runic circle, flooding the enchantments of the ancient vessel with incinerating power. Sunny yelped and grabbed a railing. In the next moment, the chain breaker shook slightly and soared into the air. It's working! The graceful vessel was not flying nearly as fast as it had been able to before, and its flight was not nearly as smooth. But they were indeed in the air, moving toward the distant island. When Cassie and the firekeepers had restored the ancient flying ship to a shadow of its former glory, it had already been an incredible feat. But that had taken them almost a year with dozens of people lending a hand. The fact that the blind girl now managed to achieve so much alone and in the span of a few weeks was truly remarkable, and it gave them the chance to accomplish their goal. Of course, it was still unclear if the chain breaker would be able to maintain its flight for long enough. Would they reach Windflower Island, or would they plummet into the darkness and be crushed by the dreadful vortex? Only one way to find out. Sunny turned his head and looked at Nephis, who was holding the steering oars, her eyes shining with a brilliant white radiance. He could sense a flood of essence pouring out of her soul like a shining torrent. That essence was absorbed by the runic circle and flowed through the enchanted lines stretching throughout the ship, feeding its enchantments with power. There was no hint of doubt on Neph's face, and so he decided to throw away his doubts away as well. A few moments later, the shroud of mist obscured everything once again. Only the glow of the guiding light was there to show them the way. The chainbreaker sailed through the blinding fog, with only the rustle of countless leaves proving that the sacred tree still existed somewhere out there, near them, hidden from sight. Come on, come on. They didn't have to struggle against the current anymore, but the hurricane winds were still raging. They slammed into the hull of the ship with vicious force, trying to push it back. Because of it, the speed of the chainbreaker fell even more. Damn it, Sunny had been counting the seconds. It had already been a full minute since the moment Nephis stepped into the circle, more than they had been able to fly in the tentative test the day before. The radiance of her eyes was dimming, and yet, suddenly Nephis moved and smoothly raised one of the oars. At the same time, the chainbreaker began to descend. Gradually, the fury of the winds was extinguished. The mist was still obscuring the world, but then the ancient vessel finally fell onto soft white sand. There was a violent crash, but the hull of the chainbreaker withstood the impact. The runic circle fell dormant once again, and the enchantments lost all power. There was nothing but mist around them, and silence. They had reached Windflower, chapter 1399. Misty Shore. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chainbreaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. It had shattered the side of a black cliff and was now leaning on it, which prevented the ship from turning over. They had gotten lucky despite the blind landing. The fog was still there, obscuring the world, but it had become less thick. Sunny could make out the figure of Saint standing still on the bow of the beached vessel, as well as more cliffs rising high above them. It seemed that Nephis had guided the chainbreaker to a small strip of sand at the very edge of the island. Changing Star herself was leaning heavily on the steering oars. Her face was paler than usual, and the white flames were gone from her eyes. She had completely exhausted her essence to carry the ship across the dark abyss. Sunny grimaced. It was very unfortunate to have one of them utterly drained of essence right now. No one knew what dangers were waiting for them on the misty shore. These first minutes could very well prove to be of vital importance. Not that there had been a choice, I'm fine. Noticing his gaze, Nephis forced out a faint smile and put a hand on the hilt of her sword. "I can still put up a fight." Sunny nodded, having no doubt in her ability to do just that, despite this weakened state. She was a seasoned slayer. Nevertheless, they had to be careful not to allow themselves to be wounded. It would be quite a while before Nephis could heal them again. Cassie used the guiding light to pick herself off the deck and shivered slightly as the mist caressed her skin. Her expression was troubled. Noticing it, Sunny tensed as well. What is it? The blind girl had an intuition that was far superior to even his. It had saved their lives numerous times, so seeing her this nervous was not a good sight. She lingered for a while, then shook her head with a frown. "I'm not sure, I just have a very ominous feeling. This place, Windflower, every part of me is screaming that we are in danger. Come to think of it," he felt it too. An invisible, dark pressure emanating from all around them. All his instincts were telling him one thing, that there were dreadful predators somewhere close. Much more dreadful than even he himself was. Sunny scowled. "Aren't we always in danger?" Despite saying those words nonchalantly, he summoned the sin of solace and called upon his shadows. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare got closer, surrounding the three masters in a defensive formation. Nephis had walked to the edge of the deck and was now peering into the fog, her expression impassive. After a few moments of silence, she turned to Cassie and said, "Do it." They had discussed what to do a long time ago. The first thing, unless they were attacked immediately after landing, was to make use of the guiding light. None of them really understood how the divine relic worked, but they had established that it could point them in the direction of not only Windflower, but also Effie, or at least its tip lit up when the person holding the staff thought about her. However, it did not react the same way to Jet. That fact had been a source of many dark thoughts for Sunny as Crow landed on his shoulder. Cassie gripped the wooden staff tighter. Then she lingered for a moment. "Huh. That's strange." Sunny glanced at the guiding light, which was still pointing to somewhere deep in the mist, and raised an eyebrow. "What? It seems to be working just fine." The blind girl shook her head. "No, nothing. It's just that I have not asked it to find Effie yet. The light should still be pointing to Windflower. I thought it would disappear once we reached it." She concentrated for a moment, and then the radiance of the enchanted crystal changed subtly. It was still pointing deeper inland, but at a different angle. Sunny secretly let out a sigh of relief. He did not know if the guiding light truly pointed to Effie, her lifeless body, or something else entirely, and yet seeing it shine was a relief. That gluttonous woman, she'd better be alive. Or else I'll be very cross with her." He scowled, then took a step forward. "Let's go then." Jumping over the railing, he plummeted down and landed on the sand. A moment later, Nephis was by his side. Saint and Fiend landed with a bit more noise than the two of them, and lastly, Nightmare leaped from the deck of the ship, carrying Cassie on his back. The six of them remained motionless for a few moments, listening to the silence of Windflower. There were no sounds around them, no movement, only the soft white sand and the black cliffs faintly visible in the fog. A piece of rock fell from the shattered crag and rolled down, the noise both dampened and made louder by the mist. It echoes, making them tense. Sunny took a deep breath. His vision was obstructed by the fog, and strangely enough, so was his shadow sense. It was not entirely gone, but the range was limited to about as far as he could see. Beyond that, the shadows felt vague and unreliable. He didn't like being that vulnerable at all. At least the fog itself did not feel dangerous. It was a nuisance, sure, but far from being as senselessly terrifying as the mists of the hollow mountains. Curse it all. Frowning, Sunny took a step forward. As he did, a human figure suddenly revealed itself from the murky veil of the fog. He flinched, tensed, ready to attack, but then froze. Black eyes, porcelain skin, the sin of solace was looking at him mockingly. "What did I scare you? Ah, how tiresome." It was the damned apparition. Sonny gritted his teeth and walked past the sword wraith, heading straight for the cliffs. At the same time, he sent 3 of his 5 shadows in different directions, ordering them to cautiously scout ahead. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Effie and Jet had already been on this island for more than a year. They would have to wait for a few hours or even days more. If Sonny, Nephis, and Cassie were too hasty and proceeded recklessly, they could very well die before finding the lost members of the cohort. He was not going to underestimate the perils of Windflower, but he was going to find his friends no matter what. There can't be any mistakes. Chapter 1400 Footprints in the Sand. As Sonny's shadows climbed the cliffs, he and his companions cautiously advanced up the beach. Even the crow, who had been anxious and impatient to find its master all this time, seemed wary and subdued. The black bird was sitting on Sonny's shoulder, its feathers raised and kept silent. The mist swirled silently around them. Saint and Fiend were in the rear, both ready to defend against an unexpected attack at any moment. Sonny and Nephis were in the middle. Cassie rode Nightmare at the front of the group, her back straight. The radiance of the guiding light that she held up illuminated the way. At some point, the shadow steed suddenly stopped. Sonny gripped the hilt of the Sin of Solace tighter and said in a low voice, "What is it?" Cassie remained motionless for a moment, then pointed the sacred staff. Down at the ground, hidden in the mist, was a line of lonesome footprints. Sonny kneeled to study them, a frown appearing on his face. "Those were left by a human," Neff's voice echoed in the fog. He nodded slightly. Indeed, the shallow prints left in the sand belonged to a human. From the look of it, someone had walked across the beach, barefoot. It was hard to tell the gender of the person just from these traces, but they could not have been of a very large stature. Both the size and the depths of the footprints proved otherwise. The traces also looked fresh. They could not have been left more than a few hours ago. Sonny felt a cold chill creeping up his spine. Who was taking barefoot walks in this harrowing place? There was another strange detail about the footprints. Contrary to what Sonny would have expected, the line of them came from the direction of the cliffs and disappeared in the mist, heading toward the edge of the island. And yet, they had not met or heard anyone on their way here. He hesitated for a few moments, then looked at Nephis and said, "Wait here," leaving one shadow behind to step out of it should the need arise. Sonny stood up and followed the footprints into the fog. Soon, his companions disappeared from view, and he was left alone in the swirling mist. Ah, I don't like it. If not for the fact that he could still see them through the shadow, Sonny would have been tempted to turn back. A few minutes later, he reached the end of the beach. The edge of the island opened into an abyssal chasm. The view of the colossal whirlpool and the darkness hiding below obscured by the fog. Sonny felt something he had not felt for a long time, a sense of vertigo. "Come now, really? I can turn into a bird. Is it really necessary to be afraid of heights?" He sighed and shook his head. The footprints led to the very end of the island. There, the lonesome line of them disappeared, as if the person who had left it behind leaped off the edge into the misty abyss. Sonny was suddenly overcome by a strange melancholy. "Why don't you try jumping too?" He slowly looked at the Sin of Solace, who was standing at the very edge looking into the fog with a distant expression. "No thanks," the sword wraith smiled. "Why not? You said it yourself. You can turn into a bird. Hey, maybe this person knew how to fly too." Sonny sighed and nodded. "Right. I should watch the sky. Well, watch the fog above. Aerial attacks are some of the most nasty." As he was walking back to Nephis and Cassie, Sonny was thinking about the footprints in the sand. Who had left them behind? Had that person really jumped off the edge? If so, why? Were they swallowed by the dark abyss? It seemed like such a shame. If the chainbreaker arrived at Windflower a few hours earlier, they could have met this person. How bitter would it be to arrive at an island from where no one could return on the same day that its inhabitant had decided to take their own life? Maybe they had not, though. Maybe they really had soared into the sky and escaped this forlorn place. He could not be sure. One thing he was sure about, though, was that the footprints did not belong to Effie or Jet. Effie was too tall to have left them behind, while Jet would have never chosen to end her life after everything she had done to preserve it. She had literally climbed out of a grave and endured being dead. All to continue living. Would a person like that ever give up? Sonny had no doubt that she would not. By the time he reunited with Nephis and Cassie, his shadows had already scaled the cliffs. In front of them was a dark forest of tall pine trees, mist swirling between the ancient trunks. One shadow cautiously glided to the left, another to the right, while the last one continued to advance forward in the direction of the distant tower. The island was large, much larger than the islands of the Chained Isles were, so exploring it was going to take a lot of time, especially because Sonny wanted to be careful and not expose his shadows to any danger. It's going to take days, weeks, maybe. Damn it, there was no sign of Effie and Jet. The footprints lead to the edge of the island. I didn't find anything else, so let's trace them in the other direction. Cassie raised the guiding light again, and they moved along the line of footprints toward the cliffs. They advanced slowly and cautiously, never letting their guard down. Although nothing had attacked them yet, the quiet feeling of danger was growing more dire and terrifying with each step. Eventually, they arrived in front of a vertical wall of black rock. The footprints disappeared once again, this time in front of narrow stairs cut into the cliffside. The steps led all the way to the forest, by the looks of it. Sonny and Nephis glanced at each other. The stone stairs were too narrow to maintain their formation. If something attacked them while they were ascending the steps, they would have to fight in a very awkward position. Fiend, take the lead. The steel ogre was the most resilient out of them, so he was going to serve as the shield of the cohort. The shadow did not seem too concerned with his task, either with dark flames burning in his eyes. He moved to the front of the formation and stepped onto the first step. As they climbed the stairs, Sonny walked behind Nephis. At some point he noticed that she was paying a lot of attention to the stone steps disappearing beneath their feet. "What are you thinking about?" She hesitated for a few moments, then said evenly, "These are man-made." Sonny nodded. After a short pause, Neff added, "Which means that they must have been cut from stone by the seeker who lived on this island." It was a logical conclusion. Sonny glanced at the stone steps, thinking about how ancient they were then. He scowled. "You noticed it too?" Sonny lingered for a moment, then answered Neff's question with another nod. These stairs were strange. They were supposed to be ancient, and yet there was no sign of corrosion on them. The steps were not weathered and ground down by the endless assault of the elements. Instead, they were perfectly preserved and sharp, as if someone had cut them just yesterday. Is this rock indestructible, or are there strange things happening to time on this island? Sonny wanted to examine this question further, but at that moment, he froze. Out there, far ahead, the shadow he had sent toward the tower heard a sound. Although it was muffled by the mist, Sonny would never fail to recognize it. It was the sound of steel clashing against steel, followed by a scream of pain. At the same moment, the crow that had been sitting silently on his shoulder suddenly jumped into the air and shot forward, instantly disappearing into the fog. Sonny's eyes widened. Jet, Chapter 1401. One of those situations, Sonny had recognized the voice. There was no doubt that the person screaming in pain in the depths of the forest was Jet. She was so close and in danger. He hesitated for a moment. Bad, bad. His intuition was telling him that something absolutely deadly waited for him in the mist. Blindly rushing forward could very well invite disaster. And more than that, the scream itself was suspicious. Was Soul Reaper Jet someone to scream from pain? No, she wasn't. Sonny had seen her maintain composure while impaled on a jagged piece of alloy. Someone, something could have been mimicking her voice to lure them into a trap. He had met creatures that lived in the mist and mimicked human voices before. After all, the memory alone was enough to make him shudder. And yet, what if it really was her? If there was something on the island that had made Jet shriek in agony, then the danger she faced was truly dire. There was no time to hesitate at all. Sonny, He flinched, then looked at Nephis somberly. Despite Sunny's shaken state, he knew that he had already made the decision. His voice was steady when he spoke. Someone is fighting in the forest, about 4 kilometers from the top of the stairs. It should be Jet. I'm going. She looked at him for a moment, then nodded calmly and unsheathed her sword. We'll be right behind you then. As Cassie commanded the guiding light to point its radiance to where Sunny was instead of Effie, he dove into the shadows. I'm doing something very dangerous. Throughout the years, Sunny had often been forced to take unacceptable risks, but that was only because his back had been against the wall and the circumstances had not allowed him to make a different choice. If possible, he preferred to win every battle before it even started, or at least get as close to ensuring the favorable result as possible, observing his enemy, making careful preparations, dictating the ebb and flow of the battle. That was where he felt the most comfortable, and where his aspect truly shined. Right now, Sunny had no idea what enemy he was going to face, was rushing into battle without having made any preparations, and did not hold any initiative at all. Much worse, he was doing all these things here in the depths of the third nightmare, surrounded by the mists of Windflower. It was hard to imagine a place more perilous than that. It's just one of those situations where I only have bad choices. It's going to be all right, though. I've survived all the previous gambles, so I'll pull through this time as well. Stepping out of the shadow that had heard Jet's voice, Sunny gave it an order to wrap itself around him and dashed into the mist with as much speed as he could muster. At the same time, he called the other 2 scouting shadows back. It was going to take a bit of time for them to return, but still, he preferred to plan ahead. Tearing through the fog, Sunny swiftly traversed the remaining distance to the place where the scream had come from. Soon, he broke free of the pine trees and entered a wide clearing. The ever-present fog was a bit thinner here, allowing him to see a dozen meters or so in all directions. Sunny dug his heels into the soft moss and slid for a few meters before coming to a halt. The sin of solace was already raised, ready to strike, but there was no movement around him. Sunny froze for a split second, scanning the misty clearing. He didn't see or sense any enemies, at least not in the small area he could perceive. What he did sense, however, was the familiar smell of blood. Out there in front of him, hidden by fog, a figure was slumped on the ground. Dashing forward, Sunny approached the figure and staggered. Curse it! It was indeed Jet, however, she was. Her black leather armor seemed unbroken, and yet Soul Reaper's beautiful face was contorted in a grimace of pure agony. A moment later, Sunny noticed a strange incongruity about her. Looking closer, he understood that Jet's right arm was laying a bit too far from her body. It had been viciously severed near the shoulder. The hand was still clutched into a fist, but the glaive gripped in it was broken, already dissipating into a stream of white sparks. The moss was greedily absorbing dark, steaming blood. His chest suddenly felt constricted. Nif has not recovered her essence yet. As he thought that, Jet suddenly opened her eyes. They had always been icy and blue, but now the blue color had become so intense that it almost seemed as if it was glowing in the dim twilight of the misty island. There was a hint of recognition in her dazed gaze. Her lips moved, but Sunny failed to discern the barely audible whisper. "Hold on, Jet. Hold on." Kneeling in front of her, he lowered his head and listened. Jet's voice was weak and hoarse. "Sunny, be behind you, fog." His eyes widened. A split second later, he was already moving. Jumping to his feet, Sunny spun and brandished the sin of solace. He only had enough time to notice a vague shape in the swirling mist, elusive and ethereal, as if made out of the fog itself. The world around him was suddenly terribly cold, the breath escaping from his mouth as steam. "Got you." The jade blade of the cursed Gian sliced through the ethereal figure without meeting any resistance. Sunny was used to the feeling of the flesh of his enemies parting before the white jade-like water, so he wasn't too surprised. However, something was wrong. Cursing, he jumped back, narrowly avoiding being grasped by the misty apparition. Cold sweat appeared on his face. Sunny had no reason to believe so, but he felt as if he had just avoided certain death. What the? His thoughts were moving quickly. The sin of solace had passed through the enemy, but the enemy easily shrugged off the attack. How could it be? Elusive, ethereal, seemingly woven out of fog, an incorporeal enemy. This was not the first time he had faced murderous wraiths and ghost-like abominations. Grimacing, Sonny let go of the hilt of his cursed sword and allowed it to fall to the ground. Luckily, he had a weapon perfectly capable of destroying intangible foes. The ghost blade enchantment of the cruel sight allowed it to do just that. Now he just had to survive a few seconds until the somber spear manifested itself. The problem was that he could not see the mist wraith anymore. After attacking once, it dissolved into the swirling fog, becoming utterly invisible. The next strike could come at any moment from any direction. The gloomy and happy shadows were already approaching from 2 different directions. Very soon, they would reach the clearing and augment his speed even more. This battle was not going to be as hard then. Now, I just need to... Sonny. Jet's hoarse voice resounded from below, but he didn't allow himself to look down. All his focus was concentrated on the swirling mist, watching for the signs of the next attack. Be careful. The cruel sight appeared in his hand, instantly igniting with the radiance of divine flame. The fog around the silver blade seethed, evaporating. At almost the same time, the happy shadow reached the clearing and burst from the line of trees, flying toward him with incredible speed. The gloomy shadow was not far behind. The mist moved. Huh? Strangely enough, the wraith was not lunging at him. Instead, it was at the edge of the clearing, moving to intercept. No. Suddenly, harrowing pain tore through Sonny's mind and body. Letting out a bestial wail, he fell to one knee, clutching at his chest. It was an agony unlike anything he had ever experienced. As Sonny watched with disbelieving eyes, his vision blurry, the happy shadow was out there in front of him, impaled on a ghostly blade. Once lively and joyful, it was now empty and hollow. Dead. The spell whispered solemnly into his ear, "Your shadow has been destroyed. Your shadow core has been destroyed. Gee gloomy." Sonny was paralyzed by pain, but he tried to move, nevertheless. However, it was too late. The mist wraith was suddenly on the opposite side of the clearing, and he was brought to the ground by another wave of unimaginable killing torment. Your shadow has your core destroyed. His soul was severely damaged. 2 of his shadow cores had shattered, and his soul was falling apart. No. Letting out a tortured howl, Sonny struggled to stand up, but all he managed was to rise to one knee. It was then that he felt a cold presence looming above him. Looking up, he saw it. 2 icy blue eyes looking down at him with inhuman coldness, laying on the ground. Jet whispered in a voice that was like a dying flame, "Me." Then a ghostly blade pierced Sonny's chest. It passed through the dark fabric of Ananke's mantle and the black silk of the Shroud of Dusk, as if they were no obstacles at all. Neither marble shell nor bone weave offered it any resistance either. The blade did not cut Sonny's skin, nor did it sever his flesh. Instead, it struck directly at his lightless soul. Already damaged, it crumbled from that single strike. That was how Sonny had been slain by undying slaughter of the 6 plagues for the first time. Chapter 1402. Sonny waited for a moment. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chainbreaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. It had shattered the side of a black cliff and was now leaning on it, preventing the ship from turning over. They had gotten lucky despite the blind landing. The fog was still there, obscuring the world, but it had become less thick. Sonny could make out the figure of Saint standing still on the bow of the grounded vessel, as well as more cliffs rising high above them. It seemed that Nephis had guided the chain-breaker to a small sand beach at the very edge of the island. Neph herself was leaning heavily on the steering oars, drained of essence. Sonny grimaced. It was inevitable. But we should be careful not to receive any serious wounds. She won't be able to heal us any time soon. Nephis, meanwhile, had already regained her composure. "I'm fine. I can still put up a fight." "Well, of course you can. I have no doubt about that." After exchanging a few words with them, Cassie used the guiding light to make it point in the direction where Effie supposedly was, or her lifeless body, or something else entirely. Sonny couldn't suppress his anxiety anymore. He scowled and took a step forward, ready to leap down to the beach. That gluttonous woman, she'd better be alive, or else I'll be very cross with her. Jumping over the railing, he plummeted down and landed on the sand. A moment later, Nephis was by his side. Saint and Fiend landed with a bit more noise than the two of them, and lastly, Nightmare leaped from the deck of the ship, carrying Cassie on his back. The six of them remained motionless for a few moments, listening to the silence of Windflower. There were no sounds around them, no movement, only the soft white sand and the black cliffs faintly visible in the fog. A piece of rock fell from the shattered crag and rolled down, the noise both dampened and made louder by the mist. It echoed, making them tense. Feeling very uncomfortable because of how suppressed both his vision and shadow sense were, Sonny took a step forward. As he did, a human figure suddenly revealed itself from the murky veil of the fog. He flinched and tensed, ready to attack, but then froze. Black eyes, porcelain skin. The sin of Solace looked at him contemptuously and spat. "Gods. This again? I'm so sick of it." Sonny gritted his teeth and walked past the damned sword wraith. But then he lingered for a moment. Suddenly, a strange sense of déjà vu overcame him. Why did he feel as if the sin of Solace was supposed to say something else? Shaking his head, Sonny ignored the loathsome apparition and headed straight for the cliffs. Less than an hour later, he was writhing on the ground, overwhelmed by unbearable agony. His lightless soul was mutilated and slowly falling apart. As Sonny arduously rose to one knee, a cold gaze pierced him from above. "No, no, no." Then a ghostly blade pierced his chest. Sonny died. Sonny waited for a moment, then, careful not to get wounded until she recovers some essence. She straightened slowly and said in a tired voice, "I'm fine. I can still put up a fight." "Well, of course you can. You're changing star of the Immortal Flame clan." They exchanged a few words with Cassie, who then used the guiding light to point them in the direction where Effie was supposed to be. Soon, Sonny jumped down to the beach, followed by the rest of his companions. That gluttonous woman, she'd better be alive, or else I'll be very cross with her. Feeling vulnerable in the swirling mist, he scowled and took a step forward. As he did, a human figure suddenly revealed itself from the murky veil of the fog. Sonny flinched and tensed, ready to attack, but then froze. Black eyes, porcelain skin. The sin of Solace was glaring at him without even trying to conceal his hatred. "You are such a pathetic, odious, revolting coward. Just die already. Die, gods. This is unbearable." Sonny gritted his teeth and walked past the damned sword wraith heading for the cliffs. He was suddenly overcome by a strange sense of déjà vu. Weird, what did that bastard say? Banishing the thought of the damnable sword wraith from his head, he continued forward. Soon after, a ghostly blade pierced his chest. Sonny died in agony. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chain breaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. Nephis was leaning on the steering oars, utterly drained of essence. A minute or two later, he jumped down to the beach and headed to the cliffs. As he did, a pale apparition suddenly appeared from the mist, scaring him. The sin of Solace laughed. Damn, it was fun at the start, but now I've already lost count." Ignoring the odious wraith, Sonny continued walking. He was suddenly overwhelmed by a strange sense of déjà vu, but dismissed it. Not long after that, his soul was destroyed by the ruthless blade of undying slaughter. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. He died in agony. He died in agony. He died in agony. He died. The chain breaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. Nephis was leaning on the steering oars, utterly drained of essence. After Cassie used the guiding light to point them in the direction where Effie was supposed to be, Sonny jumped down to the beach and headed toward the cliffs. As he did, a pale apparition appeared from the mist and scared him. The sin of solace glared at him silently, not saying anything. "What is up with that bastard?" Ignoring the loathsome wraith, Sonny walked past and advanced cautiously through the fog. A strange sense of déjà vu suddenly overwhelmed him, but he dismissed it. Slow and steady, slow and steady. However, something was still gnawing on his mind. Scowling, Sonny stopped, lingered for a few moments, and turned around. "Hey, weren't you going to say something?" Nephis looked at him with a hint of surprise. "Are you talking to your sword?" Sonny nodded and continued staring at the sin of solace, who silently glared at him back. "Why do I feel so strange?" He remained motionless for a while, his expression growing darker. Eventually, Sonny uttered a curse and shook his head. "Hold on, I think something is not right." Because of Sonny, they spent more time near the chain breaker than they had planned. However, he simply couldn't tell what it was that had made him feel so uncomfortable. After a while, there was no choice but to head for the cliffs. Cassie rode Nightmare at the front of the group. Sonny and Nephis followed while Saint and Fiend were defending the rear. As they walked, Sonny remained silent, a deep frown on his face. I feel strange." It was as if he had taken these steps before. The white sand, the swirling mist, the black edifices of the tall cliffs, it all felt eerily familiar. What is going on? Eventually, they discovered a line of footprints in the sand. Sonny should have felt surprised and curious, but he barely paid the mysterious discovery any attention, as if it was only natural for the footprints to be there. Those were left by a human. He shivered slightly and looked at Nephis. How had he known that she would say these exact words? Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then said quietly, "Wait here." Why did he feel almost obligated to respond that way? Deeply disturbed, Sonny left one of his shadows behind and followed the line of footprints to the edge of the island. There were so many questions he should have been asking himself. Like, who had left these traces? Had that person really jumped into the abyssal chasm, or had they survived and escaped the suffocating mist? But instead, Sonny was mostly thinking about why it felt as if he had already visited the edge of the island before. The sin of solace was there as well, glaring at him silently. Why is he not saying anything? I feel like he should have said something already, like encourage me to jump too. Scowling, Sonny returned to Nephis and Cassie. The footprints lead to the edge of the island. I didn't find anything else, so let's trace them in the other direction. When they nodded and prepared to set out, he suddenly added, "Wait, don't you feel that something is strange?" Nephis looked at him with her usual impassive expression. "Everything here is strange." Sonny had no choice but to agree. It was a stupid question to begin with. Of course, everything felt strange on a mystical island hidden behind a barrier of a colossal whirlpool. They continued forward and eventually reached stone steps leading up the hills. Fiend took the lead, and the group cautiously started the ascent. As they walked, Sonny couldn't shake off the feeling that these steps looked eerily familiar. Just what the hell is going on with me? Am I under some kind of mind hex again? By now, Sonny's resistance to mental attack was rather high. Even the sin of solace, a transcendent memory of the fifth tier, was having trouble driving him truly and utterly insane. He did not doubt that there were beings in the Tomb of Ariel that could shatter his defenses, but he did doubt that there was something here that could do so without him noticing. Then what is it? Looking up, he noticed that Nephis was staring intently at the stone steps. She must have noticed that they are not weathered at all, as if the seeker who had lived on the island created them just yesterday. Wait. When had he come to these conclusions himself? It just seemed so obvious. As Sonny froze, feeling very confused, one of the scouting shadows suddenly heard the sound of steel clashing against steel, followed by a pained scream. He didn't feel surprised at all. as if this was the most natural thing in the world. The black crow that had been sitting on his shoulder suddenly dashed into the fog. Was that Jet's voice? Why did thinking about Jet fill him with a cold sense of dread? Sunny, Cassie, and Nephis had noticed his dazed state. He lingered for a moment. Someone is fighting in the forest about 4 kilometers from the top of the stairs. It should be Jet. I'm going. The words left his mouth as if he had rehearsed them. Nephis nodded. We'll be right. Without listening to her response, Sunny dove into the shadows. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. He knew that he was taking a dire risk by rushing blindly into the forest. Windflower was too dangerous of a place to behave rashly. Sunny had no idea what enemy he was going to face, was diving into battle without having made any preparations, and did not hold any initiative at all. But Jet was going to die if he delayed even for a moment. Somehow, he was sure of it. Stepping out of the shadow deep within the forest, Sunny gritted his teeth and dashed forward. It's just one of those situations where I only have bad choices. It's going to be all right, though. I've survived all the previous gambles, so I'll pull through this time as well. But then he felt a chilling terror grasp his heart. Would he really pull through, or would he die miserable after finally losing a gamble? Bursting onto a wide clearing, Sunny slid on the moss and came to halt close to its middle. The smell of blood permeated the air here, both frightening and familiar. Where is she? Where is she? Looking around, he noticed someone laying on the ground, their motionless figure buried in the mist. Dashing there, Sunny fell to his knees and stared down with wide eyes. Jet. It was Jet. Her black leather armor seemed unbroken, but her beautiful face was contorted in a grimace of terrible agony. The moss was greedily drinking blood that flowed from the terrible wound where her arm had been viciously severed. Curse it all. Sensing his presence, Jet slowly opened her eyes. Her lips moved weakly. Sunny, be behind me in the fog. Before Jet finished her warning, he was already jumping to his feet and spinning around. There was a vague shape moving in the mist. Because of how quickly Sunny had reacted, he had no trouble dodging its strike. The sin of solace hissed, slicing the figure apart. That won't do anything. Why did he think that? Right, seemingly woven out of mist, ethereal, elusive. It had to be a wraith of some kind, meaning that physical attacks would be ineffective against it. It seemed that Sunny's subconscious had discerned the insidious nature of the enemy faster than his conscious mind did. For this battle he had to discard the Jade Jian and summon the cruel sight instead. A split second later, the mist wraith seemed to dissipate into the swirling fog. Sunny could not sense its presence at all, which meant that the abomination could attack at any moment from any direction. Letting go of the sin of solace, he called upon the somber spear. Now, he just had to survive until it was summoned. No, I'm missing something. Sunny froze in place, torn between the dire need to be absolutely focused and the gnawing feeling that he was forgetting something terribly, terribly important. What? What is it? He couldn't allow himself to get distracted. A moment of inattention could mean death. Focus, his other 2 scouting shadows, gloomy and happy, were going to reach the clearing in a few seconds. Only when his body was augmented by all 5 shadows would he have the luxury of sparing some thought to the gnawing feeling. Jet's hoarse voice resounded from below, faltering and weak. Sunny, careful, she's... He looked down, and then Sunny was suddenly inexplicably calm. His lips moved. She's you. The cruel sight finally manifested itself into existence. The happy shadow flew into the clearing. The mist wraith undying slaughter was already there waiting for it. A terrible agony tore Sunny's soul apart. Falling to his knees, he heard the spell whispers and thought, "Your shadow has been destroyed. Your shadow has been destroyed. Your shadow core has been destroyed. Your shadow core has been destroyed." Now gloomy. Another flash of indescribable torment pierced his existence, throwing Sunny to the ground. Writhing in pain, he struggled to stand up. I knew this would happen. How did I know? Finally, he managed to rise to one knee. The mist was suddenly unbearably cold, casing his body to shiver. Sonny raised his head and saw two icy blue eyes looking down at him. I'm going to die now. The ghostly blade pierced his chest. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chainbreaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. The forest clearing was gone. The bleeding, broken figure of Jet was gone. The corpses of his shadows were gone too, but he remembered it all clearly. The misty shore, the black cliffs, the cold twilight of the pine forest, the dread of dying on his knees. I died. But he had not. Otherwise, how would he be standing here on the deck of the chainbreaker? Neff and Cassie must have saved me somehow, and retreated back to the ship. It was at that moment that he heard Neff's voice. I'm fine, I can still put up a fight. Sonny flinched and stared at her with a deadpan expression. What? What did you just say? She raised an eyebrow. I said I can still fight. Sonny continued to stare at her silently. His mind was utterly empty. These are the exact words she said when we first landed on the island. No, not just her words. Everything is exactly the same. He looked around again, noting every small detail of their surroundings. He was right. It was as if the last hour had never happened, as if Sonny had returned to the past. He slowly raised a hand and ran it across his face.
What the hell is going on?
It's exactly the same. The chainbreaker was leaning on a broken cliff, the mist swirling around it. Saint was standing motionlessly at the bow of the ship. Nephis had just stated that she would still be able to fight despite exhausting all her essence. Sonny looked at her, then shifted slightly and threw a glance at Cassie. The last time I noticed her troubled expression and asked if there was something wrong. She explained how her instincts were screaming of danger. He hesitated for a few moments and kept silent. Nephis, however, did not. Noting that Cassie seemed concerned about something, she asked evenly, Have you sensed something? The blind girl shook her head with a frown. Nothing specific. I just have a very ominous feeling. This place, Windflower, every part of me is screaming that we are in danger. Sonny's eyes widened slightly. The wording had changed a little, but it was almost exactly the same response. How? While Nephis and Cassie went about locating the direction where Effie supposedly was with the help of the guiding light, he observed them without saying anything. His mind was strangely split between two extremes. One part of it had turned cold and analytical, driven into a heightened state of utmost vigilance. The other was shaken and distraught, still reeling from the agony of dying to the ghostly blade. The shock of remembering his harrowing demise was so visceral that Sonny wanted nothing more than to topple to the deck and curl into a shivering ball. Perhaps he had only managed to remain standing because he was frozen stiff. Sonny, let's go, if you don't mind. He flinched and glanced at Nephis. She was already leaping over the railing, still slow to react. Sonny watched as Cassie awkwardly climbed on top of Nightmare and settled in the saddle. With her small stature, it was not that easy to accomplish. I should adjust the stirrups. That ordinary thought finally broke his dazed state. Commanding his shadows to disembark, he walked over to the edge of the deck and jumped down. He was the last one to set foot on the white sand of the misty beach. I really seem to have traveled to the past, or is it an illusion? Then again, that vision of death might have been an illusion instead. A vision. Did I receive a prophetic vision meant for Cassie, somehow? His mind was in turmoil, which was why Sonny flinched and took a step back when a human figure suddenly revealed itself from the fog. He had completely forgotten about the sin of solace. Right. That bastard scared me the last time, too. Now he's going to glare at me silently. The sin of solace did, indeed, glared at him silently for a moment. But then the apparition smirked and said in a contemptuous tone, You know, I'm actually starting to enjoy this. Let's go for another round, shall we? Sonny looked at him in surprise, apart from minute changes that had happened because of his inaction. This was the first thing that went differently than how it had in the previous round. A slight frown appeared on Sonny's face. Why is the bastard the only exception to the rule? Walking past the apparition, he said quietly. Sure. Let's go for another round. The wraith stared at him in surprise. As they advanced through the mist, discovered the line of footsteps in the sand, and continued toward the cliffs. Sonny was thinking feverishly, is it an illusion, or have I really traveled in time? If it's the latter, then why, and what do I do now that I have? There was too much to think about, and not enough time. His mental state was in shambles as well. Sonny vaguely realized that he was still in shock, but didn't know what to do about it. He was probably missing a lot of vital things in this rattled condition. For example, suddenly Sonny felt incredibly cold. How? How have I not thought about that? They were already ascending the stone steps, which meant that Jet was going to be attacked by undying slaughter in a matter of minutes, seconds. Curse it. His mind ignited. Thinking as fast and best as he could, Sonny cursed himself for being such a fool. He wasted almost an entire hour trying to understand why he had been sent into the past instead of considering how to deal with the future. Even if he was in shock after having his soul torn apart and dying in agony, there was no excuse. What do I do now? A small, cowardly part of him instantly had an answer. The safest thing to do was to abandon Jet and save himself from having to face undying slaughter. He knew that he would die in that clearing, so why go there at all? But even knowing the danger, he couldn't let Jet die. Go there and fight, then? It was not such a foolish thought. The reason why Sonny had lost the last time around was because he had dove into the battle blind and without making any preparations. Now, however, he knew exactly what enemy he would be facing. And although there was very little time left before the clash, he could at least prepare a few things. I still don't know enough about undying slaughter. Fighting her now would be unwise. But he did not really need to. All he had to do was grab Jet and run. At that point, the shadow he had sent to scout ahead finally heard it, the sound of clashing steel, followed by Soul Reaper's pained scream. Sonny gritted his teeth. Let's do this, dismissing the sin of solace. Sonny called upon the cruel sight and looked at Nephis. There was no time to explain everything, but he still had to warn them in advance. What to say? How would he even explain a situation like that? Not finding any good words, Sonny just said what came to mind. I found Jet. She is being attacked by. I'll try to get Jet and retreat, prepare for battle. Before she had time to respond, Sonny already dove into the shadows. The reason I died was because I lost the initiative by not knowing the nature of the enemy and not having the correct weapon to deal with a wraith immediately at hand. Most importantly, I failed to realize that my shadows would be vulnerable to Undying Slaughter's attacks as well. He had dodged the first attack of the Defiled without too much trouble. It was unknown which one of them would have lost in the end after the cruel sight had manifested itself in a normal fight. However, Undying Slaughter had moved to destroy his shadows first. It was no surprise that she had known just how to kill him in one fell swoop. After all, the Mist Wraith was most likely a defiled version of Soul Reaper Jet using her future transformation ability. Jet knew a lot about his aspect, and the future Jet would have known even more. That had been Sonny's undoing. After a vast part of his soul had been destroyed, he was in no condition to put up any further resistance, so he died miserably on his knees. This time was going to be different. First, he had already summoned the cruel sight. Second, he would protect his shadows. And lastly, he knew a lot about Jet's aspect as well. Stepping out of the shadow, he wrapped it around his body and dashed toward the clearing. The dormant ability allows her to absorb the essence of living beings she kills. The awakened ability allows her to strike directly at the souls of her enemies, bypassing all forms of physical defense. The ascended ability allows her to increase the size and capacity of her shattered soul core, as well as removing the limit on how much essence she can use to enhance her body. Sonny did not know how ancient Undying Slaughter really was. How distant was the future she had come from. However, her Frankenstein's monster of a soul core would have already reached an enormous size, considering how many people the 6 plagues had slaughtered. She was powerful. He also did not know much about her transcendent ability. It was most likely how Undying Slaughter had attacked him in the form of a wraith, but the details of her transformation were unclear. I should be able to get through this as long as I'm careful, or not. Bursting from the line of trees, Sunny ignited the silver blade of the cruel sight with divine flames and dashed toward where Jet was laying on the ground, her blood pouring into the moss. As he kneeled in front of her, tense and ready to fight, she opened her icy blue eyes and looked at him weakly. Her lips moved. "Don't speak, I know, now." Sunny did not have to kneel and show his back to the enemy. However, if he had the opportunity to fool Undying Slaughter into thinking that she had the upper hand, it would be criminal not to use it. Sensing an almost imperceptible disturbance in the mist, he shot to his feet and lashed out with the radiant blade of the cruel sight. There was a vague figure hidden in the fog, already moving to attack him. Caught by surprise, it had no chance to avoid the sudden strike. And yet, it did. Fast. Sunny pulled back his spear and froze, tensely observing the mist. Despite the fact that their roles had reversed, and he was the one to deliver an unexpected attack, the end result was the same. Undying Slaughter had dissipated into the fog, and he was left not knowing where the next blow would come from. Or he would have if not for the fact that he knew the future. Wrong. Sunny knew what would have happened, not what would happen. Him changing the opening exchange of the battle could have changed what Undying Slaughter would do as well. He still had to be careful. However, the next few seconds went just as they had before. The mist wraith did not attack him again, hiding and waiting until the happy shadow flew from behind the trees and rushed toward its master. Sunny remembered the harrowing agony of having his soul torn apart and felt his hair stand on end. The mist swirled, and the wraith hiding within it moved to intercept the swift shadow. Damn it? Even knowing what was about to come, he couldn't suppress his fear. Undying Slaughter brought its ghostly blade down, but before it could plunge into the shadow, it was met by another blade, this one made of pure darkness. As 2 ruby flames ignited in the depths of his shadow, Saint deflected the wraith's blow and stepped into the clearing. Blade of Darkness ability description: the true darkness dwelling in this shadow's heart can be summoned in the form of a fearsome weapon, as long as the shadow has mastered the use of that weapon. The Blade of Darkness can slay those of flesh and those of spirit. It never dulls, never falters, and never breaks. Alternatively, the darkness can be summoned to augment a mundane weapon. Saint's dark sword could cut both tangible and intangible enemies, just like the cruel sight could. More than that, she was immune to soul damage, which made his taciturn shadow an almost perfect adversary for the hateful mist wraith. Even if Undying Slaughter was a defiled transcendent like the Mad Prince was, Saint was a transcendent devil. Their power, at least theoretically, was on par. Or so Sunny hoped. Faced with the dark blade, the mist wraith glided back. The next moment, a second shadow appeared in the clearing. Fiend jumped out of it, infernal flames burning in his eyes. The happy shadow wrapped itself around the graceful stone knight, while the gloomy one wrapped itself around the steel ogre. Sunny himself was augmented by the other 3. Undying Slaughter was caught in the middle of a triangle formed by Saint Fiend and Sunny. Let's see who will die now. Forcing himself to grin, Sunny gripped the cruel sight tighter and dashed forward. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chain breaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. Damnation! His trembling fist collided with the railing and splintered the enchanted wood. He didn't feel the pain. Curse it all. Sunny, are you all right? Sunny lingered for a moment, took a labored breath, then looked himself over and slowly turned to Nephis. His voice sounded hoarse. Yes, it seems that I am, in the end. He still lost to Undying Slaughter. The odds seemed to be in his favor. He successfully avoided having his shadows destroyed, summoned Saint and Fiend, and managed to wrestle the initiative from the ghostly claws of the mist wraith. However, the battle did not go how he had hoped it would. It ended in disaster, just like the previous time. Sunny had been almost certain that Saint would be immune to Undying Slaughter's soul attacks, and it turned out to be true somewhat. It seemed that she could withstand much more damage than the rest of them, but even then, the ghostly blade was just as lethal to the taciturn knight as it was to Sunny and Fiend. The reason, as he belatedly realized, was the unique nature of Jet's aspect. Her attacks bypassed physical defenses and struck the soul. And yet, they were not true soul attacks. Instead, they were physical attacks that inexplicably dealt damage to the soul. How was one supposed to defend against that? The mightier one's soul was, the more it took to destroy it. Other than enduring the damage or avoiding being hit entirely, there was no other way, at least none that he knew of. Sadly, it was easier said than done. Saint's sword and the cruel sight were capable of blocking the ghostly blade of Undying Slaughter, but actually withstanding her dreadful assault was almost impossible. The mist wraith was astonishingly swift, devastatingly strong, and insidiously cunning on top of that. She was a truly abominable creature, and an inexplicable one, too. Sunny had just enough time to catch a glimpse of what hid in the darkness of her defiled soul, and what he saw left him reeling. Undying Slaughter could be called a corrupted beast, since there was only one node of vile darkness infesting her soul. But that node was truly colossal in size, dwarfing any other corruption core he had even seen before. So her actual power could very well be equal to a terror or a titan. Still faced with Saint's resilient soul and two weapons that could both block and damage intangible beings, Undying Slaughter was at least forced to change tactics. After clashing with them a few times, the mist wraith silently discarded her ghostly form, turning back into a corporeal creature. If Sunny had ever had any doubt that the Six Plagues were the future version of the members of the cohort, they were instantly dispelled at that moment. Undying Slaughter looked more like a revenant, both dreadful and dreadfully beautiful, than a human being. But there was no way he could fail to recognize those icy blue eyes, that chilling presence, and the ruthless way in which she fought. She was truly Soul Reaper Jet, or rather had been once. Undying Slaughter might have been Jet once, but there was nothing human left in her merciless mad eyes anymore. Once she assumed a corporeal form, Sunny was thrown into despair. His plan to stall the abomination while Fiend retreated with the real Jet was shattered almost instantly. Undying Slaughter read his intentions like an open book, and not only made following the plan impossible, but also cruelly turned it against Sunny. The initiative he had so arduously won was immediately lost when the Revenant aimed all her attacks at Jet instead of him, Saint or Fiend, forced to protect the gravely wounded companion. They had no choice but to follow her cadence and fall under her control. It was a simple but viciously effective strategy. Considering how skilled, explosively fast, and terrifyingly strong Undying Slaughter was, the rest of the battle did not take long. Fiend's carapace of black silver, which Sunny considered nearly indestructible, was eventually pierced and violently split open, the infernal flames spilling out of horrid wounds like blood. The ravenous ogre collapsed with a frightened, confused howl and grew still. Saint's stone armor was shattered, her limbs were broken. Ruby dust flowed like a river, and although the taciturn knight tried to stand her ground, the ghostly blade eventually found its way into the narrow crack of her visor. The crimson glow of her ruby eyes was extinguished, and Saint crumbled to the ground, lifeless. The spell announced her death mournfully. Sunny thought that he would be next, but Undying Slaughter was not that kind. She made him watch Jet die before delivering the fatal blow. Back on the deck of the Chainbreaker, he closed his eyes. How can anyone fight that thing? I'm fine. I can still put up a fight. Sunny flinched and looked up. Nephis must have mistaken the reason for his grim expression and repeated her usual words. It was just a coincidence. Suddenly he felt a strange sense of incongruity. Mere seconds ago, Sunny had been fighting for his life, watching his shadows die in fear and sorrow. He had watched Jet die as well. He had even died himself again. And yet Nephis and Cassie were behaving as if nothing had happened. Well, it had not for them, Sunny understood that, but he still couldn't help but feel ashamed, angry, and resentful. He lingered for a few moments and then forced out a smile. Yeah, I can still put up a fight, too. His smile widened slightly, growing both darker and more sincere. It was true. Sunny might have lost to undying slaughter again, but he acquired something extremely valuable from that loss. Looking around, he took in the sight of the swirling mist, white sand, and the black cliffs. So, I'm back again. What he received was truly precious. It was the knowledge that his strange return to the past was not a one-time thing, which meant that he was not done fighting. Giving him a nod, Nephis went about asking Cassie to use the guiding light to locate Effie. Sunny, meanwhile, remained motionless. He was somewhat lost in thought. First of all, stay calm. His behavior up until now had been nothing short of embarrassing. Of course, there were extenuating circumstances. During his first round, Sunny had been barely conscious of the fact that time was repeating itself. During the second try, he was still reeling and in shock from dying gruesomely at the hands of undying slaughter. But this was his third attempt. This time, he had to maintain his composure and not lose control. No, not quite right. Who was to say that this attempt was his third? It was only the third attempt since he had become aware of the fact that everything was repeating itself. There was no telling how many times he had died before that. Still deep in thought, Sunny glanced at Nephis and Cassie. He remained motionless for a few moments, then silently walked over to Nightmare and adjusted the stirrups of the overpriced saddle to make it easier for the blind girl to mount. Soon they abandoned the ship and stepped on the white sand of the misty beach. Sunny walked in the back, looking down with a somber expression on his face. He did not react in any way when the sin of solace suddenly appeared from the fog. The sword wraith stared at him mockingly. Calling the shadows? Shame the only thing you achieved was getting them killed, like you get everyone else who follows you killed. Hey, here's an idea. How about you ask Nephis and Cassia for help next? Sunny spared him a grim look, causing the sin of solace to cover his mouth with a hand theatrically. Ah, I've said a bit too much, haven't I? Sunny looked away. It is as I thought. It seemed that the sword wraith had become aware of the fact that time was repeating itself long before Sunny. What was it that the sin of solace had said the last time? I am actually starting to enjoy this. Let's go for another round, shall we? Back then, Sunny had only paid attention to the fact that the wraith was behaving differently from the past, unlike everyone else. But now, it was clear that the apparition had already known about the twisted nature of time on Windflower. Come to think of it, had it not been the inconsistency of how the sin of solace behaved that first alerted Sunny to the anomaly? The wraith had stared at Sunny silently, and he turned to ask if the bastard was not going to say anything. The odd feeling that eventually allowed him to realize the truth started gnawing at him after that. The time is repeating itself. Sunny looked into the fog. A few moments later, he sighed deeply. I'm such a fool. The great river was a river of time. Windflower was surrounded by a mystical whirlpool, and what did whirlpools do? They spun the water caught in them, revolved in a circle. So, the time here must have revolved in a circle too, forming a loop. It was an outlandish theory, but not an entirely baseless one. In fact, it could explain a few things. Why the ancient stone steps did not look weathered at all, for example. How Effie and Jet could have survived an entire year on this island despite their flaws. Wait, if Effie and Jet were caught in a loop of repeating time here on Windflower, then was undying slaughter caught in it too. She had not shown any signs of knowing what Sunny would do in advance, which meant that she did not know about the loop and therefore had no means of escaping it. How had one of the dreaded 6 plagues ended up being trapped here? More importantly, why was Sunny the only one who seemed to be aware of the loop? His frown After a few moments, his eyes widened slightly. It's not me. It's the sin of solace. The sword wraith seemed to have been aware of the loop from the very beginning. He was somehow immune to forgetting the events of every previous revolution. Was it because the cursed sword was innately tied to truth and revelations, which it was supposed to grant its mad wielder? Sonny was not particularly mad, but the sin of solace was a part of his mind. A splintered and twisted one, but a part nevertheless. Was it possible that he had slowly become contaminated by the knowledge the sword wraith possessed somehow, or that the awareness of the loop was one of the revelations of madness granted to him by the cursed sword? Sonny did not know the exact reason, but he was certain that it was because of the sin of solace that he had become aware of the circular nature of time on Windflower. His thoughts turned somber. The how and why are clear. Now what? Undying slaughter was far more fearsome than Sonny had expected. He had lost to her bitterly, which was not to say that he could not win. If Sonny entered the battle with Nephis, Nightmare, Cassie, and her echoes, if he prepared better, he would still probably lose and watch everyone die. For the first few times, at least, few dozen times, few hundred times, if the loop was infinite, it did not matter. Sooner or later, he would learn enough and find a way to kill Undying Slaughter. But was the loop really infinite? And even if it was, what would killing Undying Slaughter even achieve? She would come back to life as soon as the next revolution started, just like Sonny had been coming back to life. His face suddenly paled. Is it all meaningless? Fighting Undying Slaughter, saving Jet, searching for Effie. It was indeed meaningless if he did not know a way to escape the loop. But was it even possible to escape it? It has to be. The Serpent King had come to Windflower and returned after all. There was a way, so Sonny just had to find it. First and foremost, he needed information. How did the loop function? What were its boundaries? When did time terminate and turn back? And much, much more. I need to learn all kinds of stuff. The future promised to be rather interesting and incredibly tiring. Sonny shuddered, imagining how many more times he was going to die. By the time the three of them reached the line of footsteps in the sand, Sonny had formulated a rough plan of what he had to do during this particular revolution. Well, it wasn't much of a plan. There were too many paths he could take, so he simply chose one that was the closest. Jet was not that far, and had to know more about what was happening on the island than he did. So Sonny was determined to find her before Undying Slaughter did. He was not enthused about the idea of fighting the dreadful wraith again so soon. Luckily, there was a high possibility that he could snatch Jet and escape without exchanging a single blow with the defiled. What I need right now is not strength, but speed. Sonny glanced at Nephis and Cassie. He would have to share his knowledge with his companions sooner or later, without a doubt. Just imagining that conversation made him uncomfortable, though. It was a rather bizarre thing to say to someone, that they had been living the same hour over and over again without ever realizing it. I'll tell them the next time. Hopefully, there will be a next time. Sonny suspected that the loop was endless. It should have existed for as long as the colossal whirlpool existed, which had already been hundreds of years, but he couldn't be sure. So for now, he had to treat each revolution as if it was the last one. I'll tell them after I'm back then. Sadly, he had already wasted a lot of time coming to this realization, so there was none of it left for lengthy explanations. Noticing his intense gaze, Nephis looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, considering his words carefully, then opened his mouth and said just three of them. Aster, Song, Veil. Her expression changed slightly, becoming darker and more intense. It was not exactly the same murderous reaction as she had showed on the Ashen Barrow, but Sonny still felt a little uncomfortable. Nephis frowned. Why? She paused for a moment, then took a deep breath. Are we under a mind hex again? Sonny shook his head. No, but something similar. Right now, I need you two to not ask questions and do what I tell you. Can you do that? Cassie had turned around in the saddle, a troubled expression appearing on her face. She remained silent, though, waiting for Nephis to speak. Neph stared at him for a few long moments, then nodded slowly. "All right." Sunny sighed with relief. He knew that she trusted him, but blindly trusting someone was not easy. It was even harder to suppress one's curiosity. Personally, he would have had a lot of trouble both with the former and the latter. He forced out a smile. "Good. Then return to the ship and hide. Stay safe until I return." Sunny had no idea if returning to the chainbreaker was indeed safe, but it was the best temporary solution he could come up with. Turning to Cassie, he added, "I'll need Nightmare." The blind girl swiftly dismounted, allowing him to hop into the saddle. Looking down, Sunny lingered for a moment, then commanded Saint and Fiend to protect his companions. A moment later, he was galloping through the fog. He wanted to avoid fighting undying slaughter, which meant that he would not need his combat shadows. If he still ended up facing the mist wraith, summoning them to him would take only a couple of moments. Faster. Nightmare, however, was the fastest of his followers. His speed was far superior to even Sunny's own, as well as that of his shadows. To find Jet and bring her away from the misty forest unscathed, Sunny would need his steed the most. He sent all 5 shadows to augment the dark destrier. The 2 of them flew along the line of lonesome footprints, swiftly approaching the wall of black cliffs. The black stallion scaled the stone steps without ever slowing down, his adamantine hooves sending sparks flying from the black rock, the melodious staccato traveling through the mist like the rumble of war drums. Soon they entered the forest. Sunny was way ahead of the previous revolution. Jet should not have entered the clearing yet, so she could be anywhere. That was a problem, considering that he did not dare send his shadows to scout anymore. Quite a predicament. He could use the silver bell to point Jet in his direction. The problem was that undying slaughter would recognize its ringing as well. Not to mention that there were most likely other deadly creatures on the island. It was a shame that the guiding light pointed to Effie, but not Jet. Otherwise, Sunny would have taken it with him. Nightmare reached the clearing where Sunny had died the last 2 times, or however many times it really was, and crossed it in the blink of an eye. She shouldn't have come from the direction of the beach, so the most logical choice is to continue toward the tower. The fog veiled everything, making the world appear only a couple dozen meters wide. Damn it! He could stumble on Jet at any moment. However, he could also stumble on undying slaughter at any moment. Sunny was hesitating to send his shadow in all directions, after all, when he suddenly smelled it. The stench of blood. Following his mental command, Nightmare slowed down, and then came to a halt. Sunny looked around, inhaling the wisps of mist, then sent his steed toward a particular tree. The ancient pine reached further than he could see, but there on its bark was a spot much darker than the rest of it. A bloody handprint, as if someone wounded had leaned on the tree trunk. He spun in the saddle and finally noticed another bloody print. That gave him a direction to follow. Coincidentally, that direction led back toward the now distant clearing. Sending Nightmare into a gallop, Sunny feverishly took in his surroundings. Despite the fact that the trunks of the tall pines were flying past him with terrible speed, he still managed to notice the marks. Sometimes there were bloody handprints on the trees. Sometimes there were drops of blood on the ground. Sunny guided his steed to follow the bloody trail. And then, finally, a human figure appeared from the fog, leaning heavily on a tree. She was hunched and pale as a ghost, but her glaive was raised, ready to attack. He heard a hoarse whisper, "Come get me, wench! It was Jet." A moment later, the image of an infernal black stallion appearing from the mist reflected in the icy depths of her piercing blue eyes, with a rider in a flying black mantle, leaning low in the saddle, her pupils widened in astonishment. Sunny, extending a hand in Jet's direction, he shouted. No time to explain, her hesitation lasted only for a split second. Dropping the glaive to the ground, Jet reached out with her own bloodied hand, grabbing it. Sunny pulled. A moment later, Soul Reaper was sitting right behind him, clutching onto the folds of Ananke's mantle. The glaive disappeared into a rain of sparks. Sunny commanded Nightmare to get the hell out of the misty forest as soon as possible. As the shadow carried the two masters away, Jet leaned forward and asked in a pained voice, "I'm not complaining, but how the hell are you here?" He grinned. What a complicated question. How else? I came on a ship. Chapter 1409. Covering the Tracks. Sunny did not guide Nightmare directly back to the chain breaker. He had managed to follow Jet's bloody trail after all, so Undying Slaughter would most likely be able to as well. Since Sunny did not want to lead her to Nephis and Cassie, he had to cover their tracks first. The problem was he didn't really know how to do it. Tracking was one of the basic skills taught during the Wilderness Survival course, which obviously covered covering the tracks as well. But he needed to know the capabilities of the enemy to know how to hide from them, and Undying Slaughter was still largely a mystery. Remembering the line of footprints leading to the edge of the island, Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then turned his steed to the left. They were still moving in the general direction of the cliffs, but to a point far removed from the stone steps. With winds whistling in his ears, Sunny raised his voice slightly. "Where's Effie?" There was a lot he had to ask and tell Jet, but this question was the most important. He both dreaded and couldn't wait to hear the answer. She remained silent for a moment, probably wondering how he knew that the two of them had been together, then said in a stifled tone, "I'm not sure. We were separated in the vortex." Sunny's expression fell. He gritted his teeth, then forced himself to calm down. "It's all right." It was better than all right, really. Judging from Jet's words, Effie was most likely still alive. The loop had even conveniently solved the dire problem of her flaw. Here on Windflower, he would never starve to death. Sunny hesitated for a moment. Can this be why Undying Slaughter is here too? The Mist Wraith possessed the same flaw as Jet, which meant that she had to kill in order to survive. That might have been fine back when the forces of the defilement were besieging the cities of the Sybils, but now that these cities were gone, what was there for Undying Slaughter to slaughter? "Sunny, I need to warn you, I'm being pursued by..." Jet's voice was pained and hoarse. The corner of his mouth twitched. "I know. Let's talk later. For now, hold on tight." Just then, Nightmare reached the border of the forest. Escaping the line of tall trees, the black stallion rushed across the narrow strip of empty land between the forest and the edge of the cliffs. His hooves left a line of prints in the soft moss. Reaching the very edge, the dark destrier did not slow down at all. Instead, he accelerated even more and leapt forward, soaring high into the air above the hidden chasm of the dark abyss. Jet let out a stunned yelp. Dismissing the shadow, Sunny spun, grabbed onto her, and summoned the dark wing. Before the momentum of Nightmare's leap fully dissipated, the translucent cloak manifested on his back and turned into a blur. The two of them glided down slowly, moving along the surface of the weathered black rock. Sunny felt his arm, which supported Jet's back, become soaked in blood. His expression darkened. He had not noticed before, but there were more wounds on her body than he thought. Soul Reaper grimaced, enduring the pain, and then said with a bit of dark amusement, "You really know how to make a girl squeal, don't you, Sunny?" He froze for a moment, mortified. A terrible despair grasped his heart with icy claws. No, it can't be. He knew this feeling. Had Jet spent too much time with Effie? Had she been corrupted by that vulgar, foul-mouthed lecher? Damn it all. Uttering a quiet curse, he adjusted the direction of their flight and answered through gritted teeth, "I guess." Despite her pained expression, Soul Reaper let out a laugh. They were rather far away from the misty beach, so it took a while to glide back to it. Sunny had to approach the cliffs and push them up a few times, afraid that they'll fall beneath the island. However, the wall of black rock gave away eventually, and they entered the familiar bay. Landing on the white sand, Sunny put Jet down and supported her. His gaze was a bit worried. "Can you walk?" She nodded. "It's all right. That thing didn't get me too bad, so I'll live." Jet grinned. She was not going to bleed to death anyway. In the worst case, she would just revert to a more corpse-like state. Sunny studied her for a few moments, then nodded. Let's go, then. Our ship is not far from here. They walked into the fog. Soon after, they were in the main cargo hold of the chainbreaker. The air here smelled of blood, but Jet looked much better, even though Nephis had not recovered enough essence to use her healing powers yet. Both she and Cassie possessed memories capable of treating small wounds. It was one of the benefits of belonging to a great clan. Jet had dismissed the upper part of her armor and was sitting on a crate, her torso wrapped in bandages. There was a generous amount of food on another crate in front of her, as well as fruit juice and freshly brewed tea. She was devouring the improvised meal voraciously. Crow was sitting on her shoulder, seemingly enraptured and glued to his master. From time to time, Jet absent-mindedly fed it a piece of fruit. Nothing had found and attacked the beached ship yet, but Sunny was still tense. At the same time, he felt incredibly relieved. It was so reassuring to have Jet here with him, alive and relatively unscathed. Nephis and Cassie seemed elated, too, even if they weren't as close with the infamous government master. Their group of 3 had become a group of 4. Good. Another great thing about bringing Jet back was that Sunny was going to have an easier time explaining things to everyone. When she seemed to have satiated her hunger somewhat, he leaned forward and said, "All right, now I'll try to explain a few things." Chapter 14:10. River nomads. The 3 women looked at him expectantly. Sunny hesitated for a few moments. "You know where we are, right, Jet, in general? I mean," taking the cup of tea and cradling it in her hands, she nodded. "Yeah, we are inside that weird pyramid somehow. This place is the great river, which is supposed to flow endlessly from the future into the past." He sighed in relief. It seemed that Effie and Jet had learned a few things about the nature of the third nightmare as well. Indeed. Because of the nature of the great river, there are all kinds of strange things happening to time in this nightmare. For example, Nephis and I have been here for about 4 months now, but Cassie has been here for more than a year. Nephis and Cassie nodded calmly since they had already known that fact. Jet, however, seemed perplexed. "What?" Sunny looked at her, lingered for a moment, and said, "Yeah, what about you?" Soul Reaper suddenly seemed uncertain. He touched her hair briefly, then blinked a couple times. "About 2 months?" "Effie and I were sent to the same place 2 months ago." This time, it was Neff's and Cassie's turn to look stunned. "How can that be?" Sunny smiled faintly. "I'll explain in a bit, but first, Jet, can you tell us what has happened to you two?" She took a sip of tea, then smiled back at him. "Sure, why not?" Jet's icy blue eye grew a little distant. "The 3 of you must know more about this place than we do. Look, you even have a ship, Effie and I. We weren't that lucky. The people whose roles we've taken belong to a tribe of river nomads. Their ancestors were the survivors of one of the destroyed cities, I think. But these guys, they had already regressed into abject savagery, which is not that surprising, really, considering how they lived." She sighed. The river nomads did not have a place to live, constantly migrating instead. They rode sea creatures as steeds and hunted weaker abominations for sustenance. When defiled or powerful nightmare creatures appeared, they ran. Actually, their way of life was really ingenious and tenacious. I have never even thought that it was possible for humans to live entirely in the water without ever stepping foot on land. Cassie tilted her head a little, confused. These nomads, they were riverborn? Sunny was confused too. How could riverborn lead nomadic lives? Weren't they bound to a span of the great river they were born on? Jet nodded somberly. "Yeah, that was why they regressed that much, that quickly. The nomads lived very short lives, you see. No generation lasted more than a couple of decades. They rarely remained as children for more than a year or 2, and were expected to join the hunts immediately after. If there was danger, the older generation was sacrificed to let the younger one escape. Even if there was no danger, they had to follow the abominations they could hunt." "So," she shook her head, "they might have looked like adults, but in reality it was a tribe where no one ever reached adulthood. They were all ignorant, savage kids." Soul Reaper leaned back, fed her crow echo a grape, and grimaced. "Well, By the time Effie and I came around, it could barely be called a tribe. There were maybe a dozen people left. All the other nomad tribes seemed to have gone extinct already as well. We were most likely the last. Her expression darkened slightly. So we tried to keep them alive and find out where we were, what was happening, and how to conquer the nightmare. It took us some time to learn how to live the lives of the great river nomads. In the process, we also learned from the surviving tribesmen about the Tomb of Ariel, the great river, the defilement, and the fall of the river cities. Oh, and we fought plenty of nightmare creatures. Well, I did, at least. Jet stretched and then winced, briefly touching one of her bandages. Everything went, if not well, then at least all right, until we stumbled on an especially powerful swarm of the drowned. Our tribe at that point, there were no children among the nomads anymore, so there was not even a point in trying to run. In the battle, everyone was killed. Only Effie and I managed to escape. Sunny noted that Jet and Effie remained outsiders, despite having taken the roles of two riverborn people. It was an interesting fact. Meanwhile, she shrugged and continued. Usually, our mounts would have been fast enough to give a slip to most enemies, but the drowned pursued us relentlessly, as if it was their life's mission to obliterate all nomads. The sea creatures we rode had also been wounded in the battle, so they were gradually slowing down after about a week of running away and fighting pitched battles with those bastards. We got lost in the mist and then sucked into this whirlpool. I only managed to send my echo out, hoping against all hope that Crow would manage to find one of you. Soul Reaper looked at the black bird and smiled. Then her smile faded slowly. Effie and I were separated while trying to reach the island, and here we are, I guess. Nephis glanced at Cassie, then frowned a little.
What do you mean? How long have you been here?
Jet looked at her with surprise. There, the moment of truth. She scratched her head. A couple hours? I landed, tried to search for Effie, and got lost in the mist. Then that thing attacked me. I managed to flee, but she would have probably finished me off soon if not for Sunny. Talk about a prince on a white horse. Who needs one when there's a pauper on a black horse, right? Soul Reaper grinned and downed the rest of her tea in one gulp. A satisfied expression appeared on her face. Nephis and Cassie, meanwhile, seemed troubled. The blind girl frowned. But how is it possible? Your echo arrived at Fallen Grace many months ago. Jet stared at her, bewildered. What? Wait, I thought that you guys were already on the island. Wasn't that why Crow was able to find Sunny so fast? Cassie shook her head. No, we only ventured to find Windflower after learning that the two of you were here. Soul Reaper leaned back. That doesn't make any sense. Everyone grew quiet, failing to understand the strange discrepancy. In that silence, Sunny finally spoke. It's because time moves in a circle on this island. Chapter 1411, Monster Preserve. Nephis, Cassie, and Jet stared at him incredulously. Pierced by three intense gazes, each belonging to a beautiful woman, Sunny shifted uncomfortably and pulled on the collar of the Shroud of Dusk. I think I really need to start socializing with guys more. Why am I always surrounded by lethal beauties? Eventually, Nephis repeated his words evenly. Moves in a circle. Sunny nodded. Yes, I only became aware of it a few hours ago, or a few revolutions ago, to be precise. Think about it. The waters of the great river represent time, and we are surrounded by an enormous whirlpool. So, he pointed to Jet. You only remember being on Windflower for a couple of hours, but in fact you've been here for almost a year. The time you spent in the nightmare is the same as Cassie. Looking at their tense expressions, Sunny sighed. Well, in fact, what I said earlier is not entirely accurate. It seems that Nephis and I entered the nightmare 4 months ago, while you and Cassie entered it more than a year ago, but there is no telling how many times the time repeated itself before I became aware of the loop, so, although I don't think that it's the case, we might very well have been stuck on this island for 100 years. There's no way to tell unless we leave. Everyone remained silent for a while. When the pause grew too long, Cassie finally asked in a hesitant tone, These previous revolutions, do you mean that we have already explored the island several times, but you are the only one who remembers it? Sonny's face grew dark. He looked away, grimaced, and then said somberly, "Explored the island? Not really. We barely left the beach when undying slaughter attacked Jet in the forest. Each time I went ahead to try and stop her, and each time I died miserably. Jet, too." Soul Reaper threw a sharp glance at him and paled a little. It was not a pleasant thing to hear that you had been killed. The corners of her mouth twisted into a dark smile. How regrettable. He sighed. This is the first time I managed to live past an hour, so I don't really know much about the loop yet. I'm sure it doesn't terminate each time I die, which means that Nephis and Cassie must have lived longer. You might have even survived long enough to reach the termination point, but since your memories are erased between revolutions, it's impossible to tell. Nephis raised an eyebrow. Why are you the only one who remembers? Sonny pointed to the sin of solace, the sword, not the wraith which lay on a crate nearby. I suspect it has something to do with this cursed sword of mine. Its spirit was actually the first one to show signs of knowing about the loop. She seemed to accept the explanation after thinking about it for a few moments. Jet sighed and leaned forward to pour herself more tea. Cassie gripped the guiding light tighter, lost in thought. After a minute passed in silence, Nephis looked at Sonny and asked, "What is undying slaughter like?" His expression froze. Struggling to suppress an involuntary shiver, Sonny lingered for a few moments and then said evenly, "She's a horror." He grimaced, and then described his encounters with the defiled monstrosity in as much detail as he could. As he did, the faces of his companions grew more and more somber. Eventually, Nephis briefly glanced at Jet, and then looked away. Formidable. If we attack together, what do you think our chances will be? Sonny slowly shook his head. At least some of us will die. All of us, most likely. Especially with how low on essence you are, she sighed. Then we avoid battle, for now. He blinked. For now, Nephis looked at him and shrugged calmly. We'll have to face the 6 plagues eventually. Now, however, is not the right time. Sonny was a little bit aggrieved. Did she not hear how absolutely terrifying that thing is? But then again, it was Nephis he was talking about. Actually, it was already incredible that she had not suggested attacking undying slaughter right away, saying something like, "It's just a defiled version of one of the most deadly masters in the world, but long past reaching sainthood." That was personal growth right there. Cassie slowly shook her head. "We might avoid fighting undying slaughter, but I don't think we can avoid battle." Jet looked at her curiously. "What do you mean?" The blind girl hesitated for a moment. "If it's like Sonny said, then I finally understand why this place feels so dangerous. Think about it. Previously, we only knew that no one returns from Windflower. Human ships, the defiled, nightmare creatures, very few things that enter the whirlpool can ever escape. I assumed that all these beings had perished here somehow. But if some of them are trapped in this time loop just like us," her face paled a little, "then this island is teeming with all kinds of abominations that have been caught but managed to reach the island instead of being swallowed by the vortex. How many of them must have accumulated here over the centuries? How many horrors are hiding in the mist?" Cassie shook her head. "If the time loop really exists, then, Windflower, it's like a monster preserve, and uneasy silence settled in the cargo bay." Everyone's expressions grew ugly. A monster preserve. Sonny looked resentfully into the distance. She was right. Considering the pulling force of the vortex, all kinds of abominable creatures must have been caught by the whirlpool over the centuries. Most of them had perished in its depths, but plenty would have managed to reach the island, and since time here was stagnant, moving in a circle, all of them were still here, good as new. A chill crept up his spine. This place? Just what kind of hell was it? Nephis, meanwhile, rose and put her hand on the hilt of her sword. Her usually impassive face was somber but determined. "Be that as it may, our goal still remains the same. The rest of them looked at her silently. She frowned. Our goal was to find Effie and Soul Reaper Jet, then return to Fallen Grace. We are still missing Effie, so no matter if there is a time anomaly or not, nothing really changed. We have no choice but to venture out, find her, and escape. Sunny gave her a grim look. There is one problem, though, who is going to fuel the chainbreaker with essence. Yours is already consumed, and it won't be sufficiently replenished anytime soon. Nephis shrugged. You can do it, as long as we time our escape and leave at dusk. Or dawn, he sighed, then stood up and nodded. All right, then. I agree. The longer we wait, the higher the chances are that Effie will meet fatal danger. Let's make a detour to avoid undying slaughter and follow the guiding light deeper inland. Jet winced, but stood up too. Her bandages were painted red by blood. Count me in, finally. Only Cassie was left sitting. She glanced at the sacred staff in her hand, then rose and took a deep breath. No time to waste, then. After spending a little time to discuss their strategy and prepare, the group left the chain breaker and stepped on the white sand once again. Chapter 14:12. Misty Forest, Sunny had managed to survive longer than an hour. He had avoided clashing with undying slaughter and even rescued Jet. And yet, he was not very reassured as the cohort left the chain breaker behind and ventured into the swirling mist once again. He was not confident that they would survive at all. In fact, he dreaded Windflower even more. How many times do you think you can die before sanity abandons you completely? The sin of Solace, who was walking alongside him, was not helping at all. The sword wraith laughed. Considering how thick your skull is, I'd wager a few dozen times more. Yes, after that, you'll probably turn into a drooling fool. Gods. I wonder if I'll still be stuck with you after you've become a vegetable. Trying to ignore the infuriating apparition, Sunny kept his eyes on the fog in your dreams. He only had to take one look at Nightmare to know that a few dozen deaths would not break him. The sin of Solace was simply gloating. A few years of torturous deaths, though. We need to escape this horrible place as soon as possible. The cohort was advancing up the beach in a similar formation to the previous revolutions, but now Jet was walking behind Sunny and Nephis. Cassie had summoned her echoes as well, who were now moving in front of Nightmare. Together they represented a formidable battle force, and yet Sunny did not know if their power was enough to survive the suffocating fog of Windflower. I'm starting to understand why there are so few saints around. This time, they chose a direction opposite of where the stone steps and undying slaughter were. Instead of moving directly toward the cliffs, they followed along the edge of the island, eventually reaching the border of the bay. There, they ascended the wall of black rock and reached the plateau above. Sunny used Shadow Step to arrive there first and guarded the landing until the other members of the cohort climbed up. By the time everyone did, the second hour since their arrival on Windflower should have been well over above the cliffs. It was the same landscape. A forest of tall pine trees stretched in front of them, white fog swirling between the ancient trunks. Being in the mist had felt suffocating from the very start, but now that Sunny knew that a dreadful wraith could be hiding in it, the feeling grew 10 times worse. The echo of the Sybil glided forward, the hem of her red dress hovering just above the moss. The rest of them followed. They followed the soft radiance of the guiding light into the murky depths of the forest. The fog swallowed everything behind, muffling the sounds and flowing slowly between the ancient trees. A few minutes passed in tense silence, then a few more. It was hard to keep track of time in this misty limbo, but eventually Sunny judged that another hour had passed. At that time, Nephis raised a hand and said, "Stop." She seemed to have recovered from essence exhaustion, enough so, at least, to regain access to her dormant ability. Now that she had, Jet could finally be healed. Sunny and Cassie watched the fog as Nephis placed her hands on Soul Reaper's back. They shone with soft white light, and soon Jet's face cleared. She took a deep breath and smiled in satisfaction. At the same time, Neph's eyes grew a little cloudy. She sighed softly and took a step back. If Sunny did not know better, he would not have suspected that she was enduring harrowing pain. Let's continue. They were about to move again when Cassie suddenly turned her head. The blind girl remained motionless for a moment, then jumped down from Nightmare's back. Something is approaching. Get ready, curses. Sunny snarled, holding the sin of solace in one hand and the cruel sight in its short sword form in another. Nephis swiftly drew her longsword and dismissed its scabbard. Jet raised her glaive into a high stance. Saint Fiend, Nightmare, and the two echoes moved to surround the humans in a protective circle. The quiet dancer floated up and hovered above Cassie's shoulder, its tip pointing into the depths of the forest. Everything grew still for a moment. Sunny stared into the swirling mist, not knowing where the attack would come from. He couldn't see anything, couldn't hear anything. Even his shadow sense was suppressed. Above us. Damna? Before he could finish the thought, something massive fell on them from above Turin. It was a huge, grotesque nightmare creature that resembled a carcass of an enormous black leopard, its bones protruding from the rotting flesh. Its tail was abnormally long, segmented and ended in a revolting circular maw that brimmed with needle-like teeth. The creature's own yellow canines, though, were much more terrifying. Each was as long as a greatsword and covered in dried blood. The abomination was so large that its shadow covered the entire cohort. Much worse, the moment Sunny saw it, he felt an invisible pressure wash over him, filling his heart with a sense of dread. It was a great beast. Before the monstrosity could plummet on the cohort, two towering shadow tentacles rose from the ground and entangled its front limbs, slowing the creature down. The beast's skeletal jaws snapped viciously, obliterating the manifested shadows in an instant, but it gave the members of the cohort enough time, at least, to dash in different directions. The abomination landed on the spot where they had been a split second ago. The ghastly tail of the creature was already shooting back with terrifying speed. Its circular maw opened to bite into Cassie's flesh. The blind girl sidestepped, barely avoiding being torn apart by it, and brought her staff down on the segmented tail. A moment later, she was flung aside like an ant on the other side. The beast swiped its rotting paw in the direction Sunny and Nephis, augmented by the shadows and soul flame. Both managed to dodge the lethal blow, even if it was just by a hair's breadth. But as soon as they did, the creature's jaws were already in front of them, ready to snap shut and turn the two humans into chunks of torn meat. Neither Sunny nor Nephis had regained their balance yet. There was no for them to evade. Luckily, at that moment, Saint crashed into the side of the abomination's head, using her shield as a siege ramp. The power of the blow was terrible enough to bring a fortress wall down, but the skull of the great beast only swung to the side a little. It did not seem as if the creature had sustained any damage at all. And all of that, from the moment the creature landed to now, only took a split second to happen. Not good. The azure serpent had been a king among beasts, while this one was merely a beast. And yet, it was a great nightmare creature. It was too powerful, too fast, and too resilient. Can we defeat it? Sunny knew that they could with his shadows, Cassie's echoes, and especially the Crown of Dawn. They had a non-negligible chance of defeating this monstrosity. However, they could also all die here. I don't want to die. Even knowing that he would most likely return to the starting point of the loop, Sunny still shuddered at the thought of having his flesh torn apart and his bones ground to dust. He was even more reluctant to watch his companions be killed by the ghastly abomination. It's simple. Don't die, then. Gritting his teeth, he lunged forward. Chapter 1413, Falling Trees. The quiet dancer zipped through the air and hit the base of the great beast's revolting tail. However, the sharp tip of the temperamental echo bounced off the tough hide of the creature without leaving even a scratch on it. At the same time, Fiend growled and put himself in the path of the creature's crushing paw. The towering ogre was barely able to grasp it. The decaying claws of the abomination struck him on the chest, leaving deep grooves in the black silver. The ground under the gluttonous shadow caved in, but he remained standing for a moment. Then the horrid beast pushed Fiend down and covered him with its massive paw. At the same time, Saint dodged the snapping jaws and lashed out with her sword, leaving a thin crack on the creature's skeletal snout. The dead Sybil and the clockwork swordsman attacked the enemy from behind. Nightmare rammed into it, lowering his head to gore the abominations with his horns. Then all of them were flung aside. The steel mannequin dissolved into a rain of sparks, destroyed. The Sybil collided with a trunk of an ancient pine, shattered it into splinters, and fell to the ground, unmoving. Nightmare barely managed to dissolve into the shadows in time, but still lost a large chunk of flesh. Saint blocked the blow with her shield and slid a dozen meters back. The shadows and the echoes only lasted a second against the great beast's fury, but that second gave Sunny time to call upon the shadows and manifest them into the shadow spawn shell. He wished he could assume the form of the onyx serpent, but it was poorly suited for battles on land. A tide of darkness flowed from the open gate of the shadow lantern, rising to form into countless chains. They bound the ghastly creature like ropes, but were torn apart a moment later. Sunny, Nephis, and Jet launched their attack. Neph's silvery longsword ignited with blinding radiance as she dove under the abomination's jaws and thrust her weapon into its neck. Sunny delivered a devastating blow to the monstrous leopard's snout. Empowered by the crown of dawn, the sin of solace sent a few small fragments of bone flying. Jet lunged at the great beast from the side, aiming to plunge her glaive into its very soul. But before she could, the long, flexible tail of the horrid creature whipped around. Jet barely managed to avoid it by dashing back, while Sunny was not so lucky. His movements were suppressed by the need to keep himself away from the harrowing jaws, and so the circular maw at the end of the segmented tail greedily closed on the side of the shadow spawn. The right shoulder and side of his shell were entirely destroyed. Sunny instantly lost two of his four arms. One simply disappeared, the other fell apart, revealing shredded human flesh beneath. Neph's sword pierced the great beast's neck, but before she could deal significant damage, a lightning-fast strike of a mighty paw destroyed the radiant blade and sent her rolling away. Sunny stumbled back, desperately trying to prevent his shell from crumbling, and using the shadows of the misty forest to try and hastily repair the damage. They had managed to make the great beast bleed, or rather delivered it a wound. The decaying creature did not seem like something that had blood running through its veins. However, does it even mean anything? Just in a few seconds, one of Cassie's echoes had been destroyed, while the other one was heavily damaged. Nightmare was already wounded. Fiend had escaped from beneath the creature's paw, and Saint seemed unharmed as well. But Sunny himself was already injured. His arm was a mess of torn flesh, and although he would not suffer from blood loss, it was in a bad state. Would they be able to kill the ghastly abomination for a split second? The violence subsided. Nephis had nimbly jumped to her feet and was already summoning a different weapon. Jet had regained her balance. Sunny switched to a one-hand grip and prepared both of his swords for an attack. Saint was already closing distance. Cassie was moving forward, the guiding light shimmering in the fog. The decaying leopard opened its skeletal maw and let out a chilling, gurgling growl. When Sunny heard it, his vision blurred slightly. A mental attack? His resistance to mind attacks was high enough to shrug it off, but he felt cold dread nevertheless. Handling the overwhelming physical might of the enormous great beast was already close to impossible. If the abominations possessed more means of subjugating its enemies, this battle would swiftly turn from ugly to hopeless. It was then that another sound reached their ears, echoing eerily in the fog. A loud crack resounded, as if a tree had snapped and was falling somewhere in the forest. The horrid leopard suddenly froze. Its skeletal snout turned, and it lowered its body low to the ground. The segmented tail rose like that of a scorpion, protecting the creature's back. What is this? Why did it look as if the great beast was afraid? Before Sunny could really react, the abomination suddenly moved and rushed away, disappearing into the mist. The wind risen by its departure threw Neph's hair into disarray. The members of the cohort remained motionless, confused, and unnerved by what had just happened. Keeping their weapons in defensive stances, they covered each other's backs and stared tensely into the fog.
What? What is going on?
Jet's voice sounded grim and hoarse. The thick fog veiled everything around. All they could see were the nearest trees and the cold ground under their feet. The ghastly leopard had disappeared like a ghost. There was nothing left but silence. Then another loud crack resounded somewhere in the forest, followed by a muffled rustling. Sunny spun, trying to pinpoint where the noise was coming from. There was another echoing crack, and then another louder one. Because of the mist, it was hard to tell where the trees were falling and why. However, the cracks were growing closer. Damn it! Slowly, the disparate cracks grew into a cacophony of noise, and Sunny felt the ground quaking beneath his feet. Then everything suddenly grew silent once again. Standing back to back with Nephis, Cassie, and Jet, he stared into the fog, feeling cold sweat rolling down his face. The blind girl suddenly shifted, sharply turning around. Following her motion, Sunny saw something dark flying at them from the mist. Cursing, he dodged and felt a large object hitting the ground behind him. Spinning around, Sunny raised the sin of solace and froze. His eyes widened out there in front of him, laying on the ground. Was the ghastly leopard, or rather, its head. The skeletal snout was shattered, and the gaping hollows where the abomination's eyes should have been were dark and empty. There was nothing below the creature's mangled neck, but it did not seem as if it had been severed. Instead, it seemed as if someone or something had violently ripped the abomination's head off with nothing but brutal strength. The great beast was dead. Sunny couldn't help but tremble. What the hell? What could have ripped a great beast apart? Flinching, he forced himself to look away from the revolting head and peered into the fog. Where is it? Where? He couldn't see anything. He couldn't hear anything. He couldn't sense anything. Sunny gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. Cassie. Even if he didn't know from which direction the attack would come from, Cassie would. She could see a few seconds into the future. After all, it was all but impossible to get her by surprise. Turning slightly, Sunny tensely studied the blind girl. She was holding the guiding light in front of her, ready to deflect a sudden attack. It seemed that she had not felt anything dangerous yet. Maybe it's go. But then Cassie's shoulders trembled slightly. Her aspect ability had shown her the future. She did not turn to face the unseen enemy, though. Instead, her hands dropped and she lowered her head, which meant that in the future Cassie saw, there was no escape. Sunny stared at her in disbelief. No. A moment later, he was swallowed by a heavy shadow. Looking up, Sunny saw a hand stretching toward them from the fog above. It seemed like a human hand, except that it was almost the same size as the great beast had been. He could see the lines on the giant palm and the blackened, broken, bloodied nails at the ends of the long, bruised fingers. The giant hand moved deceptively slow, but before Sunny could even blink, it was already upon them. Without ever slowing down, it smashed into the members of the cohort, squashing them like bugs. Sunny died. This time his death was mercifully swift. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened. The deck of the chainbreaker felt solid under his feet. This time he simply peered into the fog instead of looking around. Not that he could see anything. His gaze was dark and hollow. I failed again. His face was pale and unmoving. In front of him, the mists of Windflower flowed slowly, swirling in indifference as they devoured the world. Everything was as it had been before. Nephis and Cassie were talking about the guiding light. With no one noticing his hollow eyes, Sunny lingered for a while, then walked over to Nightmare. He reached to adjust the stirrups and froze. After a moment of hesitation, Sunny climbed into the saddle instead. His companions looked at him in confusion. Sunny, he stared into the mist. Stay here for a while, please. I'll be back soon. With that, Nightmare leaped off the deck of the chainbreaker and carried him into the fog. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The ghastly leopard had already been bad enough. Yet Sunny felt that the cohort would have been able to slay the dreadful creature if at a steep cost. But that bloodied hand, they had not even caught a glimpse of the nebulous being that wandered the mist snapping the towering pine trees like matchsticks. It had torn a great beast apart and obliterated them so casually. How was Sonny supposed to contend with something that oppressive and ineffable? It felt as though something was pressing down heavily on his heart. Was it fear? Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Sonny guided Nightmare into the misty forest. He spent some time searching for Jet, found her, and brought her back to the chainbreaker. He waited for her to explain how she had ended up on Windflower, then told everyone about the time loop. There were some deviations from the previous conversations, but mostly it went almost exactly the same. In the end, Nephis suggested going after Effie once again. Sonny stared at her in silence, remembering the brief but gruesome moment of all of them being crushed under the giant bloodied palm. Then he shook his head somberly. "We tried already, as I said. It didn't end well." Nephis met his gaze, a subtle frown twisting the beautiful lines of her face. "We can do better this time. What's the alternative? Give up and run?" She shook her head. "No, we can't even run away until nightfall. Before then, you won't have enough essence to empower the chain breaker and carry us across the vortex." Sonny sighed and rose to his feet, glancing at his companions. He said, "I agree, we must continue trying, but we don't need to keep trying the same thing. Our combined strength is not enough to brave the mist, at least not when we don't know anything about the dangers it hides." Jet leaned back, then winced when her wounded back touched the bulkhead and returned to her previous position. "So what do you suggest?" Sonny shrugged. "Use speed instead of strength. The group of us was intercepted and killed, but a single swift scout can make it through. Basically, I'll go retrieve Effie the same way I retrieved Jet. You three stay here, recover, and treat her wounds." Nephis lingered for a while. It was hard to read her expression, but she seemed reluctant to let Sonny take all the risk. "I don't like it." He shrugged. "What does that have to do with anything? Like it or not, that seems to be the best option right now." They discussed the situation some more, but in the end, Sonny managed to convince the other members of the cohort to stay hidden aboard the chainbreaker. It wasn't that unreasonable, anyway. Nephis was suffering from essence exhaustion, Jet was heavily injured, and Cassie did not possess a lot of physical prowess, despite her insidious aspect. She was at her weakest in battles against overwhelmingly powerful adversaries. Considering her lacking physicality, an enemy who was fast, strong, and inevitable enough would leave no opportunity for the blind girl to exploit. Sensing a few seconds into the future was useless if those seconds did not allow her to change anything. "I'm going," saying those words, Sonny once again rode Nightmare and dove into the mist. "I can do it. I can. Can I do it?" This time he was holding the guiding light in his hand. The softly shining crystal at the tip of the sacred staff was pointing deeper inland. However, Sonny couldn't follow its guidance directly. Somewhere out there in front of him, undying slaughter was hiding in the mist. To his left was the territory of the great beast, the decaying leopard. That was also where they had met the harrowing giant the last time, so this time Sonny turned right. Reaching the end of the beach, he and Nightmare turned into shadows and scaled the black cliffs. Sonny had passed this way once already, the first time he had carried Jet back. However, that time they had been moving along the outer border of the island, so he did not know what was waiting for him on the surface. There was only the same forest and the same fog. Leaving the shadows, he sent Nightmare running across the narrow strip of land between the edge of the cliffs and trees. It was some time before the trees receded, and the forest suddenly came to an end. Sonny stopped his steed, looking forward tensely. In front of him, the pine trees gave way to an open field. Most of it was obscured by mist, but he could see vague shapes rising from it like tall pillars. They emanated a chilling, dire, and vaguely familiar feeling. Sonny hesitated for a while, then turned into a shadow and cautiously slithered forward. Soon the tall shapes revealed themselves fully. He grew somber after recognizing them for what they were. The towering pillars were, in fact, giant bones. The entire shore in this part of Windflower was littered by them. as if it was a graveyard for all kinds of gargantuan beings. From the look of the ancient remains, the leviathans that had left them behind were all nightmare creatures, abominable, dreadful, and appalling dwellers of the depths. Sunny was both shocked and unnerved by witnessing the skeletal remains of so many depth dwellers. Had their bones been carried here by someone? Had the abominations come to this shore to die on their own over the ages, or had there been a titanic battle here that led to all these monstrous creatures being slaughtered by an unknown assailant? He did not know what he did now, however, suppressing his panic. Sunny hid in the skull of an especially large creature and looked ahead. There, no more than 24 meters away from him, something dark and massive had just moved in the fog. Sunny would have held his breath if he wasn't a shadow at the moment. Out there in front of him, something massive was hiding in the fog. If not for the slight movement just now, he would have mistaken it for another pile of towering bones. That movement might have saved his life. Curse it, because of the mist, he could only see a vague, dark shape. The details were obscured, and he could tell that the creature was enormous. It also instilled him with a deep, bestial feeling of dread. A strange, sweet smell permeated the air. Sunny froze, hiding in the skull of a dead leviathan. He did not know what to do. Moving forward was out of the question. But moving back could potentially inform the enemy of his presence as well. That only left Shadow Step. However, before he tried to slip away, Sunny lingered for a few moments. Something was gnawing at him. Why did this presence feel familiar? He had felt a strange familiarity ever since entering the monster graveyard. It was faint, but unmistakable. Why? Had he been to this part of the island already in one of the revolutions that he did not remember? No, that did not make any sense. Before becoming aware of the loop, Sunny had to have repeated the same actions over and over, going forward alone to rescue Jet, and dying to undying Slaughter's ghostly blade. So how could anything on Windflower feel familiar? At that moment, a strong gale blew from the direction of the vortex, and the mist receded. The giant creature hiding in the fog was revealed in all its eerie, grotesque beauty. Sunny shuddered. The massive shape he had noticed was a revolting butterfly. The butterfly's wings and back were black, but its body and underbelly were the color of white bone. It had 6 long, seemingly fragile legs that ended in sharp points, and 2 enormous faceted eyes that were like orbs of pure darkness. Between them was a disturbingly long, oily black beak, which was currently bent into a spiral like an elephant's trunk. 2 long antennae rose from its head. The eerie black butterfly was about 100 meters in size. It was the same great monster that had battled the Serpent King for an entire month for the right to devour the remains of the black turtle. The dark butterfly? What is it doing here? For a few moments, Sunny's mind was in turmoil. He had traveled so far into the past from the beginning of the nightmare, and yet this grotesque horror somehow ended catching up to him nevertheless. Had it been following him and Nephis from the start? But then Sunny felt a hint of relief. Although this abomination was almost exactly like the great monster he was familiar with, it was also subtly different. The pattern of bone-white scales on its belly was not the same. The jagged edges of its wings were not the same. The length of its antennae was not the same, either. Sunny had been staring at the original dark butterfly for an entire month, so he remembered its ethereally alien appearance in perfect detail. This one might have belonged to the same tribe of nightmare creatures, but was a different abomination altogether, which was not to say that it wasn't equally harrowing. Damn it, first a great beast, and now a great monster. Just how impossible was this third nightmare supposed to be? And here he was, hoping that things would go easier if he chose a different path this time. Sunny swallowed his resentment and stared at the gargantuan abomination. The thing was much, much larger than the chainbreaker. If they tried to fly away from the island and were caught by it in the air, there was no doubt what fate awaited them. Things had just gotten much more complicated. I'll have to go around the monster graveyard for now. The mist was already flowing back to hide the eerie creature. Before it did, Sunny followed a whim and peered into the soul of the dark butterfly, wanting to make sure that it, too, was a great monster. Then he froze, dumbfounded. A few moments passed before a coherent thought could form in his mind. What? Beneath the surface of the aerial giant's carapace, where the tendrils of the revolting darkness were supposed to be, there was nothing. There were no nodes of spreading corruption, and neither were there radiant suns of shining soul cores. Instead, the creature's soul was empty. No, there was no soul inside that monstrous body at all. The dark butterfly was. It's hollow. Sonny knew of awakened who had lost their souls in the dream realm, and were left as empty shells, living but truly dead. However, he had never heard of anything similar happening to nightmare creatures. How could it, if abominations did not travel between the two worlds in their sleep? Their rotten souls were always safely anchored within their bodies. Of course, if an abomination's soul was somehow destroyed without damaging the body, there was a small chance that the body would continue to live on, empty and void of conscience. He hesitated for a few moments and then cautiously left the skull of a dead leviathan. Sliding closer to the giant butterfly, Sonny extended his senses and studied its shadow. The shadow was empty, like the shadows of all inanimate objects were. The dark butterfly that had frightened him so much, was it no threat at all? Sonny remained in the form of the shadow for a while, observing the gargantuan creature. The great monster sat among the bones, with its wings laying listlessly on the ground. It seemed to be breathing, but other than that it remained absolutely still. Its giant faceted eyes were dull and empty. After a while, Sonny returned to his tangible form and cautiously approached the creature. Even when he walked to stand under its terrifying beak, the dark butterfly did not react. It truly is hollow. He hesitated for a few moments, then looked down there in the shadow of the creature's wings. Clusters of revolting eggs were embedded into slimy cocoons. Each egg was twice the size of Sonny and translucent. He could see the viscous, milky liquid, and the shapes of giant worm-like larvae within the shadows of the eggs were just as lifeless as the butterfly itself. Sonny stared at the eggs for a while, then threw a glance at the great monster. Then, holding his breath, he walked forward and sliced one open with the sin of solace. The revolting larva fell apart and convulsed, dead. However, the spell did not announce a kill. He did not receive shadow fragments either. There were no soul shards in the repulsive flesh of the dead giant worm. Hollow. Sonny shivered. What is going on? Suddenly, terrified. He backed away, then turned around and walked into the mist. It took him a lot of effort to not run. All of it. The torturous deaths, the suffocating mist, the orchard of ancient bones, the hollow monster was too much to endure. Walking among the remains of dead horrors, enveloped in milky fog, Sonny couldn't help but feel that this hell was everything there was to the world. Everything else, all that existed in his memory, felt like a strange, distant dream. Climbing into the saddle of nightmare, he raised the guiding light and slumped, trembling after a while. He said hoarsely, "Let's go." Soon, the towering bones disappeared into the mist. As nightmare carried him away from the graveyard of horrors, Sonny managed to regain some of his composure. By then, they were moving deeper inland, following the light of the sacred staff. Effie was supposed to be at the end of that light. As time passed, he couldn't help but think back to the hollow butterfly. The great monster must have landed on the hidden island a long time ago, but also only a few hours ago to lay eggs. Then, it was caught in the time loop and somehow ended up with its soul destroyed. Sonny had never heard about a nightmare creature becoming hollow, but it was not impossible. The question was, how had it happened? The obvious answer was that the gargantuan creature had been attacked by someone who could destroy souls. When a soul was destroyed, the body usually died with it, but on rare occasions it survived. That was how hollow humans appeared, so the same thing could have happened to this great monster. There certainly could be a creature capable of shattering souls on this hellish island, and powerful enough to slay a great monster. In fact, Sonny did not even need to ponder long to think of one. Wasn't undying slaughter a perfect candidate? Killing a great monster was all but a hopeless endeavor for the members of the cohort. But to the mist wraith, it would be no different from what facing carapace centurions had been for the sleepers of the forgotten shore. Fatally dangerous, but not at all impossible. There could be more soul-breakers on Windflower as well. That said, somehow Sonny did not think that that was what had happened. Not because he didn't think that Undying Slaughter was incapable of slaying the Dark Butterfly, but because he didn't think that she was capable of doing so without leaving any trace of the battle. The Dark Butterfly was a great monster, and as such, it possessed 2 corruption cores. That meant that the defiled wraith had to deliver at least 2 blows to its soul in order to destroy it. Would the aerial horror have remained idle while it was being killed? Not a chance. If it had been attacked, the whole place would have been turned upside down with one flip of its enormous wings. And yet there was no trace of destruction around the monstrous butterfly. The bones surrounding it were unharmed and the ground was unbroken. All its eggs were whole. It was almost as if the great monster had simply ceased to be, peacefully and without even noticing. The same went for the revolting larvae. How could it be? Sonny felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He had no reason to make this conclusion, but he felt that he had an idea. Was it because of the time loop, riding through the mist? Sonny gripped the guiding light tighter. The sin of solace had asked him before how many deaths Sonny would be able to endure before turning into a drooling fool. The answer was quite a lot. But there was no question that he had a limit. After spending a few years on Windflower, his mental state would inevitably deteriorate. Although his flesh was miraculously restored every time he returned to the starting point of the loop, the mental scars remained. What about spiritual scars? Sonny did not know a lot about souls, but he knew that they could be damaged, they could also be healed, and possessed the ability to slowly mend themselves just like flesh did, and just like flesh, there was a limit to how much punishment souls could withstand. So what was going to happen to his soul after he spent a long time being killed and reborn in the loop? Would it be covered by scars and gaping wounds? Was it going to collapse, eventually? Maybe it would take a year, or a few years, or a few hundred years, or a few months. When would his soul reach its limit? Sonny was unique because he had become aware of the loop and kept his memories after returning to the past. As far as he knew, no one except him bore the mental scars of the previous revolutions. Their minds were wiped clean, but maybe their souls weren't, at least not entirely. So if the Dark Butterfly had landed on Windflower countless years ago, maybe even the soul of a great monster could not withstand the terrible curse of the whirlpool of time. I have to be careful. If a great monster, a creature with a soul infinitely more vast and potent than his had been made hollow by the time loop, then Sonny would be as well. He had never consciously relied on the nature of the repeating time, but deep down inside, Sonny was consoled by the thought that his failures would be erased, and he would get another chance, and then another, and another, and another. But all this time he was most likely on a timer. Time was merciless, and even when it repeated itself, living beings were not meant to be eternal. I have to make each revolution count. Steeling himself, Sonny looked into the surrounding mist and forced himself to calm down. Right now, he needed to survive the trip into the depths of the island, find Effie, and return to the chainbreaker. That was all he had to think about. There were many harrowing creatures hiding in the fog, without a doubt. But he was one of the most elusive awakened in the world, even in the Antarctic center. When everyone had perished, Sonny managed to escape alive. He might not be able to slay Undying Slaughter, the dreadful giant wandering the mist, and the other abominations trapped on Windflower, but he would at least have a chance to run away from them. Not the most courageous statement, but who needs courage anyway? Being a coward is what keeps people alive. He vaguely remembered lecturing Master Roan on the topic. That past seemed so distant. Sonny wondered how the White Feather Clan was doing. By now, Antarctica must have been completely decimated. Had St. Tyrus and her people been able to evacuate in time, or were they gone too? Shaking his head, he threw all unnecessary thoughts away and concentrated on his surroundings. Nightmare had carried him far inland by now. They were once again in the pine forest, but did it only seem that way? Or was the mist less thick here? Somewhat surprised, Sonny realized that he could see much further in the fog than he had before. The ground was also inclined, as if they were climbing a hill. The higher they climbed and the closer to the center of Windflower they traveled, the less oppressive the mist became. And then when they finally crested the hill, Sunny stopped Nightmare and looked up, feeling a cold shadow fall upon him. In front of him, some distance away, a tall tower rose into the sky. Its windows were dark except for one. At the very top of the tower, a single window shone with a bright, warm, welcoming light. Sunny remained motionless for a while, looking at the landscape in front of him. The tower stood on a tall black cliff, perched on top of it like a gray obelisk. There were stone steps climbing down the cliff from its ornate gate, leading to a bridge that arched across the wide moat. Surrounded by the forest from all sides, the tower was like an island in the sea of swirling white mist. The light in one of its windows was not the only peculiar thing Sunny had noticed, too. The most striking detail was the moat itself. The water in it was churning and flowing, moving endlessly in a circle. The current was powerful enough to dissuade Sunny from trying to cross it. Not he would consider doing such a thing on an island surrounded by a mysterious whirlpool of time that made the bridge the only feasible way of getting to the tower apart from flying. The bridge, however, Sunny's expression dimmed. The bridge was littered with inhuman bones. There were a few living nightmare creatures standing on it as well, all of them stiff and eerily motionless, as if petrified. Just one look at that scene made Sunny reluctant to go anywhere near the bridge. He did not need to, anyway. The guiding light was pointing past the tower at the vast expanse of the misty forest behind it. Effie seemed to have landed on the opposite side of the island from Jet. Still, it was not going to hurt him to observe the tower some more. It was the former citadel of the powerful Seeker who had once lived on Windflower, after all, even though investigating it was not the reason why Sunny and his companions had arrived at the island. He had a sneaking suspicion that they would end up having to. Somehow, after staring at the tower for a while longer, Sunny noticed that there were runes carved into the base of the black cliff. They were hard to notice from a distance due to the color of the weathered rock, but he had no doubt that there was a massive enchantment of some sort surrounding the Seeker's citadel. Perhaps the bones littering the bridge ended up there because of the enchantment. Finally, Sunny looked up and focused on the single illuminated window at the top of the tower. I do wonder what is hidden there. But it was not his business. Not in this revolution, at least. Rather, Sunny was concerned that the nightmare creatures standing motionlessly on the bridge would regain their senses and catch his scent. Throwing a look at them, he grimaced. Corrupted tyrant, great beast, a terror. The last one did not even look like something that should be able to exist on land. How had that thing reached so far inland? Sunny shook his head, reluctant to find out. He was ready to send Nightmare away when the ground quaked subtly under them. Instantly, Sunny paled. Then the familiar sound of snapping trees reached his ears, making the blood in his veins turn to ice. A split second later, both the rider and his steed disappeared, turning into shadows. Hiding in the darkness, Sunny suppressed his fear and looked in the direction from which the cracking sound had come. Frozen. He watched as a towering figure slowly appeared from the mist. Damnation. Some distance away, something giant was hunched among the trees as Sunny watched, petrified. The terrifying giant slowly straightened and towered above the ancient pines, dwarfing them with its impossible height. The tips of the trees barely reached its waist. That thing is at least 100 meters tall. The giant was vaguely human-like in appearance. At first, Sunny had mistaken it for a beast, but then realized that the ragged fur covering its body was merely a crude cloak sewn from the vast hide of an unknown abomination. The giant seemed to be female. Her gaunt, gargantuan body was brimming with terrifying primal power. There were many bruises, deep cuts, and gaping lacerations marring her dirty skin, most seeping with rotten pus. Her long hair was matted and wild, hanging down messily to obscure her face. Rugged and wrapped in furs, the giantess seemed more bestial than human, and yet she was one, or had been once, at least. Sunny felt unable to move. While he remained in place, the giantess raised one of her enormous, bruised, painfully familiar hands. In it, a grotesque creature that resembled a massive black octopus was struggling desperately, its long tentacles whipping around with enough force to turn the ancient pines into clouds of dust. A viscous, corrosive liquid streamed from them, dissolving everything it touched. However, the giantess did not seem bothered at all. The black acid rolled from her skin like water, not dealing any damage to it. A few moments later, she brought the struggling horror to her mouth and bit into it viciously, tearing away an enormous chunk of revolting flesh. The matted hair parted, revealing her bloodied, twisted face. The giantess was missing one eye, while the other burned with madness and indescribable hunger. Watching the enormous octopus being greedily devoured, Sunny finally realized how the decaying leopard had perished, and whom the hand that had killed the members of the cohort in the last revolution belonged to. Her thoughts turned cold. Devouring beast. Indeed, the nebulous being that wandered the mist was none other than the devouring beast, one of the 6 plagues of the great river. Just like undying slaughter, she was also here on Windflower. She was the future, defiled version of Effie. 2 of them. It made sense, really. Sunny had theorized that the mist wraith had been sent here to satiate her flaw. Why would the devouring beast be any different? Her hunger was just like Jet's need to kill living beings. Without the cities full of humans to devour, it could only lead to disaster. How could a creature that always needed to kill and a creature that always needed to consume remain in Verge? If these 2 abominable slayers were not sent somewhere where their flaws could be contained, they would have brought the city of the defiled to extinction as well. Had they come here voluntarily? Or had the dread Lord lured and imprisoned them here once the sybils were defeated? In any case, the situation of the cohort did not change. Sunny stared at the harrowing giantess for a few more moments, then rushed away as fast as he could. He and Nightmare had to escape before she noticed them. I guess I did find Effie. However, that abomination was not the Effie he wanted to find. Luckily, Sunny managed to slide down the hill and escape into the mist before devouring beast noticed him. Still, he didn't dare to leave the embrace of shadows for a while. Effie's aspect had always been uniquely powerful, which was no surprise, considering its transcendent rank. Even on the Forgotten Shore, there had been few people more capable than her. Some, like Castor of Han Li clan, had been superior to the solitary huntress in certain facets of physical combat, but none had been as well-rounded. That was one of the reasons why Effie had survived years of hunting the Dark City abominations alone. Her aspect was all about battle and physical prowess, so Sunny was not sure that devouring beast even had means of destroying his intangible form. Still, it was better to be safe than sorry. His heart was cold and heavy. How do I fight something like that? Effie's dormant ability granted her a powerful and, more importantly, comprehensive physical augmentation. She was inconceivably strong, fast, enduring, resilient. Now that Sunny was a tyrant, the gap between them was not vast, but she was still superior to him in certain aspects. The same went for her awakened ability. It basically made her skin as tough as steel. Sunny, on the other hand, had his marble shell. The 2 could be compared, but although the shell was more versatile, it was not as stalwart in terms of pure defensive potential. Of course, he had Shadow Step instead, making him much more mobile and elusive on and outside the battlefield. He had Shadow Manifestation as well. While Effie's ascended ability was meant to empower her allies, so there was no question about who would win in a duel. No matter how much Sunny admired his boisterous friend, he knew that she stood no chance in a fight against him. With Shadow Dance, it would not even be close, much more so if his shadows were involved, but that was Effie. Devouring Beast, on the other hand, was a defiled saint. Her transformation was to become a towering giant, and that giant inherited the benefits of her other aspect abilities as well, all of them elevated to a higher rank. The strength of a dozen men, the skin of steel, her gargantuan figure would also be much more visible on a battlefield, making it so that entire armies would be able to see her and benefit from her ascended ability. What a monster! Sunny was already terrified at the thought of having to face the mist wraith in a battle. The bestial giant was, in a sense, even more harrowing. Damn it, damn it! Since when do I have to fight saints on a constant basis? And how did the plagues all transcend anyway? Facing Dire Fang was supposed to be an exception, not the rule. Eventually he decided that there was enough distance between him and the tower to return to his human form. Diving out of the shadows, Sunny leaned on the trunk of a pine tree, breathed in deeply, and then looked at the guiding light. This escape through the shadows had consumed a lot of his essence, probably because he had brought the sacred staff with him. Usually, Sunny was able to pull a certain weight of inanimate objects into shadow step, but perhaps because of the staff's divine nature, it had taken a lot of effort to carry it with him. To his relief, the guiding light was still pointing forward, not back to the tower. For a few moments there, Sunny had been concerned that it would lead him to devouring beast instead of Effie. He hesitated for a bit, then thought about the bestial giant. The radiance of the soul crystal did not change. After a moment, Sunny remembered how Cassie had described getting the sacred staff to work and coughed in embarrassment. Come on, really? Then he concentrated and thought. Miss Guiding Light, can you guide me to devouring beast, please? Despite how foolish Sunny felt, the staff did not react. Its workings were really mysterious. Shaking his head, Sunny thought about Nephis. The radiance of the soul crystal changed, pointing back to where the chainbreaker was. When he thought about Effie, it returned to its previous states. Strange. Pondering the mystery of how the guiding light worked, he commanded Nightmare to emerge from the shadows, climbed into the saddle, and continued traveling through the mist. Windflower turned out to be extremely dangerous, but not as dangerous as Sunny had imagined it to be. There were many harrowing abominations trapped in its fog, certainly, but not as many as he had feared. There were 3 reasons for it. The first one was pretty obvious by now. Cassie had suggested that all nightmare creatures that had been caught by the vortex and managed to reach the island over the centuries were still here, reliving the same period of time over and over again inside the loop. She was both right and wrong. The mist was indeed hiding countless terrifying abominations. Sunny shuddered at the thought of having to fight them all, no matter how powerful, cunning, and lucky the members of the cohort were. They would inevitably die under the onslaught of these ancient horrors over and over again until the souls collapsed. But then again, not all of these creatures were still whole. Many were motionless and empty, just like the dark butterfly he had found in the bone orchard was. The circular passage of time had long turned them hollow. Of those that remained, many were already dead. While moving through the misty forest, Sunny found many areas where the trees had been broken, and bloodied remains of devoured nightmare creatures littered the ground. That was where devouring beast had passed through. In other places, Sunny found ghastly abominations laying on the ground, dead, not a single wound visible on their bodies. That was where undying slaughter had passed through. The 2 defiled had already eviscerated many of the prisoners of Windflower, making the island safer for the members of the cohort in an ironic twist of fate. Without their bloodthirst, Sunny would have never made it that far in a single revolution. He still had to flee and evade many terrible creatures, using Nightmare's speed to escape them. Luck was on his side, and yet Sunny still failed to find Effie this time. At some point, a wide chasm barred the way forward. Not knowing how long it was, and not wanting to prolong the journey by riding around it, Sunny reluctantly dismounted and climbed down. His hope was to reach the bottom of the chasm, walk to the other side, and return to the surface. However, a boundless swarm of monstrous black millipedes was waiting for him in the moist darkness. Much worse, the revolting vermin were somehow able to hunt him even in his intangible form. Sunny was not devoured by the tide of worm-like creatures, but he was forced to move deeper into the chasm to escape them, eventually ending up in a system of caves below the surface of the island. There he felt the approach of the night. Sunny knew that the suns were setting because the enchantment of the Crown of Twilight suddenly activated, replenishing his spent essence. I need to get back to the surface. It was easier said than done, though. The system of caves was not too vast, but he had to move with extreme caution. There was no need to thoroughly scout the caverns to know that there were indescribable horrors hiding in their darkness. Indeed, not long after, he met a creature that tested his ability to remain composed. Even then, Sonny managed to flee with his life, but not before losing several chunks of flesh and most of the skin on his left arm. He persisted. Covered in blood, tired, he and Nightmare continued searching for an exit from the caverns. Eventually, Sonny felt the approaching dawn, and before he knew it, I feel. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened. He was standing on the deck of the chainbreaker, surrounded by mist. What? He was back to the start. Even though he had not died, the time still reversed and was now repeating itself. A stunned expression appeared on Sonny's face. Did I reach the end of the loop? He felt certain that he had the loop only encompassed a single day. Looking into the swirling mist, Sonny let out a long sigh. He suddenly felt tired, or rather, not so suddenly. Time was repeating itself inside the loop, and while his body was restored to its initial condition at the start of each revolution, mental exhaustion remained. The chainbreaker had just landed on the shore of Windflower, but Sonny himself, he had already spent an entire day on highest alert, in constant tension playing a lethal game of cat and mouse with dreadful abominations. And that was after dying miserably several times in a row. Of course, he felt tired. Frowning, Sonny went about the usual routine of asking Cassie and Nephis to wait, then riding Nightmare into the mist to find Jet. Then he brought her back to the chainbreaker and explained the nature of Windflower to the members of the cohort once again. Things were getting repetitive. If there was one constantly changing thing about the time loop, though, it was the sin of solace. The sword wraith had all kinds of hateful comments to whip him with, coming up with new ones in every revolution. Sonny was almost glad to have some variety, even if it was both infuriating and hurtful. After settling the matters on the beached ship, Sonny ventured to find Effie for the second time. However, he failed again. Sonny did not even make it to the dark chasm. He was killed by undying slaughter while searching for Jet. The next time, he fell prey to a horrid creature that resembled an unholy hybrid between a centipede, a scorpion, a human, and a praying mantis. That happened soon after leaving the bone garden. Then, he managed to reach the chasm once again. Instead of climbing down into its perilous darkness, Sonny tried to fly to the other side by turning into a crow. Halfway across, he heard a quiet rustle, and something dove at him from above. The next moment he was back on the deck of the chainbreaker again. During the attempt after that, he was caught by the enormous abomination that devouring beast had consumed near the tower in one of the previous revolutions. Dissolving in the viscous acid, Sonny only managed to growl a hoarse curse. Then his words were replaced by agonized screams back on the chainbreaker. Sonny grabbed the railing and lowered his head. His expression was dim. This island was starting to get on his nerves. While Nephis and Cassie were talking about the guiding light, he stood still, trying to throw the ghastly memories of his latest death out of his mind. Even though Sonny was not a stranger to pain, and even dying, it was not that easy to do. Suddenly, he was not sure that his previous boasts were substantiated. A few years of this, the sin of solace might have been closer to the truth. Shaking his head, Sonny sighed and looked at his companions. After hesitating for a while, he still convinced them to hide and wait for his return. He was confident in his ability to bring Jet to the chainbreaker at least. Sonny knew where exactly she would be at what time, by now. He also knew where approximately undying slaughter would be. It was not too hard to time his actions correctly. I only have one day. Timing was not an issue just yet, but he would need to find the fastest and most efficient way of going through the motions of escaping Windflower eventually. For now, Sonny still needed to observe, discover, and memorize more details. But he was getting tired. If we don't manage to flee this hell soon, I'll have to start seriously considering my mental wellness. It was funny to even think about mental wellness, considering where he was and what was happening to him. But it was a serious issue. Sonny had to care for his mind. Right now, he was enduring blow after blow without giving himself time to rest and recover. Eventually, he would have to slow down and give himself a chance to catch his breath in order to last longer before going insane. Not yet, though. Sunny found Jet and whisked her away before undying Slaughter had a chance to catch up to her past self. Returning to the chainbreaker, he gave his usual speech and departed once again in search of Effie. He reached the bone garden and turned inland. He avoided the horrid mantis. He gave the slip to the giant octopus-like monstrosity, and even escaped from devouring beast without being noticed. Riding past the lonesome tower, he dove back into the misty forest and successfully avoided being killed by the nightmare creatures waiting for him there. Eventually, Sunny reached the chasm again, hiding beneath a tree. He looked somberly at the mist above. He still had no idea what kind of flying horror killed him the last time he tried to cross the chasm. The creature had never attacked him in the forest, but since there was nothing to hide him while traversing the chasm by air, the risk was too great. Climbing down again was also a bad idea. The legion of black millipedes hiding at the bottom of the deep canyon was too dreadful of a foe. Knowing what to expect, Sunny might be able to escape from them. But then again, he might also be either eaten or chased into the caves. Well, they can all go to hell. Summoning Morgan's warbow, he wrapped one of his shadows around the arrow and sent it flying across the chasm. The arrow pierced the mist as fast as lightning and sank into the trunk of a tall pine tree on the other side. Actually, it cut a few of those trees down and only stopped after piercing the fourth or fifth one. The shadow glided down the trunk and reached the ground, dismissing Nightmare. Sunny used Shadow Step and appeared on the other side of the chasm, unharmed. There. Eat that, bastards. It was not the strongest creature that survived, but the most adaptable. And although Sunny was not that strong among the prisoners of Windflower, he was nothing if not resourceful. Grinning darkly, he summoned Nightmare and jumped into the saddle. Did it only seem that way, or had the radiance of the guiding light become a little brighter? Stay alive, Effie? Chapter 1420, Unexpected Complications. On the far side of the island, the misty forest was less thick. The trees stood further apart from each other, and were not as tall as in the other areas. The ground, however, was more rocky and uneven. It rose and fell, forming steep hills and deep ravines. Not that it mattered. Usually, terrain like that would make it hard to see a potential enemy in advance, increasing the risk of walking into an ambush. But with the damned fog veiling everything around, why did it matter? Every kind of terrain was just as bad here. Sunny still commanded Nightmare to slow down, afraid to encounter another chasm, and plummet down without ever having a chance to stop. Flying through a thick forest at breakneck speed was already thrilling enough, and he really didn't want to fall into a nest of monstrous millipedes due to the lack of caution. Riding the black steed through the mist, Sunny held the guiding light high and followed its shine. His breathing was heavy. Just a few minutes ago, he had fought a corrupted monster and killed it. The creature had almost sent him into the next revolution. It was not particularly strong as far as corrupted abominations went, but rather insidious. Its camouflage was good enough to make Sunny unaware of the imminent attack right until the moment thick roots sprouted from beneath the ground, and a rotten tree that he had been riding past suddenly moved to envelop him with creaking branches. If not for Shadow Step, Sunny might have been caught, swallowed, and digested by the creature without being able to put up any resistance. Since he managed to escape its grasp, though, a short and violent clash followed. The abomination looked like a monstrous tree and was as resilient as a tree. It had no organs to destroy and no blood to spill. Even after cutting it down, Sunny had to summon the cruel sight and burn it with divine flame. Only when all the branches, the rotten trunk, and the roots of the monster had turned to ash did the spell announce a kill. Slaying that thing had been a lot of work, but Sunny was still satisfied with the result. At least he learned that there were normal nightmare creatures on Windflower. If he had to face another great abomination, his patience would have run thin. I feel like I'm not far from the edge of the island. Now, if so, Effie couldn't be too far away, unless she was not on Windflower. Frowning, Sunny jumped to the ground, allowed Nightmare to turn into a shadow, and continued forward on foot. Now that he was so close, his heart was heavy. Dark thoughts creeped into his mind. What if he finds Effie? Only to discover that he was too late. What if what he finds is her mangled body? Sonny was not sure that he would be able to endure something like that. At least not without something inside him breaking. Cresting another hill, he spent some time searching for a way down, and then slid down the wet moss. At the foot of the hill, he used a pile of rocks to stop himself, sending a few of them flying. Then Sonny looked up. It was then that he noticed a vague shape in the mist, and it seemed to notice him. Almost before Sonny could react, something shot in his direction with astonishing speed. Cursing, he barely dodged the flying object. It hit the slope of the hill behind him, pierced the thin layer of soil, and struck the bedrock beneath. The impact was so severe that it produced an explosive shockwave. A moment later, pieces of rock, dirt, and moss rained on him like hail. Sonny was already moving to attack, but then froze. The thing that had flown past him was now embedded deeply into stone, trembling. It was a strange-looking spear with a shaft of gray wood and a long spearhead of deep crimson color. Since its passage had torn the veil of mist, he looked forward and saw the vague figure clearly. In the next moment, his eyes widened. Effie? What the hell? You almost killed me. She stared at him in shock, too. Doofus? Why on? How are you here? Indeed, it was ascended raised by wolves, Huntress Athena. She looked a bit more tan and wild than usual, covered in dirt and scratches, but there was no mistake. The dewy olive skin, the perfectly sculpted lean muscles, the tall and beautiful figure, the long brown hair. Effie was not clad in her transcendent armor, instead wearing a crude garment made out of something that looked like shark skin, and there was something different about her. Gradually lowering his gaze, Sonny answered, "How else? I came on a ship." He stuttered and grew silent. His mind was momentarily blank. There was indeed something different about Effie. Her entire build was different, or rather certain parts of it. Her already generous figure had become even more outstanding, but much more glaringly than that, her belly was round and protruding forward, so much so that she was supporting it with a hand. Just how much did she eat? Gods, that gluttonous woman. Sonny's mind was refusing to work properly. No, the reason for why Effie's belly looked so large had nothing to do with eating too much food, but it couldn't be. Suddenly he remembered a small remark that Jet had made while describing their lives as river nomads. Oh, and we fought plenty of nightmare creatures. Well, I did at least. He had not paid it attention before, but now it seemed strange. Why would Jet say that she was the only one who had fought a lot of abominations, staring at Effie's round belly? Sonny finally realized why by then. His eyes were as wide as saucers. "Effie, why are you pregnant?" She stared at him in bewilderment, then glanced down and suddenly flinched. "What? When did this happen?" Effie's voice sounded frightened and shocked. Then she gave him a mischievous glance and suddenly burst with laughter. When her bright laughter died down, Effie coughed and looked at Sonny with a sheepish smile. "Sorry, it was a joke." "Why am I pregnant?" "Well, how do I explain? You see, Sonny, when a man and a woman love each other very much, chapter 1421, Joy of Life, 1421, Joy of Life, Sonny was so dumbfounded that he found himself listening passively as Effie gave him the talk about the birds and the bees, her face absolutely straight. In the middle of it, he was suddenly shaken awake and pointed an accusing finger at her. "No, that's not. I mean, I know how this stuff works, damn it. What I mean is how? Since when? Who's the father?" Effie stopped talking and looked at him with a grin. Then, supporting her belly with one hand, she wobbled past him and pulled her spear out of the stone. Leaning on it, she sighed and shrugged. "I think we already ascertained how. As for since when should be since 5 months ago." Somewhere around that, she patted him on the shoulder and added, "Oh, and I'm glad to see you too." Sonny froze for a few moments. 5 months? 13 had already passed since the start of the nightmare, but for Effie it had been only 2, which meant that she had already been pregnant during their journey through the White Desert, the Battle of the Black Skull, and most of her time in Antarctica. But not all of her time in Antarctica. Suddenly he slapped himself on the forehead. I'm such an idiot. A flood of memories surfaced in his mind. All the signs had been there. He should have noticed it much sooner. Back when the cohort traveled across the chained island, Effie had been acting strange. Her appetite had been unstable, and her choice of snacks had been odd, which would have been normal for any other person, but not for the gluttonous huntress. He had even teased her for suffering from motion sickness aboard the chainbreaker. In hindsight, that sickness had nothing to do with the motions of the flying vessel at all. There were other hints as well. Like Effie hesitating for a while before refusing Beastmaster's offer to take her back to the waking world and leave the rest of the cohort behind. If Sonny had been more attentive, he would have realized that the Effie he knew would not have needed any time to think. She had lingered with the answer because she had been considering not just her fate, but also that of her unborn child. Ah, a child. Just thinking this word is weird. He covered his face with a hand for a moment, then forced out a few words. Yeah, I'm glad to see you as well, of course. His mind was still in turmoil. Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then added weakly, "So I'm going to be Uncle Sonny soon?" Hearing him say that, Effie grinned. Her voice was warm. "I think you mean Uncle Doofus." But her words were not. Sonny stared at her in outrage. "What Uncle Doofus? Don't you dare corrupt my precious nephew or niece with your nonsense." There was so much they needed to discuss, like how Jet was already safe and how to get back to the chainbreaker, the dangers of Windflower, the time loop. But Sonny was still stuck on Effie. Effie, the famed huntress raised by wolves being with child. How had it even happened? I mean, I know how, and she's a perfectly healthy young woman, stupidly attractive too, but still, he stared at her, then suddenly frowned. "Wait, which bastard knocked you up? Do I need to beat him up?" His eyes widened again. "Wait, do I need to beat Kai up?" Effie remained silent for a few moments, then laughed. "Gods, Sonny, relax. Kai is not the father." Sonny did, indeed, relax a little. He felt a strange mix of relief and disappointment, both emotions glaringly irrational. What the hell did I want Kai to be the father? Shaking his head in bewilderment. Sonny lingered for a bit, then asked with inexhaustion, "So who is?" She smiled. "If you must know, he's just someone I got to know in Antarctica. A very nice guy. From the evacuation army. We met by accident and, well, one thing led to another. You know, war, adrenaline, the exhilaration of having survived another day, the fear of impending death. All these things make one want to feel alive as possible." Effie had always been a physical person, and one that rejoiced in her physicality, precisely because it had been denied to her prior to becoming a sleeper. Chained to a wheelchair, she had been a prisoner of her own body for most of her life. So she exulted in being healthy and able ever since the spell had given her a chance. So Sonny could see how Effie would have let passion take over in the middle of a disastrous war. Still, he shook his head. "What's his name?" She suddenly coughed. Sonny's frown deepened. What's with that reaction? Effie hesitated for a moment, then looked away. That I don't know. Sonny stared at her, scandalized. Effie. His voice was full of disbelief and astonishment. She raised her hand defensively, a rare look of embarrassment appearing on her face. "Hey, it's not what you think. I know this guy very well. He is really a nice and upstanding guy. He's a local of Antarctica, but went through the campaign in the Antarctic Center with the 1st Evacuation Army. He was wounded in Falcon Scott and shipped east with the other injured soldiers during the last round of evacuations. That's how we met, actually. I was visiting one of my wounded subordinates in the hospital, and he was being discharged." Sonny felt a little relieved. At least she actually seemed to like the basta the guy, and he was from the 1st Evacuation Army. Sonny might have even met him. "So how come you don't know his name, then?" Effie coughed again. That's his flaw, actually. He was a sleeper back then. By now, he must have already awakened. Her face suddenly fell, and after a short pause, she added quietly, "Or died. I don't know." Sonny was suddenly speechless. A sleeper from the Antarctic Center, whose flaw is that his name can't be remembered. So the bastard who knew the father of Effie's child was the young soldier who had been infected with the nightmare spell in Sonny's refugee convoy, so he had delivered the scoundrel to her doorstep with his own 2 hands. Sonny was happy to hear that the nameless sleeper had been evacuated from Falcon Scott and survived, actually, but at the same time, I'm definitely beating him up once I'm back. Sonny was preoccupied with his own emotions, but noticing Effie's forlorn expression, he pushed them down and took a deep breath. They had entered the nightmare not long before the winter solstice, so by now, the nameless sleeper was indeed either an awakened or dead. Much more likely dead, considering the state they had left Antarctica in, but that was not what she would want to hear. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then forced out a smile. "Oh, that guy? Bah, I know him. Don't worry too much. He's not that easily killed. I'm willing to bet that he's perfectly fine even. We traveled 3,000 kilometers together, after all, and I personally gave him literally hundreds of soul shards to saturate his core. One could even say that I practically raised him. Will a sleeper I raised go and die without asking my permission? No, he would be too afraid." Effie looked at him for a while. Slowly, the sad expression disappeared from her face, and a faint smile appeared on it instead. Noticing that smile, Sonny frowned. "What? I know that you're thinking about something inappropriate again. Cut it out." She shook her head and giggled. No, I was just thinking. Since you say that you raised him, it should be Grandpa Doofus? Then, not Uncle, right?" Sonny blinked. His expression froze. His heart skipped a beat. "What Grandpa Doofus? Like hell. Take it back. This evil woman." Chapter 1422. The incredible adventures and astonishing deeds of heroic dreamer, Sunless, and his valiant companions, in the evil pyramid of ancient dread, abridged, Volume V. After the initial shock of their meeting subsided, Sonny and Effie slowly headed deeper inland. Sonny was retracing his steps while Effie had never been this far into the misty forest before. Most of her time on Windflower had been spent hiding from a ferocious nightmare creature that dwelled on the shore. She had ventured out in search of Jet eventually, but found Sonny instead. He was still reeling from the fact that the vivacious huntress was with child, and that the father was a sleeper who had once been under his command. That was a lot to digest and come to terms with. It also changed a lot. No wonder Jet said that she was the only one who killed plenty of enemies. Effie still possessed her strength and resilience, and Sonny was still benefiting from being augmented by her ascended ability. But the huntress was in no state to fight. Her condition not only made her slower and less agile, but was also too delicate for the kind of physical strain a battle entailed. What battle? She couldn't even ride Nightmare, so they had to walk at a painfully slow pace. That's a problem. Now that Effie was with him, Sonny could not cross the chasm in the same manner he had done it the first time, which meant that they would have to go around it. Added to their already lacking speed, the chance of making it to the other side of the island before the revolution ended was low. He could not run from the nightmare creatures inhabiting the forest either. It had been possible when Sonny was free to use Shadow Step, but the only person who could accompany him into the embrace of shadows was Nephis. With Effie, he had to stay grounded in his tangible form. Suddenly, the misty expanse of the hellish island seemed infinitely vaster and more dreadful than before. However, Sonny kept these thoughts to himself. So we spent a nice, relaxing month drifting downstream on the corpse of a great monster, while it was being slowly devoured by a swarm of horrid abominations. Sounds ghastly, I know, but it was actually sort of peaceful. Well, anyway, in the end, I had to turn into a colossal sea serpent and kill another, even more colossal sea serpent. He turned out to be the former king of Twilight. Effie stared at him silently. But that Dusk, whom I had killed before, turned out to be Cassie. That's right. She has been living the sweet life in a beautiful palace all that time. Talk about being lucky, huh? So, we repaired the ship in Fallen Grace and sailed to kill a different Sybil. That one I had not killed before. She was a corrupted tyrant, too, but Cassie went and finished her off in one strike. What the hell? I felt so embarrassed. It would have probably taken me at least 1.5 strikes, you know? The huntress took a deep breath. So, congratulations. Now you know that you have an evil twin from the future, and your transformation ability is to become really tall, as if you aren't tall enough already? Right. Jet's evil twin is also here, and she's even less pleasant. If it wasn't for the time loop, I would have been dead because of her. Sonny paused for a few moments, then nodded. Yeah, I think that covers right about everything. Looking at Effie, he noticed that her expression was blank. He raised an eyebrow. Did I not explain about the time loop well enough? I know, it's weird. The huntress slowly shook her head. No, I get it. But Sonny, do you mean to say? Her eyes were suddenly flashed with annoyance. That I've been pregnant for more than a year? Huh. Now, it was his turn to have a blank expression. The corner of Sonny's mouth twitched. Everything I said, and that's your only question? Effie shook her head furiously. No, but you don't understand. Do you think being pregnant is fun? Do you think it feels great? 9 months is already bad enough, but it has already been more than a year, and I'm barely half done. She rubbed her back with an aggrieved expression and pierced him with an angry look. Sonny blinked. What are you getting angry at me for? It's not my fault, plus it has only technically been that long. From your perspective, those additional months do not even count. Effie opened her mouth, then closed it again. That's even worse. Then she stopped, leaned on her spear, and let out a long sigh. I'm hungry. Sonny was stunned. He was perplexed. Women. Shaking his head, he summoned the Cavedis coffer and produced some food from it. Effie's eyes glinted when she saw fruit, bread, and cheese. Grabbing a handful of grapes, she sent them into her mouth. Oh, gods, this is it. You can't imagine how sick I was of seaweed and fish meat. Well, abomination meat. Sonny watched her eat silently. It seemed that Effie's already impossible hunger had become twice as dire now. Even though there was a lot of food stored in the coffer, it was disappearing with a frightening speed. He had summoned Saint and Fiend soon after realizing that escaping the abominations was not an option anymore, so they were standing guard around them, joined by Nightmare. After a while, Sonny offered Effie the endless spring and hesitated for a few moments. Eventually, he said, it must have been hard to survive the great river like that. Unable to fight or even protect yourself, well, really, both yourself and the child. The huntress looked at him for a few moments, then shrugged with a smile. Yeah, sure, it wasn't easy, but Jet took good care of me. He lingered for a bit. So, why did you do it? Effie raised an eyebrow. Did what? Sonny's voice was somber and serious. Why did you come to the Nightmare with us instead of escaping with Beastmaster? Her expression froze. Oh. Effie did not answer for a while. Then she looked down and caressed her protruding belly with a distant smile. After a few moments of silence, she said in a subdued tone, Just, the world is already falling apart at the seams, so I thought in a place like that, would this kid want to also be raised by a mother who abandons her friends? And the answer was no. Looking up, she put on a fake grin and shrugged. At least that's what I reckoned. Sonny studied her face for a few moments, then looked away and nodded. Then he smiled crookedly. I see, so you challenged the third nightmare to set an example for your child. Okay, all right. Are you crazy? What kind of example is that? Effie laughed. When she answered, her voice was soft. A stupid one. In the end, they did not make it to the chain breaker in time. Sonny managed to keep Effie safe, but the revolution ended before they even reached the tower. Coming to his senses on the familiar deck, Sonny looked into the mist and exhaled slowly. A stupid example, huh? Professor Obel might have been right. Humanity needed a little stupidity to survive. Tiredly closing his eyes, he lowered his head and sighed. This is going to be a very, very long day. Today, I'm not going to die. Sitting on the white sand, Sonny was staring at the crude map drawn in front of him. On it was Windflower, everything he had learned about the misty island, at least the hidden bay where the chain breaker had crashed served as the southernmost point. To its east were the bone orchard and the hollow butterfly. To its west were the hunting grounds of the rotting leopard. Undying Slaughter was straight ahead to the north, and behind her was the Seeker's Tower. There were many more marks in the sand, of course. Sonny had marked the location of every nightmare creature he knew of, and there were plenty, many of whom had killed him at least once, as well as all the landmarks he had discovered. The millipede chasm separating the far side of the island, the abandoned port where the harrowing vine terror dwelled, the overgrown shrine that was like a nightmare within a nightmare, the inescapable lake which had turned red because of the gargantuan carcass floating in it, the deathly ring of black obelisks. There were all kinds of ways to die on Windflower. He briefly wondered if there had ever been a map that cost its creator so much suffering. The worst part is that it's nearly useless. One map was not enough to help him navigate the island. The nightmare creatures populating the fog did not stay in place, making his attempts to mark their locations pointless. Devouring Beast especially had a way of appearing in the most unexpected places due to her speed. The indescribable being that hid in the mist above the island was unpredictable as well. So what he had to do was to not only map every powerful abomination imprisoned on Windflower, but also map their movements. The drawing in the sand was only the starting point. Sonny had to mentally construct dozens more, each slightly different. Only then would he get a clear picture of where the most terrible nightmare creatures were at each moment of the loop, and know how to avoid them. That, in turn, would allow Sonny to chart the fastest path to Effie and back. The problem was that tracking the abominations was not easy. If anything, it was absolutely lethal. And Sonny did not just have to find each of the horrors once. He had to find them repeatedly at different times, all the while evading the rest of the deadly creatures. He had just started on the task, but was already feeling utterly spent. The mental fatigue that had accumulated in the process of exploring the island was finally becoming unbearable. Sonny couldn't even think straight. Drawing multiple imaginary maps was out of the question. I'm tired. He rubbed his face, feeling rather strange. His body was full of vigor and energy, but his feverish mind longed for sleep. Keep this up, and you'll really become the Mad Prince. Well, mad at least. Gods know no one in their right mind would call a hideous worm like you a prince. Sonny turned his head slightly and stared at the sin of Solace. He was too exhausted to even get angry. Who are you calling hideous? We look exactly the same, idiot. Shaking his head, he turned back to the map. At that point, someone's shadow fell on him. Looking up, Sonny saw Nephis. He was startled a little. I guess I'm really out of it. Not only had Sonny missed the movements of shadows, he had not even noticed the quiet ringing of her silver anklets. This is a map of the island. Cassie and Jet were not far behind her. In the recent few revolutions, Sonny had worked a lot on shortening the time it took to rescue Soul Reaper and bring everyone up to speed. Now it barely took him 20 minutes. Well, his companions were still full of questions, but he could tackle them gradually. Sonny had also discarded the habit of moving alone, at least for now, and was currently trying to involve the members of the cohort in challenging the loop. He nodded. Yeah. Picking up a stick, Sonny pointed to the southernmost mark on the map. This is where we are then. He pointed to a mark almost all the way north. This is where Effie is. Finally, he pointed to a mark near the chain breaker, and another one slightly above it, and this is where we need to go. Nephis studied the map for a few moments, deep in thought. Although she remained silent, Jet asked in a hesitant tone. Why don't we just beeline it to that glutton? Sonny shook his head. I've tried many times, but it's too difficult. There are many great abominations between here and there. Even worse, undying slaughter and devouring beast are also wandering the forest. These two, they are the most dangerous creatures on this island by far. Then he looked at the map. But there is a cave system running below most of Windflower. If we can move underground, we might get to Effie in time, so we are going to the nearest entrance to the caverns. There are nightmare creatures below ground too, though, so we'll make a short stop first. Jet stared at the map for a few moments, then nodded with nothing else to discuss. They left the chainbreaker behind and set out east, heading for the bone orchard. Sunny walked just behind Nightmare, staring into the distance with an empty expression. He felt half asleep. Nephis studied his face with a hint of concern. She hesitated for a while, then asked, "Are you all right?" Sunny flinched and looked at her in confusion. After a few moments passed in silence, he smiled. "Sure, just tired." Her brow furrowed a little. "How many of these revolutions have you been through, exactly?" He scratched his head. "Ah, I don't quite remember at the moment. About 30, I think." "Yeah, somewhere around that." Sunny inhaled deeply, then slowly exhaled. "I guess we've been inside this nightmare for 5 months now. Well, 14 months, disregarding the time storm. Time flies." Neff's frown deepened. She stared at him for a while, then looked away. Technically, it flows. While he was considering if that had been a joke, she lingered, and then added in her usual even tone, "Maybe it's time to take a break. Aren't you treating yourself too ruthlessly?" Sunny raised an eyebrow, surprised. Nephis was someone he would have never expected to say something like that. Wasn't she a person who treated herself most ruthlessly of all? A person who didn't mind burning alive endlessly if it meant reaching her goal. Looking ahead, he smiled. "All right, if you say so, I'll find an opportunity to rest, soon." Sunny didn't add that if he was going to take a break, she would have no choice but to take a break with him. "What shall we do?" His smile widened, but then slowly grew dim. It didn't matter. She was not going to remember any of it anyway. As soon as the next revolution came, Sunny would be the only one who did. Eventually, they arrived at the bone orchard. The skeletal remains of the dead horrors towered above them, and the subtle, sweet smell emanated by the hollow butterfly permeated the flowing fog. The members of the cohort looked around tensely, unnerved by the eerie scene. Sunny, however, had been to this sprawling graveyard many times. He walked nonchalantly between the bones, his steps hurried. "Follow me. It's right ahead." Soon the great monster revealed itself from the mist. Even though Sunny had explained that it was not dangerous, his companions still couldn't help but grip their weapons tighter. "What the hell is that?" Jet's voice sounded hoarse. Looking back, Sunny gave her a pale smile. "Nephis and I call these creatures dark butterflies. We've seen another one in action, much further upstream. Needless to say, it's a blessing that the one in front of us is hollow." The four of them stared up at the gargantuan form of the great monster in apprehension. After a few moments of silence, Nephis finally asked, "So why are we here, exactly?" Sunny lingered for a few moments. "Since it's hollow, we won't earn anything by killing it. No soul shards, no memories. But its body is perfectly healthy, and it's a body of supreme quality, so we are here to butcher it." White sparks ignited in Neff's eyes. "You want to craft weapons out of its chitin?" He nodded with a tired smile. "Yes, a few pikes, I hope. If we succeed, the pikes won't have any enchantments, but they'll still be akin to supreme weapons. That should be of some help on this damned island." Sunny stared at the motionless butterflies silently, then sighed. "Let's get to work, shall we?" The idea to repurpose the body parts of the helpless great monster was not that deranged, provided that one was capable of rending its impregnable carapace. Sunny was by no means a master artisan, but knew more about blacksmithing and crafting than an average awakened did, mostly due to the brilliant emporium. He was almost certain that they would be able to achieve success, even though it was going to take some time. But wasting some time here was also part of his plan. Neff had yet to replenish enough essence to use her dormant ability. which meant that Jet's wounds were still unhealed. Sunny did not want to enter the caverns before both of those things had happened, so they camped in the middle of the bone orchard for a while. Luckily, this place was one of the safest on Windflower, perhaps because the hollow butterfly's scent scared the other nightmare creatures away. Nephis and Jet simply rested and observed while Sunny, Cassie, Saint, and Fiend were hard at work. Their target were the 6 legs of the great monster. Severing them was no easy task, but with the help of the 5 shadows and the augmentation of the Crown of Dawn, as well as a scattering of useful utility, memories, the work progressed at a steady pace. Saint and Fiend, with their transcendent strength, were of great help as well. By the time Nephis had finally regained enough essence to heal Jet, the lower parts of the hollow butterfly's legs were laid out on the ground in front of them. They were still too large to be used as pikes, each at least 10 meters in length, so Sunny had to splinter and shave them down some more. Now that Neph could use her augmenting ability, everything went much faster. Eventually, there were 6 makeshift pikes in front of them, each crafted from chitin of supreme quality. There was also a bundle of crude javelins and a pile of long splinters to its side. Looking at the collections of weapons, Sunny couldn't help but remember the siege souvenir, a javelin he had crafted from the remains of a corrupted abomination, then enchanted and used to kill a fallen titan. Sadly, there was no time for him to enchant the ones in a similar manner. One day was too short to create any kind of meaningful spellweave. Remembering the siege souvenir also reminded him of his battle with the ravenous fiend. The vengeful creature had used a crude sword fashioned from the tusk of an unknown nightmare creature back then. After thinking for a few moments, Sunny picked up a slightly curved splinter of the hollow butterfly's chitin. Its edge was sharp enough to serve as a sword, so he tossed it to Fiend. He also handed another piece of black chitin, this one flat and roughly circular, to Saint. Sunny had personally made it into a shield before. I think we are ready. As ready as they would be, at least in this revolution. Each member of the cohort, as well as Saint and Fiend, picked up one of the pikes. The javelins were divided between Sunny, Nephis, and Jet, armed to the teeth. They threw one last glance at the motionless butterfly, which was now laying messily on the ground, serene despite being mutilated and deeply disturbing for that reason, and backed away. Sunny led the group through the labyrinth of bones, stopping from time to time to ascertain their location. Eventually, they had to climb over the spine of an especially large horror and found a small space hidden behind it. There, the ground had been broken by a titanic blow, and a black pit waited for them, full of darkness. That's our way down. It was one of the entrances to the system of underground caverns that Sunny had found. Using Neph's golden rope, the Evertwine, which had once been earned by Cassie in her first nightmare, they cautiously descended into the pit. Soon, the members of the cohort found themselves standing on the rough rock floor of a natural cave, surrounded by darkness. Almost no light reached this deep down, swallowed by the mist above. However, none of them felt too concerned about it. In fact, they even felt relieved for finally having escaped the ever-present fog. There was none of it underground. Sunny had not mapped all the caves yet, but he knew the general location of where they had to go. Carrying the long pike, he took a step into the darkness and sighed. I hope we won't die here today again. No, I know we won't. Chapter 1425, Cavern Terror. The caverns were a corrupted terror's territory. A corrupted terror. It had not been that long ago that Sunny would have shuddered from a mere thought of fighting a creature like that. He was still apprehensive, of course, but not nearly as much as a wise person would have been. An abomination of that rank and class was not something a lone master should have the ambition to kill, or a cohort of them, really. Sybil of the Fallen Grace, for example, had not only wiped out the entirety of LO-49 and the enormous battleship sent to rescue its personnel, but also almost ended the lives of Sunny, Knave, and St. Bloodwave at Falcon Scott. A corrupted terror was a walking disaster of chilling proportions. Of course, just like all people were not the same, nightmare creatures weren't either. One terror could be much more dreadful than another, even within the boundaries of a same rank. How one's aspect countered the creature's powers, or was countered instead, also played a large role. Sybil of the Fallen Grace, for example, had been a harrowing being even among terrors. She had also possessed an especially insidious kind of power, the power to twist minds and subjugate living beings. The creature hiding in the caverns of Windflower was entirely different. This terror did not possess powers that allowed it to play with its prey's mind. Neither could it destroy the prey's soul. Instead, it was viciously strong and covered by nearly impervious armor, or maybe it was not nearly, but absolutely impervious. At least Sonny had not been able to break it yet, as for powers. He wasn't sure, but it seemed like the incredible toughness of the creature's hide was a part of them. Sonny also suspected that the very existence of the underground caverns had something to do with the terror. If not for the fact that time on Windflower only encompassed a single day, who knew perhaps in the near future the whole forest would have been swallowed by the growing chasm beneath it. He could also imagine entire cities turning into ruin as they collapsed into the maw of devouring Earth continents, perhaps, given enough time. However, Sonny was not too tense about clashing with the cavern terror. There were two reasons why he felt hopeful about the upcoming battle. Firstly, the creature was clearly out of its element. Not only was it trapped on an island and surrounded by water with no time to let its dreadful influence spread, but it was also without an army of minions. Things would have been much more dreary if the system of caves was flooded with hundreds or even thousands of lesser abominations with similarly tough bodies. The second reason was Jet. Her ability to ignore all forms of physical defense directly countered the most threatening trait of the powerful terror. As long as they lived long enough for her to deliver several strikes, they would win. The long pikes were meant to buy them that time. As the cohort moved deeper into the caverns, Sonny explained all these points to his companions. Nephis nodded, expressing her approval of the plan. It would be wise not to kill it too quickly, though. He looked at her in surprise. Why? She silently pointed to Cassie. Cassie needs a little time to gain knowledge of its attributes and powers. Even if we kill this terror now, we'll still have to face it again in the future revolutions. Her insights are much deeper than what any of us can learn from pure observation, so with her help fighting this terror, the next time will be easier. She paused for a moment and then added evenly, in fact, in your place, I would have brought Cassie with me everywhere, to learn about every abomination on this island from her. Sonny stared at Nephis for a while, then turned to Cassie. Actually, she's right. He had been dying over and over again, slowly learning more about the dreadful prisoners of Windflower with each death. Bringing Cassie along would have sped up the process dramatically, and even allowed him to learn things he would have never learned otherwise. And yet, he had not, because it meant that Cassie would die over and over again too. And while Sonny shuddered at the thought of being cruelly killed, watching his companions die was so much worse. Watching Cassie die was especially hard, maybe because despite the fact that the delicate blind girl had proven her strength over and over again, she was still the weakest of them, and he, deep down inside, he still saw her as someone who needed his protection. Cassie was quiet and unassuming, so it was not easy to keep her martial prowess in mind. Sonny sighed and lowered his head. I'll have to involve her regardless. My progress is too slow. At that moment, they entered another large cavern. The darkness here seemed especially deep and oppressive, barely retreating from the light of their luminous memories. He suddenly sensed the shadows moving ominously behind the thick rock wall. Looking up sharply, Sonny lowered his pike and shouted, "Right side! Prepare!" In the next moment, the wall of the cavern to their right suddenly exploded, several tons of broken stone flying at them like an artillery shells. Sonny barely had time to dodge a slab of black rock when a massive shape revealed itself from the cloud of dust already descending upon them. Curses! The terror resembled a giant, monstrous termite. Sonny could only see its massive head and an opened maw, with saw-like mandibles protruding repulsively from its edges. Its head alone was almost as wide as the entire cavern, and it was flying at them with dreadful speed. The dark chasm of the creature's maw was like a cave itself. Sunny had perished painfully inside its darkness once or twice, so he knew that there was no escape from it. His eyes glinted furiously. Not this time, damn it. But at the same time, another exhausted part of his mind thought, so what if I die again? I'm so tired. Chapter 1426, Pathfinder. Before the terror could swallow them all, Nephis appeared in its way. Her pike was already pressed against the uneven floor of the cavern, supported by her foot, the sharp tip pointed at the approaching monstrosity. Her eyes were calm and full of resolve. A moment later, Saint was by her side. Sunny, Cassie, and Fiend were not far behind. Will it work? Before Sunny could even finish the thought, the terror plunged into the row of pikes. There was a deafening sound, and he felt a terrible force wrenching his arms. If not for bone weave, his bones would have probably snapped and shattered into 1,000 fragments. Sunny had already increased his weight as much as he could, turning into an immovable monolith. Still, he was thrown back. Cassie had been flung back as well. The blind girl twisted in the air and nimbly landed on her feet. One of the pikes actually broke despite the supreme material it had been made of, forcing Fiend to stagger back with a dumbfounded expression. However, Nephis and Saint somehow withstood the terrible impact. More importantly, the charge of the terror had been stopped, at least temporarily. The creature had only partially emerged from behind the broke wall, most of its revolting body still hidden from view. Neph's pike had become stuck between two of its mandibles, while the one held by Saint was pushed against the black, glossy membrane of its eye. And yet, there was still not even a crack on the impregnable chitin. Damn it, even weapons crafted from supreme material were not able to break through the terror's armor, it seemed. However, most of them had not shattered from the impact, and the cohort was momentarily a safe distance away from the trembling mandibles. The pikes were doing their job, rushing forward. Sunny put his whole weight into his own, joining Nephis and Saint. At the same time, he called upon the shadows. Tenebrous chains rose from the floor of the cavern and fell from its ceiling, wrapping around the terror to immobilize it. The terror snapped its mandibles, trying to break the pikes. Its massive body moved, making the black chains groan. Jet, right at that moment, a black steed leaped over their heads. Landing on the back of the giant creature, it rushed forward. Its rider had already slid out of the saddle, the long pike held in her hands disappearing into the depths of the terror's body. The abominations shuddered and let out a terrifying, ear-piercing shriek. The chains holding it down snapped, and the giant insect-like horror tried to throw Jet off its back. But at that time, Neph's eyes suddenly shone, and the soft radiance of her skin was extinguished. At the same time, her pike suddenly ignited with incandescent light. Noticing it, Sunny sent the shadow that had been augmenting her body onto the pike, as well. The crude weapon finally managed to break through the enemy's armor, cracking it slightly. The damage done to the terror was not too serious, but it momentarily pinned it in place. That moment gave Jet enough time to catch the pike that Cassie had tossed into the air before Nightmare even landed on the creature's back. Soul Reaper did not waste any time, dashing forward and delivering another vicious strike. The creature shuddered once again. Visibly weakened and tormented by harrowing pain, it continued, trying to resist. But it was already pointless. Staring at the terror, Sunny remembered his first meeting with undying slaughter and smiled spitefully. He knew better than anyone what the bastard was feeling right now. Kill it. Before too long, the battle was over. He actually managed to slay a corrupted terror without losing a single member of the cohort. The dreadful creature was dead. What the hell? It's so much easier when I'm not alone. Sunny winced and shook his head, perplexed by his own thoughts. What am I thinking? Of course it is, you fool. He was sitting on the floor, catching his breath. Nephis was massaging her forearms with a small grimace. Cassie had retrieved the guiding light from the sling on her back and was now leaning heavily on it. Heavily Jet had just jumped down from the dead terror's massive carcass. There was an amused smile on her face. What would you know? I received a memory. Sunny smiled weakly. Congratulations. He had earned a few memories himself inside the loop, as well as a fair number of fragments. Sadly, none of them remained. At the start of each revolution, the fragments were erased and the memories disappeared as if they had never existed. The world was returned to its previous state, with no exceptions. Apart from the sin of solace and the wear and tear accumulating on both his mind and his soul. Jet stared at the giant corpse doubtfully, and then asked, "Should we dig out the soul shards?" Sonny shook his head. No point. The carcass was too large. Retrieving the shards would take too long, and their benefits would be gone at the start of the next revolution anyway. He let out a sigh and stood up. "We should continue moving. There should be no more abominations until we leave the caves, at least on the route I chose. Once we reach the chasm, though, it's going to be a little rough. There are these millipedes, you see." Nephis, Cassie, and Jet listened to his description, their faces slowly turning a little green. Nevertheless, they followed him without voicing any objections. Getting out of the chasm had indeed turned out a little rough. Cassie had to sacrifice one of her echoes to buy them enough time, and even then, everyone ended up thoroughly wounded. The smell of blood attracted a few nightmare creatures in the forest as well. Luckily, Sonny knew which paths to take, so the combined strength of the cohort was enough to fend them off. But they wasted too much time. It was already too late to try and return to the chainbreaker by the time they reached the northern edges of the island. Walking through the mist, Sonny suddenly raised a hand, signaling the others to stop. Then he shouted, "Effie, it's me, Sonny, don't throw your spee." In the next moment, he cursed and hurriedly dodged to the side. A gray spear flashed past him and hit Saint's shield with a loud crack. The graceful knight was pushed back several steps. God damn it, every damned time. Sonny raised himself from the ground and looked into the mist with a resentful expression. There, Effie stood supporting her belly and looking at him with wide eyes. Doofus. She turned her head slightly, finally noticing the rest of her cohort. Bright joy flashed in her eyes. Jet secretly let out a sigh of profound relief. Damned glutton, I knew you'd be all right. Cassie lingered for a moment, then tilted her head slightly. Nephis, however, was frozen in place. Her eyes were strangely wide. "Effie, why are you? The huntress looked at her in confusion, then glanced at her belly and grinned. "Oh, I guess you wouldn't know. You see, Princess, when a man and a woman love each other very much." As she continued talking with a sincere expression, Neff's bewildered face slowly turned pink. Looking at her, Sonny felt delightfully vindicated. Chapter 1427, Unexplored Opportunities. There was no point in trying to get back to the chainbreaker. The cohort had spent too much time traveling to the far side of the island, and there was not enough of it left. Which was not to say that this revolution was useless. Sonny had learned how to craft weapons from the hollow butterfly. Next time he would be able to do it faster. He had also learned how to kill the cavern terror. Next time, he would be able to kill better. The same went for the several abominations they had fought in the misty forest, especially due to the fact that Cassie had told him more about the nature and powers of those creatures. Some of the things he had already deduced, but others were a complete revelation. Every revolution brought Sonny closer to the goal, at least. At least he hoped so. Currently, the members of the cohort were resting not far from the spot where they had found Effie. The huntress was greedily devouring the provisions from the covetous coffer, while Jet was trying to explain the nature of the time loop to her. Nephis still seemed a little dazed after learning of Effie's condition, and Cassie had silently merged into the background like she always did. It was easy to forget that she was even here. Sonny, meanwhile, sat a little distance away, staring into the mist. Actually, it's a bit awkward. His thoughts were somber, despite how much he tried to not let the nature of time on Windflower affect his mindset. He was still growing more and more reliant on the time loop. For him, this revolution was as good as done. They were not going to make it back in time, so there was no point in trying. Mentally, Sonny was already considering what to do next time. However, the situation was entirely different for his companions. For them, there was no next time. Even if they knew that time would repeat itself, it was not the kind of thing one could really make peace with. So they must be feeling both strange and desperate about this sudden inaction. There's time to do something, I guess. Sonny closed his eyes tiredly. The overgrown shrine was not too far from here. So was the Blood Lake. It was not impossible to reach the obelisk ring either. He had not thoroughly explored any of these places yet, and they could make an attempt. Of course, the reason for why Sonny had not been able to study these areas was because they were too deadly. He would make some progress if he took the cohort there, but only at the cost of their lives. Sonny had started this revolution with a promise to stay alive, so he was in no mood for dying or watching his companions die. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Well, there's a couple safer things I've yet to try. Since Sonny was currently in the information-gathering phase of his vague plan to escape Windflower, there were plenty of options he had yet to explore. He summoned a memory. Soon an ominous mirror encased in dark silver appeared in his hand, its surface like a pool of mercury, the mirror of truth. He had received this ascended memory of the seventh tier after accidentally slaying the fallen Titan, defiled seeker of truth. The abomination had practically fallen on his head during the joint battle in East Antarctica and was killed by him out of pure luck. Its single enchantment allowed Sonny to gain one power of a being caught in the reflection of the mirror of truth for a period of time. The memory would be destroyed after that. It was not hard to realize that this one-use artifact was uniquely suited for Windflower. After all, it could be used repeatedly here, once during each revolution. It was strangely fitting, considering that the island had once belonged to one of the Seekers. Sonny had yet to use it, though. Except for undying slaughter and the devouring beast, he did not know enough about the prisoners of Windflower to do so. And catching a reflection of those two without being killed by them was no easy task. So currently, the reflection caught by the mirror of truth was that of Nephis. She had picked up the memory once back on the Black Island, and her visage still remained caught on the mercurial surface. Blindly trying to reflect abominable powers has been a problem before. But if I indeed involve Cassie, it can become feasible. This was a whole layer of opportunities he had to think about and explore. The enchantment of the Mirror of Truth was not limited to nightmare creatures either. Sonny could temporarily gain the aspect abilities of the cohort members as well. Neph's flames, Cassie's premonition, Jet's ability to destroy souls, Effie's Herculean strength. His tired mind went into a stupor from the sheer amount of intertwined possibilities. After a while, Sonny dismissed the Mirror of Truth and took a deep breath. There was another tool at his disposal that he had not used yet. The fragment of Shadow God's domain that he had received as a reward for mastering the fourth step of Shadow Dance. He had not experimented with it before due to the fear of wasting this powerful legacy relic. But now that Sonny was inside of the loop, was there a better place to learn what the domain fragment could actually do? He had been considering unleashing it for a while now. What stopped Sonny before was the desire to learn more about Windflower first. But he had already explored most of it, at least tentatively. Was there a reason to wait? Only one. He was exhausted. Sonny stared bleakly into the mist, the Mirror of Truth and the fragment of Shadow's domain. I'll try them next. But first, he really needed a break. Assessing these two tools would go much better with a fresh mind. Glancing at the members of the cohort, Sonny hesitated for a few moments, and then asked, "Do you guys want me to do anything specific once the next revolution starts?" When was the last time he had a real day off, free to do anything he wanted or do nothing at all? Even in the periods of relative calm, Sonny had always been burdened by the need to accomplish so many things. This time, he wasn't going to bother. He was just going to rest. A hint of excitement suddenly bloomed in his ragged heart. Sonny waited for a moment, then waited some more. He was back on the deck of the chainbreaker, surrounded by flowing mist. A slight tremor ran through his body. "I'm tired." He straightened slowly and stared into the fog. It was time for him to take a break, but Sonny wasn't even sure what he was supposed to do. His companions were just as useless as far as resting was concerned. None of them had given him a single good idea. Well, except for Jet. She had looked at him for a few moments, chuckled, and told him to take a good nap, which was not a bad piece of advice. As a government officer who had always looked overworked and suffering from sleep deprivation, she would know best. That said, even though this revolution was supposed to be his day off, Sonny still had to rescue Jet, relaxing while she was being killed by Undying. Slaughter did not sound restful at all. He couldn't bring himself to even think about skipping this step. Glancing at Nephis and Cassie, Sonny walked over to Nightmare and climbed into the saddle. Neff looked at him questioningly. "Sonny, what are you doing?" He couldn't be bothered to explain things properly, leaving, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Until then, just stay here." Leaving the two bewildered young women behind, Nightmare leaped into the mist. As the familiar scenes flew past him, Sonny summoned the Mirror of Truth and studied the reflection of Nephis on its mercurial surface. After hesitating for a few moments, he activated the Searching Reflection enchantment. At the same time, he imagined a pure white flame and thought soul flame. A small crack appeared on the silver mirror. Suddenly, Sonny felt very strange. It was as if his soul, which had always been still and silent, was in motion, rolling, billowing, burning. It was not painful, just unfamiliar. Soul flame ability description. Your soul burns with the purest of flames. That flame can both restore and destroy, and is both a blessing and a curse. How peculiar. Sonny had gained Nephis's dormant ability. It was then that he realized an important detail. Possessing something and being in control of it were two different things. He should have expected that much, though. After all, it took him some time to learn how to use his own aspect. For the rest of the way, Sonny kept trying to manifest soul flame. As he did, more tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the Mirror of Truth. Judging by the rate at which the memory deteriorated, he could borrow a dormant ability for about half a day. He suspected that an awakened one would destroy the memory in a few hours, while an ascended one would not last for more than one. A transcendent ability might shatter the Mirror of Truth in mere minutes, while anything greater, perhaps just a few moments, would be enough. Still, it was sort of exhilarating. Eventually, a small black flame appeared on his palm. Sonny stared at it incredulously. It's black? He had expected to see the pure white flame, just like what Nephis could summon. But it made sense. Soul flame was just that flame produced from one's soul. Nephis's soul was pure and incandescent, while his was lightless and dark. Sonny also felt that his black flame was much, much weaker than hers. It was reasonable, too, although the flame of divinity and the potency of his ascended soul fueled it. He lacked Nephis's lineage attribute. The fire. That attribute granted her unmatched affinity to flame and, among other things, empowered her soul. Also, Sonny lacked the innate resistance to fire it granted her. Ouch! He hurriedly dismissed the black flame when the skin on his palm started to blister. It hurt like hell. Sonny was no stranger to pain, but burning was up there with the absolute worst kinds of it. It was hard to imagine something more terrible. A deep frown contorted his face. As Nightmare dashed deeper into the misty forest, Sonny continued concentrating on his newfound ability. Eventually, he managed to summon Soul Flame again, this time channeling it into his body instead of manifesting it outside of himself. This time, it did not hurt. His skin was suddenly suffused with a strange dark radiance. Concentrating it on his hands, he watched as the blisters on his palm slowly disappeared. Sonny had just healed himself. Wow, how nice would it be to be able to mend his own wounds? He shook his head. Where did Nephis get the audacity to call me a cockroach even? If anything, she was the ultimate roach. He spent a bit more time experimenting with Soul Flame and eventually managed to get it to empower his body, augmented both by both the dark flames and the shadows. Sonny felt dire strength coursing through his veins. It was not quite as daunting as when Nephis shared her flame with him, but almost comparable. One curious detail of this augmentation was that it did not divide itself into 5 distinct parts, akin to his 5 shadows. Instead, it was a single mass of flame which could be divided however he wished. Huh! Sonny imagined being augmented by his 5 shadows, all of the authentic soul flame, all of the mirrored soul flame, Effie's ascended ability, and the crown of dawn on top of that. Wouldn't that turn him into an absolute monster? Yes, it would. Sadly, Windflower was a place where even a monster like that was close to the bottom of the food chain. It's an option worth remembering, though. At this point, Sonny could already smell Jet's blood in the air. Galloping past the familiar trees, he noticed her hunched figure and reached down. Grab my hand. Jet looked up, her face pale and pained. It took her a moment to recognize his voice and another one to shake off her shock. Not even understanding the situation completely, she reached forward. Sonny pulled her up. This time, however, he put Jet in front of him instead of behind him. They ended up in quite an awkward pose, his hand pressed against her back and soaked in her blood. She grimaced. "Sonny, you really know how to?" He interrupted her. "Make a girl squeal." "Yeah, I know. Now, stay still." His bloodied hand was suddenly suffused with the dark radiance once again, and washed in that radiance. Jet's wounds slowly began to heal. It was nowhere near as fast and efficient as when Nephis healed people, but it still worked, and since Nephis was currently devoid of essence, that was more than enough. A dark smile appeared on his face. "That should save me a lot of time in the future." No matter how many times the future repeated itself. Soon, Nightmare landed on the deck of the chainbreaker. Sonny had been a bit distracted, so he was surprised to see that Nephis was pointing her sword at him. After a short moment, she let out a sigh and sheathed it again. Right. They didn't see us approaching because of the mist, and then something fast jumped out of it and landed on the ship. After the lackluster explanation Sonny had given them, both Cassie and Nephis must have been tense and uneasy for the past half an hour. "You're back?" Nephis started to talk, but then grew silent. She had finally noticed the bloodied figure sitting in front of Sonny. Jet used that moment to gingerly jump down and stretch. "Horse riding is just not for me." "Ah, I miss my PTV." Cassie seemed taken aback. "Soul Reaper Jet." Jet nodded and smiled, one and only. Then her expression darkened. "Well, I suppose not anymore." For a few moments, everyone was silent. Nephis and Cassie were looking between Sonny and Jet, startled. He had already dismounted and was rubbing his face a little spaced out. "Sonny, you have already found Jet?" He stared at Nephis for a moment, then nodded. "Yes. I also found Effie. She's on the other side of the island, but we can't go there yet. Oh, Undying Slaughter and Devouring Beast are also here, as well as a number of great nightmare creatures. Basically, everywhere you go on this island, only death awaits." All of it was news for Cassie and Nephis, and most of it was news to Jet. He paused for a moment, ignoring their somber expressions, and nodded. "All right. I'm going to sleep. Don't leave the ship." Sonny headed for the hatch to the interior of the ship, but was stopped by Nephis. "Wait, if you don't mind. How do you know all this? What happened?" The corner of his eye twitched. Windflower exists inside a closed loop of repeating time, and I have already lived through this day a few dozen times. I can remember the previous revolutions because of my cursed sword. The last time around, you told me to rest, so that's what I'm doing. I'm going to take a nap, now if you'll excuse me. He walked between the 3 frozen women and disappeared into the hatch. Finding his way to his sleeping quarters, Sonny dismissed his mantle and toppled onto his bed. His pillow had never felt so soft. "I'll take a small nap, just a few hours, and then explain everything properly." Closing his eyes, he instantly fell into the comforting embrace of sleep. The next thing Sonny knew, he was crouching on the deck of the chainbreaker, just as tired as he had been before. He waited for a moment, then straightened and looked around in confusion. "What is this?" Sonny was back to the start of the loop. His expression soured. "What the hell, did I sleep through the whole day? Or had something killed him in his sleep?" Turning around. Sonny frowned and looked at Nephis. She met his gaze and said, I'm fine. I can still put up a fight. He stared at her for a moment, then cursed and jumped into the saddle. Before Nephis or Cassie could say anything, the dark desk-dryer had already disappeared into the mist. I just want to sleep in peace. How hard can it be? Sonny used the mirror of truth again, found Jet, and healed her. Returning to the chain breaker, he dismounted first and looked at his tense and startled companions in exasperation. Before they could say anything, he raised a hand and stopped them. Yes, I found Jet, time loops on this island, so I have already lived through these events a bunch of times. Leaving the ship is too dangerous, so please don't. I am going to sleep. I might seem crazy and rude, but it was actually you who insisted that I take a break. I'll be off then. With that, he nodded, and used Shadow Step to disappear from the deck. 3 confused women were left in his wake. Falling on his bed, Sonny closed his eyes and sighed. Sleep. Then, he was standing on the deck of the chain breaker again. Sonny straightened, took a deep breath, and bellowed. Damnation, it took Sonny 5 more revolutions to finally feel refreshed. Each time he rescued Jet and went directly to bed, only to find himself standing back on the misty deck not long after. At least, it felt short. In truth, Sonny must have slept until the termination point of the loop each time, on the 8th revolution. Finally, he came to his senses feeling, if not well, then at least not bone-tired. His mind was clear and his thought flowed freely without being burdened by the weight of accumulated stress. I must have been more exhausted than I thought. His recovery speed was already supposed to be incredible, thanks to the Shroud of Dusk. Considering that it took him a whole week of doing pretty much nothing but sleeping to recover, Sonny promised himself not to underestimate the strain of reliving the horrors of Windflower over and over again anymore. Luckily, he had paused before his sanity collapsed. That said, his mental state was still delicate. Giving himself enough time to sleep was one thing, but he also had to go through some kind of positive experiences to counter the destructive effect of dying repeatedly in all kinds of macabre ways. What is supposed to come after getting a good night's sleep? Staring into the mist, Sonny pondered for a while, and then smiled. Actually, isn't it obvious? It was breakfast. Nodding to himself, he walked past Nephis and Cassie and climbed into the saddle. Both of them looked at him in surprise. Sonny, what are you doing? He looked down at his companions and lingered for a few moments. Then he said, I have an idea of where Jet is. I'll go fetch her really quick. Meanwhile, though, I have a strange request. Turning to Nephis, he put on his most pleasant smile. Neph, it might sound weird, but can you cook up something tasty while I'm gone? Go all out. Use any ingredient you need. It's rather important that you don't hold back. She simply stared at him, a hint of confusion hiding in her striking gray eyes. I guess I can. Sonny grinned. Great. Oh, don't forget to make coffee. Wait, we don't have coffee. Tea, then, the best tea we have. With that, he commanded Nightmare to leap into the mist. It was time for him to be pampered a little. Sometime later, Sonny was sitting on his opulent memory chair in front of a veritable feast of all kinds of delicious food. Better yet, it was all prepared by Nephis. He was drooling from just looking at it. They were currently at the mess deck of the chain breaker. Sonny was sick and tired of the mist, so being away from it was already doing wonders for his mood. Because of the dimness of the outside world, the mess deck was illuminated by the warm light of luminous memories. The fragrance of his luxurious breakfast permeated the air. Nephis was staring at him with a serious expression, her confusion hidden so well that no one except for him would have detected it. You said that it was important, so... I did my best. Sonny marveled at how endearing her seriousness was, then nodded and immediately picked up his chopsticks. Where to start? For a moment he was lost for choice, but only for a moment. Soon he was happily stuffing his face with several dishes at the same time. His table manners would make Fiend look like a gentleman in comparison. Nephis, Cassie, and Jet stared at him incredulously. After a while, Jet let out a long sigh and asked, Sonny, sorry to interrupt your meal, but aren't you going to explain what is going on? He stopped chewing for a moment and glanced at her briefly. "I might, then?" he asked sweetly. "Oh, can anyone pour me a cup of tea?" The teapot was right there in front of him, but what was the point of being pampered if he had to do everything himself? Nephis blinked, confused. "Can't you do it yourself?" Sonny smiled. Considering that his cheeks had ballooned because of all the food in his mouth, his smile looked nothing short of ridiculous. "I can." There were a few moments of awkward silence. Then Nephis sighed and poured tea into a beautiful porcelain cup. "Here you go." Sonny nodded in gratitude and chased down the food with a sip of the bitter tea. Ah, shame there's no coffee anywhere in this tomb. He was enjoying his break quite a bit. The other three, however, seemed a little concerned after a while. Nephis cleared her throat and asked evenly, "So, are you going to tell us what is going on or not?" Sonny swallowed, took another sip of tea, and gave her a contemplative look. "Well, you see, how do I put it? I just wanted you to make me breakfast." Neff's usually motionless face seemed to twitch a little, but he was not done talking. His voice turned grave. "Because I don't have a lot of time left. I only have a day to live." She was suddenly pale. Jet's eyes widened. Cassie flinched. All three of them knew that Sonny could not lie, which meant that he was really going to die. What? Sonny nodded solemnly. "Yes, sadly, it's true. I'm going to die soon. It's inevitable, and none of you can stop it. So I just wanted to spend a pleasant day with you guys. Gals, anyway. This breakfast is a good start." There was dead silence in the mess deck. Jet was frozen still. Cassie seemed petrified. Nephis, however, slowly leaned over, raised a hand, and poked his face with a finger. Her voice trembled a little. He's not wearing the mask." Something fell to the floor with a loud noise. Sonny rubbed his cheek, blushed a little, and looked at Neff with reproach. "Right. Now that we're past that, let's get back to food. It's getting cold." Saying that, he nonchalantly continued to stuff his face. A satisfied sigh escaped from his lips. After a few moments, he looked up and saw three beautiful women staring at him in stunned silence. Their faces were pale. Sonny sighed. "What?" Cassie did not move. Furious white sparks ignited in the depths of Neff's eyes, but it was Jet who broke the silence first. "What do you mean, what? Do you expect to drop that bomb on us and continue eating as if nothing happened? What do you mean you're going to die? Why? Who is going to kill you? How do we prevent it?" It was probably the first time Sonny saw the infamous Soul Reaper Jet lose her composure. Well, disregarding the days she was crawling around their raft trying to eat him, but she had been much calmer even then. Nephis opened her mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Eventually, she simply pointed to Jet. Cassie nodded. "What Master Jet said." Sonny blinked a few times and put a confused expression on his face. "I mean, yes. Do you expect me to let all this food go to waste? And I mean dying by going to die. A terrible nightmare creature is going to kill me. As for preventing it, there's no point, really. It is what it is." He reached for his tea and shook his head. "I don't get it. Why are you guys making a scene?" He basked in their comical expressions for a few moments, and then exploded with laughter. Oh, sorry. Damn. I think I'm starting to understand Effie better. This is really fun." Gulping down the tea, Sonny smiled and looked at his companions with mirth in his eyes. By now they were thoroughly dumbfounded. He sighed. "Listen, I did not tell you before, but this whirlpool is actually a whirlpool of time. Time moves in a circle on this island, meaning this day repeats itself over and over." They stared at him silently. "What I mean to say is that all of us have been reliving the same day ever since arriving at Windflower. I'm just the only one who remembers the previous ones. I've died a few dozen times already trying to get us out, and I'll definitely die many more times before we finally escape this hellhole." His teeth gleamed in a cavalier grin. What, did you think that dying would actually kill me? Since his companions seemed to be having trouble with comprehending the nature of the time loop, Sonny explained it again, this time in detail. He wasn't hurried and did not forget to thoroughly enjoy Neff's breakfast in the process. Luckily, Sonny already had rich experience of having this conversation, so he did it again with ease. His mood was quite good. When he was done, Nephis, Cassie, and Jet glanced at each other. After a few moments of silence, Nephis asked, "So although you are indeed going to die soon, you'll come back to life at the start of the next revolution every time?" Sonny nodded. "Exactly." She looked down and took a deep breath. When she spoke again, her voice sounded strange. "So what you mean to say is that we can kill you right now and you'll be fine tomorrow?" Sonny scratched his head. "I guess so, although it's a weird way to put it." Nephis nodded as if coming to a decision. Then she looked at Cassie and Jet. "So we're in agreement. He has to be killed, right?" Cassie and Jet nodded seriously. "Yes, of course. Let's not make it quick." Sonny blinked this time, out of sincere surprise. What? What do you mean, kill me?" Jet smiled leisurely as she slowly rose to her feet. "Why are you making a scene? We'll just kill you a little for education purposes." Suddenly, a cold chill crept up his spine. Cassie and Nephis were standing up as well. Wait a minute. This has somehow gone terribly wrong. It was just a little joke. Today is supposed to be my day off, okay? Don't do anything rash." A small smile appeared on Neff's face, with dangerous sparks dancing in her eyes. "You don't have to worry. We won't rush." His 5 shadows observed the scene with a mix of disdain and pity. A few of them shook their heads dejectedly. Why are they so angry? After a moment, the shadows winced. Loud sounds of something heavy crashing into the floor resounded from the mess deck of the chain breaker for a while after that, chapter 1431. Tea and dessert. In the end, Sonny was not killed. However, he did receive a few bruises. Considering that his skin was not easy to bruise due to the marble shell, it went to show just how much his little stunt had angered the 3 women. Luckily, they calmed down pretty fast. Even luckier, Sonny had wisely finished his breakfast before drawing their ire in the aftermath of his punishment. The mess deck was in complete disarray, and there was nothing edible left on the overturned table. The wrath of 3 infuriated masters was a frightening thing. I don't get it. It was just a little joke, rubbing his sides resentfully. Sonny stared at Nephis, Cassie, and Jet. Of course, he was smart enough to keep these thoughts to himself. Otherwise, a few bruises would be the least of his problems. His companions, in turn, were staring at the surrounding mess. "We should probably tidy up." Cassie's voice sounded uncertain. Jet gave her a glance and shrugged. "Won't it tidy itself up at the end of the day? Everything will go back to how it was." The blind girl hesitated. "Still, let's clean what we can now." Sonny was not really keen on cleaning on his day off, but he could always make Fiend do it for him. Before he did, however, Cassie suddenly said that he and Nephis should leave it to her and Jet. Neff was still suffering from the symptoms of essence exhaustion, while Sonny was supposed to be resting. So the blind girl told them to go enjoy the dessert on the upper deck. Nephis seemed unconvinced, but Sonny was shaken. He remained silent for a while, then asked solemnly, "There's dessert." After that, the 2 of them were sent out of the devastated mess deck. Soon Sonny found himself sitting in the shade of the sacred tree, having an improvised picnic with Neff. There was indeed dessert on a cloth in front of him, as well as another pot of freshly brewed tea. Drinking hot tea while surrounded by the chilly mist was a special kind of pleasure. They spent some time in comfortable silence. Sonny was tired of having the same conversations over and over again, and Nephis seemed to be keeping her questions back. He let out a satisfied sigh. "This is great. What is it?" He pointed to one of the bowls, causing Nephis to glance at him. She lingered for a moment. "Just a simple fruit salad. Sorry, I didn't have time to make anything fancy. Plus, the supplies we received in Fallen Grace are not very varied." Sonny tilted his head a little. "Are desserts also included in the Legacy nutrition course? How strange." She coughed, then looked away and remained silent for a while. Then Nephis suddenly stood up and said,
I'll
go brew more tea. With that, she disappeared, leaving him alone. Sonny stared into the mist, then lowered his gaze and looked at his hand. Soon, a black flame appeared above it. A few seconds after it did, his skin started to blister, and a few moments after that, Sonny winced and dismissed the flame. His slightly burned skin shone with dark radiance and slowly healed itself. Then he summoned the flame again. His hand was burned once more. Sonny repeated the process several times. Each time he couldn't keep going for more than a dozen seconds before dismissing the fire. Even if he consciously willed himself to endure, his instincts took over. I wonder if I can get used to this. His expression turned somber. I'm back. Nephis sat down, carrying a new pot of tea. Noticing the black flame on his palm, she froze for a second. What is that? Sonny made the fire disappear and smiled faintly. I used the mirror of truth to copy your dormant ability. That is how I healed Jet on the way back. She contemplated for a few moments, then nodded. Good decision. Looking at her with a complicated expression, Sonny sighed. But I don't have your lineage of repute, so the fire burns me. It hurts like hell. I don't know how you do it. Sonny was almost constantly using his aspect. Even when there was no active threat, his shadows were always out and about, either serving as his eyes or augmenting his body. Many routine tasks were solved with shadow step and shadow manifestation. Nephis, on the contrary, used her aspect as rarely as possible. She did not even summon its powers in most battles, relying solely on her training and skill. It was only when the enemy was overwhelmingly dangerous that she resorted to using the soul flame, but even then, it seemed like too much. The pain of her flaw was unbearable. She shook her head. Says the man who has been killed terribly many times already, but has no intention of slowing down. Dying over and over again, reliving the same day. I don't know what I would have done in your situation. Sonny smiled. You say that, but come on. We both know that you would have seen it as a wonderful opportunity to fit more sword practice in your schedule. The corner of Neff's mouth curled upward. Maybe I would. She remained silent for a while, looking into the fog, then said with a hint of wonder in her voice, but then again, it would be strange and tempting to know that no matter what I do, there would be no consequences tomorrow. Maybe I would have done some things that I never dared to do before. Sonny stared at her in confusion, then frowned. Hey, if you are going to insinuate that I'm a pervert again, let me tell you that I'm absolutely innocent. I've not done anything inappropriate in any of these revolutions, nor am I planning to. He gave her an indignant glance, then suddenly grinned and added in a more subtle tone, Unless you want me to. Nephis chuckled and looked away after a while. She said, I wasn't insinuating anything, but it is interesting where your mind immediately went, revealing even. Sonny laughed. His day off was going better than he had expected. He was enjoying it quite a bit. Chapter 1432, Admission Sonny. And Nephis shared the desserts and enjoyed the tea. Their conversation flowed easily. Time passed slowly, but eventually she rose and went to check on Jet and Cassie. Soon the sound of her light steps faded away, and Sonny was left alone. He leaned on the trunk of the sacred tree, looking into the fog. His heart felt warm and at peace, but at the same time, Sonny could not throw what Neph had said out of his head. Do something that I never dared to do before. There were a few things he could think of. He sighed and stared into the distance. Sonny had complicated relationships with his closest companions, to say the least. Nephis, Cassie, and he. There was a mess of emotions trapped between the three of them. Most of the things they wanted to say to each other had been left unspoken for a long time, especially between Sonny and Nephis. He hesitated. At this point, he would have to be a complete fool to remain blind to how he felt. Sonny shifted uncomfortably and lowered his gaze. His heart suddenly felt stifled. He grimaced, then brushed his hand across the wooden deck. Just say it. Can't you even say it? If he couldn't even say it now, then when would he? Wasn't he supposed to be the most honest person in two worlds? So why couldn't he even be honest with himself? Sunny remained motionless for a while, then let out a heavy sigh. I care about Nephis. No, that was not it. That was just being coy. He grimaced and looked up at the swaying branches of the sacred tree. Sunny remained motionless for a while. Then he took a deep breath and thought. I love Nephis. His expression collapsed. It was true. It had been for a long time. Sunny was not the most emotionally intelligent person, or at least he had not been before. If anything, his emotional development had been stunted, first by the rough life in the outskirts, then by the ruthless reality of the nightmare spell. Who had time to think about emotions when every day was a lethal battle for survival? So it had taken him a long time to recognize the truth of how he felt for Nephis ever since the Forgotten Shore. In truth, he had already been in love with her before they reached the Dark City, hopelessly so, perhaps. And those feelings had not grown any weaker, despite their many bitter disagreements. In fact, they were the reason why Sunny was so often infuriated with Nephis. If he felt nothing for her, he would not have cared either way. His feelings had not faded or disappeared, despite the long period of separation either. If anything, they only grew more intense, almost becoming an obsession to be stronger than her, to be equal to her, to be free of her. That was what he had claimed, but it was a lie, the indescribable relief, joy, and completeness he had felt when she returned to the waking world, the maddening fury he had felt when she unanimously decided to join Valor, the deathly terror he had felt when the skinwalker snapped her neck. By now there was no denying it. Whether through fate or coincidence, for better or worse, Nephis was his person. The only one there was and would be for him. More than that, Sunny was not blind. Even though neither of them had ever dared to say it aloud, he knew that she felt the same way. It wasn't that hard to see. However, there was a reason why both of them kept quiet. Too many reasons, really. He lowered his head and closed his eyes for a moment. It was not because both of them did not really know how to handle their feelings and were shy about such things. Emotions were terribly messy, and that was just on their own. But when there were other obstacles involved, Sunny and Nephis had different goals, and most of those goals were directly opposed to each other. Her pursuit of revenge against the spell left no space for something as frivolous as affection, or at least in her heart, affection would always have to take the back seat. As for him, he had his reasons to stay silent as well. But maybe here in the loop, he didn't have to. How sweet. Sunny flinched and opened his eyes. The hateful sword wraith was standing in the mist, staring at him coldly. Ah, young love. Well, you aren't wrong. I've been forced to watch you two circling each other fearfully for so long that it makes me sick to simply remember. At least, you idiot finally admitted it. My, oh my, all it took was dying dozens of times. Sunny looked away. Shut up. There was no energy in his voice. The sin of solace grinned. So, what are you going to do now? Gather your courage and confess? Sunny threw a sharp gaze at him. So, what if I do? The apparition laughed. Well, well, I wish you luck. Oh, there's just one problem. She's going to forget everything, isn't she? How cowardly of you. Seems rather unfair to the poor girl. Sunny gritted his teeth. The bastard was right. As much as he hated to admit it, the wraith was telling the truth. He hesitated, then spat. Then I'll do it after we escape the loop. Why, you think I won't? The sin of solace stared at him for a while, then sighed. Shaking his head, the sword wraith crouched and looked him in the eyes. Aren't you forgetting something else, though? Sunny frowned, unwilling to answer. However, the apparition did it in his stead. You're her slave, Sunless. She owns you. What kind of relationship do you think is possible between the two of you, as long as your bonds remain? Sunny's expression grew ugly. Angered, he looked away and uttered through gritted teeth. She would never use it. The sin of solace smiled. Oh, won't she? How do you know? If there's one thing that this nightmare proves, it's that no one knows what the future holds. I mean, all your precious friends are right here, changed into corrupted monsters, going around slaughtering people. Even you are no different, Have you ever expected that Jet would brutally murder you one day? Or that Effie would satiate her hunger with your flesh? Funny that you're expecting Nephis to never abuse her power over you in the same way. The wraith leaned closer. After all she already did. Sunny's mouth twitched. That was to save my life, and she swore to never do it again. The apparition laughed, but she already broke that oath. Sunny frowned, staring at him angrily. What are you talking about, that time when she begged me not to die? That hardly constitutes a command. The sin of solace was smiling. No, it was that time the drowned attacked the chainbreaker. What did she say back then? Go, I'll handle things here. And then you instantly went into the water to fight the Leviathan. Sunny looked at him in confusion. What? I was going to anyway. But the apparition's smile only widened. Where you? The mist was swirling around them, cold and suffocating. Sunny tried to remember how their first battle with the drowned had gone. Exactly, and scowled. Yes, I was, even if I wasn't. It was just a slip of the tongue. The sword wraith looked at him disdainfully. A slip of the tongue? Certainly, if you say so. Yet can you imagine having a relationship with someone who can rob you of your free will with a simple slip of the tongue? How do you imagine such a relationship working? What kind of perverse partnership would it be? Are you really willing to be at her mercy always and absolutely? The sin of solace laughed. Gods, you are so odious, so loathsome, so pathetic. Tell me, is there a more pathetic thing than a slave who begins to trust his slaver? Sunny stared at him silently, not knowing what to answer. Eventually, the apparition chuckled, shook his head, then stood up and walked away. His dark figure disappeared into the mist, as if it had never been here. If you are, go and surrender. Sunny lowered his head. A dark storm was raging in his mind. Curse it. Curse it. Curse my flaw and curse the shadow bond. I wish it had never existed. The cold mist swirled around his face, hiding it. The world was silent. Urgil's note, My Homie Sin of Solace, is the reverse wingman. Chapter 1433, Trying Something New. Sunny remained under the sacred tree for a while, staring silently into the mist. The cold wind blew from beyond the island, bringing with it an insidious chill. The silence was only broken by the muffled rustling of leaves. His thoughts were dark. He did not know how much time had passed, exactly, when something seemed to change about the world. Sunny let out a quiet sigh and rose to his feet, hugging himself to preserve what little warmth remained from escaping into the fog. Looking down, he lingered for a few moments, and then said somberly, So you're finally here. At first, there was no response. Then the fog moved slightly, revealing a vague silhouette that had been hidden by its flowing veil. A wraith made of mist was standing on the deck of the chain breaker, mere meters away. Her inhumanly cold blue eyes were gazing at him with no emotion. Sunny smiled darkly. No wonder it took me a whole week to catch up on sleep. Every time Sunny slept, he would come to his senses at the start of the loop. There were two possible explanations for why he did. Either Sunny was sleeping for too long, or something killed him while he slept. He had assumed that it was the former, but now he knew that it was the latter. His hands trembled and turned into fists. Of course, why else? For dozens of revolutions, Sunny had been telling his companions to hide inside the chain breaker and wait while he risked his life exploring the island. But who said that the ship was safe? Sunny had never seen Undying Slaughter find it. But today was also the first time he had remained on the chain breaker for more than a couple of hours awake. Curse you. A deep darkness shrouded his eyes. It meant that every time Sunny had left, thinking that his companions would be safe, the mist wraith discovered them and killed them. Cassie and Jet had been killed terribly over and over again while he was gallivanting around the island. Neffs had been killed too. Or had she been? Would he have felt if his master was no more? Would the spell have announced her passing? If Sunny had checked his runes, would he have seen her name grow dim and disappear? Staring at Undying Slaughter, Sunny gritted his teeth. I'll destroy you. As a bitter smile appeared on his lips, he took a step forward and added calmly, "One day." The mist wraith moved. Not long after that, Sonny died. Sonny was crouching on the deck of the chain-breaker once again. Straightening, he looked into the fog. His face remained motionless. After a while, a sigh escaped from his lips. "Well, I guess my break is over." He turned his head and silently watched as Nephis and Cassie discussed the guiding light. They had forgotten the events of the previous revolution. The conversations they had with him, the laughter they shared, everything was now erased, and his companions did not even know that they had lost something. But he knew. On this damned island, only two beings remembered everything: Sonny and the sin of solace. The wraith conjured from his own mind by the echo of Ariel's whisper. Looking down, Sonny pressed down on the wooden railing hard enough to hear it crack, then took a step back. This time, he did not mount Nightmare immediately. Instead, Sonny concentrated and summoned the runes. Something about his posture must have attracted the attention of his companions, because they both suddenly grew silent. A moment later, Nephis asked, "Sonny, what is it?" His gaze fell at the bottom of the field of runes. He remained silent for a bit, then answered calmly, "I'm going to try something. I'm not sure what will happen exactly, so stay calm." With that, Sonny took a deep breath and called upon the fragment of Shadow Realm. It was strange. The fragment was not a memory, and neither was it an echo or a shadow. As such, he did not really know how to make it manifest. A mere ascended tyrant's essence was surely insufficient to summon a piece of a god's domain into existence, and yet, somehow, Sonny knew exactly what to do. That knowledge was buried deep in his soul, as if he had always known. In the next moment, the world around them suddenly grew dimmer. Then dimmer, dimmer and dimmer still. A strong gale rose, making Sonny's black mantle flutter. It was as though his figure was devouring all light, replacing it with an endless shadow. His eyes widened. Behind Sonny, Cassie shuddered. What? It was as though a tide of darkness flooded the world, rolling outward from the chain-breaker. The sacred tree instantly disappeared from view, drowned in it, as did the figure of Saint at the bow of the ship. The dark cliffs could not be seen a moment later. The darkness did not stop there. Even though Nephis and Cassie could not perceive it, Sonny could somehow. He felt the entire island being swallowed by the shadow he had unleashed, with all light becoming extinguished in an instant. Soon, it was as though they were standing in a lightless, black void. Only Sonny could see that the world had not really disappeared. It was still there, the sacred tree still swayed subtly in the wind, and Saint was still standing at the bow. The dark cliffs were where they had been a few moments ago. The mist still swirled and flowed, only now it was like a liquid darkness, and he could feel so. That's what it is. The fragment of the shadow realm was, unsurprisingly, a shadow. A shadow so vast and ancient that his mind failed to comprehend its scale, so deep and unfathomable that his heart trembled in front of it. More than that, if Sonny wasn't mistaken, this inconceivable shadow was of the divine rank. It was lightless and black, but shone with the golden light of divinity in his vision at the same time. It was not alive, but it wasn't empty like the shadows of inanimate objects either. It did not belong to Sonny, and yet he was connected to it. Somehow, even though Sonny had summoned it, he was perhaps not qualified yet to be its master. As Sonny stood frozen in the world of darkness, Nephis summoned a memory lantern and raised it, illuminating the deck of the chain-breaker. A small island of warm light appeared around them. However, it was not nearly as wide as it should have been, as if the lantern was struggling to push back the unfathomable shadow. Its light trembled pitifully. "Sonny? What did you do?" He lingered with the answer, then said honestly, "I summoned a fragment of Shadow God's domain. You must have seen it in my runes. It's a legacy relic I received. The fragment had already swallowed all of Windflower." Sonny could feel it, which was strange. As an ascended tyrant, he could control his shadows from around 20 kilometers away. However, the range of his shadow sense was much more modest, less even than that of his vision. How was it that he could vaguely sense the far side of the island? Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then carefully extended his shadow sense. However, he did not extend it outward. Instead, he extended it into the fragment. In the next moment, Sonny yelped, staggered, and fell. Ah, hell. Before he landed on the hard wood, Nephis caught him. Suddenly, her concerned face was very close. "Are you all right?" He retracted his shadow sense and stared at her for a few strangely awkward moments. Then Sonny coughed and nodded. There was a salty taste of blood on his tongue. "Yes, I just overdid it a little." Supported by her, he rose to his feet and grimaced. "This domain fragment? I'm not sure what else it can do, but it definitely enhances the range of my shadow sense, to a degree where I can perceive everywhere on the island at the same time. Well, except for the tower. It seems to be shielded from view, somehow. Needless to say, that's not something that a human brain, even that of a master, is wired to handle. The sensory overload he had been blasted with was not something he wanted to experience again, even though it was only like a minuscule fraction of the indescribable horror of using. Where is my eye? The strain was still too much for Sonny, and that was not even counting what he would perceive. There were all kinds of great and terrible creatures on Windflower, and witnessing some of them was dangerous in and of itself. Not to mention that more than one of these beings were capable of staring at him back. That said, Sonny was almost certain that he could be more precise with spreading his senses through the fragment. He reassured Nephis and Cassie everything was all right, and made another attempt. A moment later, his stifled scream traveled through the mist. In the end, it took Sonny some time, and a lot of cursing to teach himself how to limit the scope of his shadow sense to a comparatively narrow area. The boon of this situation was that he could concentrate on any location on the island, meaning that he could observe all of it at will. He could also feel something else. As long as he remained in the unfathomable depths of the fragment, his aspect seemed to be enhanced. It was as if the ancient shadow was nourishing it. Sonny was not sure yet what this enhancement meant, but it had to be useful. As soon as he grew confident in not collapsing after extending his shadow sense into the dark distance, Sonny concentrated and searched for Jet. Soon he felt her moving through the forest. Drops of blood fell into the moss, and a murderous wraith was pursuing her. How convenient. Jumping into the saddle, Sonny warned Nephis and Cassie to stay on the chain breaker and sent his steed into the mist. The next hour went somewhat differently from how it usually was. The descent of the Shadow Realm fragment affected his companions enough so that their familiar reactions and thoughts changed. But overall, it was all the same. Sonny rescued Jet, healed her with the help of the Mirror of Truth, and returned to the chain breaker. Then he explained the nature of the loop to the members of the cohort. After that, however, Sonny had to make new decisions. Now that he knew that leaving his companions on the chain breaker was tantamount to leaving them for dead, there was no other choice but to venture into the mist together, which was a moot point, really, considering that he had already decided to rely on teamwork more before his break. His goal of compiling a time map of Windflower had become much easier as well, due to how far his shadow sense could reach in the boundary of the fragment. Perhaps the best thing about the fragment of Shadow's domain was that it existed independently of Sonny. It was not manifested from his essence, and did not consume it to exist. On the flip side, it was also not under his control. Although Sonny could benefit from being within a piece of Shadow God's domain, he had not magically become akin to a sovereign. There was an unexpected but welcome side effect to his innate connection to the inconceivable shadow, though. It was that the rudimentary affinity to water that the Crown of Twilight granted him could spread through the fragment as well. And since mist was made of water, Sonny found himself capable of influencing the fog. He could make it thicker, or push it away from a certain area. It was hard to say how beneficial exactly such an ability would be, but Sonny felt that he would find a way to use it to his advantage. Other than that, the most obvious advantage of the fragment was that Sunny could manifest it into tangible objects. Even though these objects were manifested with ascended essence, their origin was still a divine shadow. As such, they were much more powerful and robust than what he had been able to conjure up previously. Of course, using them burned a tremendously larger amount of essence in proportion. The last thing Sunny experimented with was dismissing the fragment of the Shadow Realm. Sadly, it seemed impossible. Just as he had expected, once unleashed, the fragment couldn't be taken back, or at least he had no authority to do so. The only exception was the Shadow Lantern. Sunny discovered that he could hide the fragment inside the divine memory, but, strangely enough, he couldn't summon it back from it. Once the inconceivable shadow entered the gate of the Black Lantern, it was as though it disappeared forever. He was somewhat disheartened, but at the same elated. Armed with the fragment and the mirror of truth and supported by the members of the cohort, suddenly Sunny felt that creating a moving map of Windflower was not as impossible of a task anymore. Without wasting any time, he got to work. He was going to find a way to escape this endless hell and take his companions with him over the next few revolutions. Sunny repeated the same actions. He would summon the fragment of Shadow Realm, rescue Jet, enter the cave system below the island with the cohort, and slay the cavern terror. Then they would proceed to the far side of the island, find Effie, and hide from danger until the end of the loop. Each time, the time it took to reach the northern edge of Windflower grew shorter, but it was still not nearly short enough. So Sunny continued to study the island and perfect his time map. He kept the cohort safe, or at least tried to, and explored Windflower through shadow sense. He progressed swiftly due to how drastically the fragment extended its reach. Sunny already knew which places on the island were too dangerous to observe, so he managed to avoid drawing the attention of the beings who dwelled there. Apart from those horrors, the rest of the creatures imprisoned on Windflower were now like an open book to him, or rather, somewhat like an open book. Although he could perceive the movement of their shadows, that unique sense of his was not a true replacement for sight. Nor could it replace the experience of actually facing the abominations. Luckily, Sunny had already done so in the previous revolutions. Combined with his already existing experience, shadow sense was enough to help him compile a map. He experimented with the mirror of truth as well, to a varying degree of success. The second aspect ability Sunny tried to copy was Cassie's premonition. He judged that sensing a few seconds into the future would make him nearly invincible. However, Sunny was left disappointed. He seemed to possess the right affinity to use her ability with a high level of efficiency, but it was simply too strange. He had long been accustomed to perceiving the world from different points of view simultaneously. That was how he was able to scout through his shadows, after all. His mental ability was further increased by the shroud of dusk. However, suddenly perceiving two distinct, but moving and overlapping threads of time was just too much. The first time Sunny activated the premonition ability, he instantly got disoriented and fell to the ground. Simply trying to take a step was enough to paralyze him. Dazed and lost, he stumbled around blindly for a while, then deactivated the enchantment of the mirror of truth and watched it crumble into pieces. His head was spinning. Perhaps Sunny could adapt to Cassie's strange way of perceiving the world, but it was not going to be a short process. His time was better spent exploring other opportunities. Neff's ability to control fire, on the other hand, was easy enough to master. Sadly, it was not very useful without her affinities and her soul flame. The same could be said about Cassie's ability to perceive the world through someone else. Then there was Jet. Sunny had high hopes for her ascended ability, not because it allowed her to absorb fragments of shattered soul cores and improve her own, but because it removed the limit of how much her body could be enhanced by essence. Outrageously, his first attempt ended in one of the most gruesome deaths he had experienced in the loop. As it turned out, the ability to oversaturate her flesh with essence worked for Jet only because of her unique constitution, not quite dead, but also not alive. When Sunny tried doing the same, he was quite literally torn apart from the inside. He did not make the second attempt. Her dormant ability could allow him to absorb the essence of the enemies he killed, a useful tool but not useful enough to sacrifice the mirror of truth for, at least not in their current situation. Her awakened ability, though, was extremely powerful, being able to strike the souls of his enemies directly. It was hard to describe how much more deadly of a creature it made Sunny. Effie's physical augmentation wasn't bad either. However, there was one ability that outshone them all. It was Cassie's dormant ability. That ability allowed her to learn a lot about the aspects and attributes of awakened, as well as the attributes and unholy powers of nightmare creatures. Cassie had to be close to receive that information, but Sunny could rely on his shadows to serve as his eyes. He could even gain some knowledge purely through shadow sense that allowed him to study the prisoners of Windflower infinitely faster than he had ever expected. Slowly but surely, his knowledge of Windflower grew. Armed with that knowledge, the cohort managed to kill the rotting leopard. They clashed and triumphed over the giant octopus-like abomination as well. They even learned how to destroy the swarm of black millipedes. The time map he had been trying to create was becoming more and more complete. There were empty spaces on it, of course. For example, Sunny had never managed to learn much about the tower. There were a few places on the island that were too lethal for him to explore as well. But he did not need to study them anyway, because his goal was not the exploration of Windflower. His goal was simply to get to Effie and return to the Chainbreaker in time, then escape this hell and never look back. Nevertheless, the closer his time map came to completion, the colder Sunny felt. It was because he was growing more and more wary of the truths he learned. The purpose of creating the map was to track the movements of the dangerous nightmare creatures across the island throughout the loop. He needed to know about them to create the most efficient path to the far side of the island and back to rescue both Jet and Effie and leave Windflower in the span of a single day. However, once Sunny had most of the information he needed, he felt nothing but dread, realizing that that goal was utterly unattainable. Even the most efficient of the remotely safe routes was not fast enough to get him to where he needed to be. Even if he made Effie ride Nightmare, there was not enough time. With their current strength and with the tools available to them, making a round trip across the island before the loop terminated seemed simply impossible. Sunny was on the deck of the Chainbreaker once again. He straightened and looked into the mist, his eyes sunken. "Doesn't work. That doesn't work. Should we abandon the cavern's route?" His bleak voice was quiet enough to not be heard by Nephis and Cassie. Although Sunny had been careful not to overwork himself too much again, the strain of surviving and failing to survive on Windflower was slowly getting to him. It was hard to keep himself from succumbing to hopelessness and numbness. Sunny had known many bitter defeats, but being crushed over and over again still burdened him. More than that, his mindset was slowly deteriorating into not caring about whether he lived or died at all. Why would he care if all that waited after death was another revolution, and then another and another, endlessly and without reprieve? If there was one thing that kept him grounded and served as an anchor for his sanity, it was the fact that watching his companions die was always an agony. Even knowing that they would be reborn in the loop did not ease the pain and desperation Sunny felt each time he miscalculated and led them to their deaths. If he was by himself, he probably would not have given up, but his focus and determination would have deteriorated much faster. He had to take the members of the cohort away from Windflower, though Jet, Cassie, Effie, and her baby. Nephis. That thought kept him motivated. He was the only one who could. Due to a random twist of fate, Sunny possessed a cursed sword which made him able to remember the previous revolutions. That alone placed him ahead of everyone else on the island. In fact, simply knowing that they had to escape was already half of the victory. It was just that the other half had turned out to be insurmountable, and it was hard to carry all that burden all by himself. No, the cavern route is the safest, which makes it the fastest. Sunny remained silent for a few moments. It's simple. Since nothing works, I have to explore more possibilities. The mirror of truth, that is the answer. I should make it reflect more nightmare creatures, but not beasts and monsters and demons. Only devils and those above them will do. Sonny was motionless, going over the collection of horrors stored in his mind. There were not that many beings on Windflowers that both fit the criteria and could be caught in the reflection of the mirror of truth without getting him killed. The cavern terror was one of them, the creature hidden in the port as well, although escaping from it alive was not easy. Of course, there were undying slaughter and devouring beasts as well, but they were even more deadly. Suddenly, a strange disharmony entered his thoughts. Sonny frowned and tried to discover its source. What was it? Why did he feel that something was wrong? It took him some time to realize that Cassie and Nephis, who were supposed to be discussing the guiding light behind him, were strangely silent. Looking back, he saw that the blind girl had already used the sacred staff to determine where Effie was located. Nephis was studying the vague shapes of the dark cliffs. His frown deepened. It changed. Why? Sonny was sure that they had not heard him muttering to himself. Had he done something else to affect the usual flow of events, or failed to do something to keep it stable? I don't think I did, though. Sonny rubbed his face. Perhaps his posture or presence influenced Cassie and Nephis without him noticing. Sonny? He shook off his confusion and looked at Nephis. Yeah, I'm fine. Actually, there's something I need to do. Stay calm. I'll summon the fragment of shadow domain in a moment. The world was devoured by the primordial shadow once again. Sonny mounted Nightmare and left the chainbreaker once again. He found Jet and brought her back once again. This time, he did not use the mirror of truth to copy Soulflame and heal her right away, though. Although it was a little cruel to Jet, Sonny could not allow himself to waste the miraculous memory that way. Her wounds would be healed by Nephis in a couple of hours regardless. Everything went as usual. However, when he returned to the chainbreaker, the strangeness continued. The conversation seemed to be the same, but something felt out of place. It was only when they reached the bone orchard and started rending the hollow butterfly that he finally figured out what was wrong. Jet and Nephis were resting while he and Cassie were busy splitting the tough chitin on the great monster. And the blind girl seemed strangely distracted, moving slower than she was supposed to. Right. It all started when she failed to make her usual remarks about the guiding light. He had only noticed that Cassie was behaving strangely that late because she usually kept quiet while the others talked. Her subtle reactions, however, had been different from the familiar ones all along. What is going on? Sonny stopped what he was doing and stared at Cassie with a slight frown. Eventually he asked, "Cassie, is everything all right with you?" She froze, then turned to face him and lingered for a few moments. "Yes, I think so. I just have this strange feeling." He raised his eyebrow. What feeling? It was an ominous sign that their oracle was having a strange feeling. Cassie's premonitions were never trivial and were usually the harbingers of terrifying events. But what could have triggered this premonition? Nothing was supposed to change on Windflower, unless Sonny was the one to change it. He waited tensely to hear her response, all kinds of dreadful theories flashing in his mind. However, when Cassie finally answered, all those thoughts disappeared, replaced by stunned silence. She shrugged. "It's nothing serious. I just can't get rid of this feeling of déjà vu." Sonny stared at her without saying anything. Déjà vu? Wasn't that how he himself had first come to recognize the twisted nature of time on Windflower? He blinked. Was Cassie becoming aware of the loop, too? Throughout the rest of the loop, Cassie continued to be a little off. The changes were subtle, but Sonny could easily spot them. After all, he had been going through these tribulations for a long time now. Anything that was different from how things were supposed to go drew his attention. Cassie was clearly in a slightly dazed state, not unlike how he had been the first time around. Otherwise, she would have realized that having a persistent sense of déjà vu on an island where time endlessly repeated itself had to mean something. Then again, she might have simply attributed it to the time loop and moved on. It was only Sonny who knew that the blind girl was acting differently from how she had in the previous revolutions. Why is this happening? Cassie was distracted because of her strange mental state, while Sunny was distracted because of Cassie. The cohort had slain the cavern terror, traversed the system of caves, and obliterated the swarm of black millipedes. Finally, they climbed out of the chasm and ventured into the misty forest. Now that it was submerged in darkness, Sunny found it much easier to move forward. He was in his element. He could also track the movements of the nightmare creatures populating this part of the island, not to mention the fact that he already knew what they were capable of. Some abominations had to be avoided at all costs. Some could be challenged. It was easier to avoid the former and not as hard to slay the latter. Armed with knowledge and the element of surprise, the cohort made swift progress. Eventually, there came a moment when Sunny told everyone to slow down and took the lead. Banishing the mist from a small area in front of them, he called, "Effie, do not." As soon as he spoke, a gray spear flashed toward him with tremendous speed, as if shot from a devastating siege engine. Holding back a sigh, Sunny moved to the side and effortlessly caught the spear with his bare hand. The power of Effie's throw was scary enough to drag him back a few steps, but he easily kept his balance. Throw that damned spear at me. Nephis and Jet had barely had any time to react. They both stared at the deadly weapon held in his hand with astonishment. Cassie, though, did not seem too surprised. Her soft lips moved, as if she was whispering something to herself. Effie's figure was already revealed, standing in the darkness. "Deed doofus," Sunny scoffed. "Who else would it be?" "Come, take your spear back. It's heavy." The rest of the revolution went without anything dire happening. Sunny was in no mood to try anything dangerous anyway. He was busy recalculating various possibilities, coming up with new solutions, and observing Cassie. From time to time, he also looked at Effie. The boisterous huntress had been put off a little at the start, noticing that he was not reacting to her teasing. But after Jet explained the nature of the loop to her, she understood why Sunny seemed different from his usual self. Tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, Effie looked at him bashfully. "Ah, so you've heard all these jokes already, dozens of times. Crap. I didn't think I was that predictable." Luckily, Nephis was there to be flustered in his place, watching the huntress explain what had happened to her. Sunny couldn't help but think about Effie. It was an incredibly stupid thing what she had done. Getting pregnant in the middle of a war was not exactly smart. Even if it had not been intentional, the result was the same still. He could understand somewhat. Passions were high on the battlefield, and even the smartest people were prone to making mistakes when they were not thinking straight. Gods knew he had made his own share of stupid decisions. Plus, modern medicine was often unreliable when it came to awakened, especially the more powerful ones. Sunny did not know if Effie had taken steps to prevent this exact situation from happening, but even if she had, they might have ended up failing her. Even if that was not the case, he could understand. But how the hell had she ended up being pregnant in a nightmare? Bad luck, really. An avalanche of misfortune that started with a single pebble. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Indeed, Effie had never had any intentions of challenging the third nightmare. She was only here because of a series of tragic events that no one could have foreseen. It had to have started not long after she found out about her condition. Back then, the government forces escorting Wake of Ruin were never meant to participate in a large-scale battle. They were simply there as observers, and yet, when the Great Gates opened during the Battle of the Black Skull, Effie had no choice but to escape into the Dream Realm, just like the rest of the Masters and Saints there. In the Nightmare Desert, Beastmaster offered her a way out, but the members of the cohort had no plans of challenging a seed then. Their goal was to reach the Black Pyramid. Effie must have thought that they would either escape or die in a matter of days or weeks at most. Her pregnancy was not supposed to become an issue. Unlike the rest of them, Effie had already lost one cohort. Her original companions had all perished in the catacombs below the Dark City. The thought of becoming the lone survivor once again must have been unbearable, so she chose to remain with her friends. It was only after Beastmaster, Seishan, Morgan, and Sir Gilead left that a decision to follow Mordred into a nightmare was made. At that point, the only choice Effie had was to challenge the seed with them, or remain in the desert alone to not become a burden to her companions. But even if she had chosen the latter, the members of the cohort would have definitely not allowed her to commit suicide out of misguided consideration for their well-being. And here they were. Sonny looked away and sighed again. It must have been hard on her. Effie always put up a carefree front, but he knew that behind it she had known just as much heartbreak and sorrow as the rest of them, if not more. Making the decisions she had made, no matter right or wrong, could not have been easy. In fact, it was the opposite. Every step of the way must have been frightening, heavy, and difficult. I have to get her out of this hellhole alive. They would deal with the rest later. Eventually, the revolution came to an end, and when the next one started, Sonny was startled by an unexpected noise. Looking back, he saw that Cassie had dropped the guiding light, which clattered and rolled across the deck. Her expression was frozen. Taking a step toward the blind girl, Sonny lingered for a moment and asked, "What's the matter?" Cassie slowly turned to face him and took a shallow breath. Her words were exactly what he expected to hear. "Sonny, I remember." Sonny did not know how many revolutions it had taken him to become aware of the loop. However, he knew that around 2 months had passed since he did. That was how much longer it had taken for Cassie to join him in knowing the truth. Standing on the deck of the chain-breaker, Sonny stared at the blind girl intensely. He was feeling a strange mix of emotions, relief and gratitude to start with. He was incredibly elated at the thought of sharing the burden of escaping Windflower with someone, especially someone as resourceful and steady as Cassie. But at the same time, there was a note of unease in his heart. How exactly had she come to know about the loop, and why? For him, it was because of the sin of solace. Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then suddenly took a step forward and asked, his voice grim, "You see him too, don't you?" Admitted. "I know you do." The blind girl tilted her head a little, an expression of confusion appearing on her face. "See who I don't understand?" Sonny hesitated for a moment. Was she telling the truth? Or was she only pretending to be oblivious to the sin of solace? If it was the latter, he had to give Cassie and her acting skills credit. She would be a much better liar than he had ever suspected her to be, if that was the truth. But why would she hide it? To spare them both the embarrassment, perhaps. Gods knew. Sonny would not want anyone to hear the things his inner demon whispered into his ears every day. If so, it would make sense how Cassie had learned about the loop and why it had taken her longer to become aware of it. She could only perceive the sin of solace by using her ascended ability on Sonny, after all, and would thus be far less susceptible to the Wraith's influence. However, it was not necessarily the case that she could see and hear the hateful apparition. In fact, it was far more likely that Cassie was telling the truth. The sin of solace only existed in Sonny's mind, and was therefore unlikely to be seen by her while sharing his senses. She could have simply become aware of the loop because of her unrivaled affinity to fate and revelations. The blind girl had always been able to feel and perceive things that none of them could. It was not outside the realm of possibility that she would slowly learn to sense the twisted nature of time on Windflower by herself. Cassie could have been sincerely confused by his question. Sonny simply did not know. He frowned a little. The sin of solace, the sword wraith that follows me around, you can't see him? Cassie looked at him silently for a few moments, then smiled faintly. How can I see him? I'm blind. She pointed to her beautiful blue eyes, making Sonny cough in embarrassment. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, forget it. Did it really matter if Cassie could perceive the sin of solace or not? Sonny would prefer it if she couldn't, but if she could and was willing to pretend otherwise, that was fine as well. It was not like Cassie had not been pretending to not know various things ever since becoming an awakened. Her aspect and abilities not only allowed her to learn secrets, but also gave her no choice but to learn them. To spare herself and the people to whom those secrets belonged a lot of embarrassment, she probably kept quiet about such things. At least that was what Sonny thought. He grimaced, remained silent for a while, and then smiled tentatively. Well, anyway, you really remember that is great news. Indeed it was. At first, Sonny had only considered his mental state, and how sharing the burden with another person would alleviate his fatigue and loneliness. But really the benefit was so much greater than that, with 2 members of the cohort being able to carry the knowledge of the previous revolutions into the future ones. The range of things they could achieve would double. Everything that Sonny had been doing alone would be done faster, and solutions he had not dared to try would not be nearly as daunting anymore. More than that, Sonny and Cassie did not need to pursue all these goals together. They could split up and tackle different tasks simultaneously, thus accelerating the entire escape to a great degree. Of course, he needed to consider his plans carefully. There were things that Cassie could potentially achieve on her own, and things that she would never be able to do without his help. He would have to teach her everything he had come to know as well. Even though the blind girl had become aware of the loop, the current revolution was only her second one. Sonny, however, had been accumulating knowledge of Windflower over more than 60 revolutions. She had to benefit from the groundwork he had laid before becoming a true ally to him in this timeless hell. Yes, I'll have to teach her about the island and the abominations populating it first. Cassie, meanwhile, turned to face the mist. The soft lines of her delicate face twisted slightly, expressing her doubts and anxiety. Yes, I do remember. But it seems so odd, like a strange dream. She lowered her head. That hollow butterfly, the caverns, the dark forest, and Effie. I can't believe that Effie is. It was at that moment that both Cassie and Sonny were suddenly interrupted. Looking at them in utter confusion, Nephis raised an eyebrow. What are you two talking about? She frowned. What does Cassie remember, and why is remembering something so important? Caverns, forests, and butterflies? What does it mean, and what is it about Effie? The 2 of them turned to her, surprised. Sonny was suddenly very guilty about forgetting Neff in all the commotion. So, I'll have to explain everything again, I guess. But then he suddenly had a thought. The questions were addressed at both of them, so his flaw was not compelling him to answer. Looking down, Sonny patted Cassie on the shoulder and smiled. You take this one, Cass. I'll go rescue Jet. Before the blind girl could even answer, he already mounted Nightmare and disappeared into the mist. Ha! It was good to have an assistant. By the time Sonny returned with Jet, Cassie had already explained the situation to Nephis as best as she could. That had already saved him some time, not that it mattered during this revolution. For now, his goal was to get Cassie up to speed. As they left the chain breaker and headed toward the bone orchard, Sonny started to describe the perils of Windflower to her in detail. Jet and Nephis listened too, growing grimmer with each minute. The devouring beast is here as well. Hearing Jet's somber question, Sonny nodded. She lingered for a moment. Who is Devouring Beast, though? Oh. Soul Reaper only knew who Undying Slaughter was because they had met. She had no concept of who the 6 plagues were, and no explanation to how a defiled version of her could exist on the island. Sonny explained the things briefly. Not that he knew much more than her. We don't know how they exist or why. These future versions of ourselves are known as the 6 heralds of the estuary, of the 6 plagues, and 2 of them are here on the island, the future version of you and the future version of Effie. He lingered for a moment before adding, we also don't know how the 2 of them ended up here. My theory is that they were exiled to Windflower to contain their flaws, but it's just conjecture. Jet's face remained impassive. She nodded silently and did not say anything about his indirect castigation of her flaw. Who would like hearing that her personal curse was so terrible that even the nightmare creatures had chosen to banish her corrupted future self into isolation? Sonny let out a quiet sigh and continued explaining things to Cassie. The blind girl was listening to him attentively, seemingly not having trouble with digesting the incredible amount of information. From time to time, she asked him small but poignant questions. By the time they reached the bone orchard and found the hollow butterfly, Sonny had already shared the most important pieces of knowledge before they went about creating the pikes and the javelins. He drew a crude map of the island on the ground. And Effie is here. For now I have found no way to get to her and return to the chainbreaker in time. Cassie, Nephis, and Jet studied the map. After a few moments of silence, the blind girl asked, "Have you considered leaving the island with Jet and returning to the loop from the northern side?" Sonny hesitated for a while. Eventually, he shook his head and said in a grim tone, "I can't say that I didn't, but it is simply too dangerous. Do remember that it's only called north because that's how I drew the map. In reality, I have no idea which side of the island faces which direction. Navigating to Effie's side won't be easy, and it is not even a given that we'll be able to navigate at all while being thrashed by the whirlpool." His expression turned even darker. Most importantly, we simply don't know how entering the loop functions. Not only where, but also when we land is a question. We can only leave at the end of the day when the crown of twilight provides me with essence. But if we return to the same point in time, Effie will already be lost. In short, there are too many risks. Cassie contemplated for a short while, then nodded. "I see, remaining on the island seems like the most promising choice then. But you have already explored all the routes and even learned a lot about most nightmare creatures here. Some of them, unbelievably, we have even defeated. So why do you say that there is no way to get Effie to the chainbreaker in time?" Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then winced. "The problem is that this damned place is simply impossible to traverse for a bunch of Ascended like us. Sure, we have killed a few of the local residents, but only the weakest and most vulnerable of them, or those that our powers directly counter. The rest are too dreadful for us to fight, so we can only advance by hiding and timing our movements perfectly, and that is too slow to get to the other side and come back in the span of a single day." The blind girl was studying the map. For a moment, Sonny was reminded of how strange the situation was. Cassie could not see, so she was simply pretending to look at the map. She seemed to have developed a habit of imitating the actions of those who had sight in order to not make the people around her feel uncomfortable, while in reality she was actually seeing the map through the eyes of her companions. He hesitated, then added with a bit of hope in his voice, "But that was back when I was the only one with the detailed knowledge of the loop. Now that there are two of us, the situation might change." Cassie did not answer for a while. Then she slowly shook her head. "No, it won't change." Sonny was taken aback. He stared at her tensely, then asked, his voice even, "And why is that?" The blind girl sighed. "It's because I am not strong enough to make a decisive difference. Sure, with my help you can save an hour or two, but that is not enough. Even if we separate, the scope of the things I can accomplish is limited. If this island is too dangerous for you, Sonny, then it is certain death for me." She frowned. "Even if we somehow manage to make everyone in the cohort remember the previous revolutions, it will still not be enough. Not that having Nephis, Jet, and Effie slowly being driven mad by that cursed sword of yours is an option." Sonny's face darkened. He scoffed, then looked away. "So what are you suggesting we do then?" Cassie shrugged. "We explore every opportunity. The things we've learned offer us no solution, so there is no other choice but to turn to things we've yet to explore and hope for the best. Starting with..." She leaned forward slightly and pointed to the map. Sonny lowered his gaze and looked at where her delicate finger was pointing. His expression changed subtly. "Of course, it's that place?" The place the blind girl was pointing at was at the very center of the map. There, a crude image of a tall tower was drawn, surrounded by a wide moat. Chapter 1440 Desperate Measures. There were several places on the island that Sonny had not dared to explore yet. They were too dangerous, and lay off the route that led to Effie. He was already tormented enough by dying while trying to reach her, so losing his life meaninglessly to satiate his curiosity did not seem like a good idea. That said, Cassie was right. It was not as though Sonny had not considered grasping at straws by venturing into these dangerous territories before he knew that he would most likely end up searching for a solution there eventually, but not before exhausting all other choices. Well, his choices had been exhausted. Cassie had become aware of the loop just when they had, so he allowed himself to grow hopeful for a few hours. However, she was now reminding him of the harsh reality. Even if there were two people who remembered the previous revolutions now, it was still not enough to solve the diabolical puzzle of Windflower. Even with everything he had learned, there was no feasible way to achieve their goals, which meant that they had to expand their efforts to the most dangerous corners of the hellish island and the tower. It was the most dangerous of them all by far. Sonny had already tried to enter it once, during one of the earlier revolutions. However, before he could even cross the bridge, he had died without even realizing what had killed him. The bones of the dreadful nightmare creatures and the abominations standing motionlessly on the bridge only solidified the fact that the stronghold of the Seeker was absolutely deadly, more deadly than the overgrown port, the harrowing shrine, and the eerie circle of black obelisks. He stared at the map silently. Can't say I'm not curious to get inside, though. Windflower was just too mysterious. Sonny had been exploring the dreadful island for about 2 months now, and although he was now familiar with its landscape and dangers, he did not know a lot about its history. Who was the Seeker that had lived here before? Exactly? How had that person been able to not only survive inside the loop, but also build the tower, the port, the shrine, and other structures within it? Or had the vortex not existed yet when they called Windflower home? If it had not, was the Seeker responsible for creating it? Sonny knew, of course, that Windflower had not always been trapped within a loop of repeating time. Otherwise, there was no explanation for the existence of the bone orchard, the steps cut into the cliffs, and many other landmarks of the nightmarish island. Even the line of footprints they had found in the white sand predated the starting point of the loop. They looked like they had been left only a few hours. But in reality, the person who had leapt off the edge of the island must have done so many centuries ago. Sonny wondered if those were the footprints of the mysterious Seeker. He also wondered, if the loop was really created by someone, can't it be destroyed as well? If there was a place where he could find answers to at least some of these questions, it was the Seeker's tower. Looking at its crudely drawn image and Cassie's finger pointing to it, Sonny let out a heavy sigh and nodded. All right, now that there is no other choice, we will explore the tower. The tower was just like it had been before, but also a little different. This time, Sonny and the members of the cohort, including Effie, approached it from the northern side. Windflower was also shrouded in impenetrable darkness, so the sight of the lonesome spire rising above the forest was even more foreboding. The light in one of its highest windows seemed even brighter now, shining above the dreadful island like a beacon. The Seeker's tower was not exactly ominous in and of itself. It was not a gargantuan structure like the Crimson Spire or the great ivory pagoda of the Kingdom of Hope. Nor was its architecture particularly menacing. In fact, it was rather beautiful. The great tower was perched atop a tall black cliff, airy and austere. Nevertheless, it emanated a sense of absolute harrowing threat. Every time Sonny looked at it, he could feel a chill run down his spine. The frozen figures of terrifying nightmare creatures that stood on the bridge did not help one bit. Even now he was staring at them with a dark expression. The members of the cohort were doing the same as they hid between the pines. Is that a great beast? In the sinister silence of the misty forest, Effie's whisper sounded as loud as thunder. Sonny glanced at her and nodded solemnly. Indeed, it is. One of the abominations caught by the bridge was a towering monstrosity that seemed to be made entirely out of bulging muscles, sharp claws, and harrowing fangs. It was almost unnoticeable in the darkness of the fragment, but because the light shining from the window reflected from its pale hide, a vague silhouette could be seen. Effie gulped. "Damn!" That reaction did not surprise Sonny. After all, only a fool would not be scared by a great nightmare creature. I want to eat it so much it's not fair that only you and Princess got to feast on a great abomination. That turtle's meat must have tasted heavenly, right? Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, then shook his head. Never mind. He wouldn't have deemed the gluttonous huntress with an answer, but sadly his flaw compelled him to. Gritting his teeth, Sonny lingered for as long as he could, and then said reluctantly, "Yeah, it tasted pretty amazing." In the darkness, Nephis carefully touched his shoulder. When Sonny turned to her, she asked in a low voice, "What do we do now?" He studied her beautiful face for a few moments and sighed. What was there to do? "We will try to cross the bridge, right? All of you prepare to die, chapter 1441. Let's split up." Although the Seeker's Tower was right in front of them, Sonny had little hope that they would be able to reach its entrance this time. Not only was the tower protected by the eerie enchantment, but the revolution was also close to its end. It had taken them a lot of time to find Effie and get back to the heart of the island. He did not know how much longer they had exactly, but it might have been mere minutes. In the end, they never found out. The black cliff was surrounded by a wide open space where there were no trees. Not long after the members of the cohort cautiously abandoned the forest, a gentle wind caressed Sonny's face, forcing him to look up. Windflower was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, so no one except for Sonny could see. But there was something there, above them, hiding in the black expanse of the misty sky. Frozen in terror, he watched dozens of twisting tendrils descending from the turbulent black fog, each hundreds of meters long. Then he was dead. Coming back to his senses on the deck of the chainbreaker, Sonny could not help but shudder. This was the first time he had caught a glimpse of the being that dwelled in the mist above the island. Sonny had thought that Windflower had no horrors left to surprise him with, but he had been wrong. What even is that thing? Hiding how disturbed he was, Sonny turned and looked at Cassie. By now he was, if not accustomed, then at least familiar with the terrible trauma of dying. The blind girl had only recently become aware of the loop, though. For her, it must have been a harrowing experience. But contrary to his expectations, Cassie seemed perfectly fine, nonchalant even. It was as though she had experienced countless deaths already. Sonny lingered for a moment.
Right. Considering her aspect, she probably has, nevertheless. He walked over to her, hesitated for a moment, and tried to make his voice sound soft. Are you all right?
A brief, pale smile appeared on Cassie's face. She nodded. "Yes, I'm fine. It was sobering." Nephis stared at them silently, a hint of confusion appearing in her tired gray eyes. She was once again suffering from the symptoms of essence exhaustion. Sonny sighed and gestured to Cassie, imploring her to take care of the explanations. A moment later, he was off to retrieve Jet. I am definitely not avoiding Neph. He could have sent Cassie, Nightmare, and one of his shadows into the mist and remain on the chain breaker with Nephis instead. However, Sonny was not quite sure how to act around her now after what the Sin of Solace had said and what he himself had admitted, especially not if they were left alone. "I'll just think about how to get into the terrifying ancient tower. That is much less daunting." He explained the situation to Jet on the way back to the chainbreaker. At the same time, Cassie explained it to Nephis. So, by the time the four of them reunited, everyone was already aware of what was going on. But the usual routine had to change from now on. If they wanted to enter the tower, they couldn't waste time going to the far side of the island and back. There was simply not enough hours in the loop. Nevertheless, Sonny hesitated. How could he leave Effie alone in the cold mist and darkness? He was not sure what had happened to her in the previous revolutions without them. But knowing what he knew about the island, he doubted that it was something he would want to know. Sonny remained silent for a while, agonizing over the choice. Then Nephis suddenly spoke. "Jet and I can handle that." He looked at her in confusion. "What do you mean?" She leaned over and pointed to the map he had drawn. "You and Cassie can go to the tower. The two of us will enter the caverns, kill the terror, find Effie, and hide ourselves away until the end of the loop. Soul Reaper is the key to slaying that thing anyway, so we'll manage without you." Sonny listened to her with a grim expression and shook his head. But you know close to nothing about the island. The two of you alone won't be enough, especially with how low on essence you are. Nephis smiled. Who says that we'll be alone? We can take your Onyx Saint and Ravenous Fiend with us. You can also send one of your shadows to tag along. Once you unleash the Shadow Realm fragment, you'll be able to extend your senses to almost anywhere on the island, right? You can observe where we are and guide us with the help of the shadow. That will be enough. Sonny hesitated for a few moments. Neff's suggestion had merit. He was still not convinced that they would be able to survive the dread of Windflower on their own, but there was a chance, no matter how small. Sonny would most likely be able to guide them through the forest remotely. Cassie could share senses with either Nephis or Jet, too, to warn him should anything unexpected happen. In any case, there was not much of a choice. Even though he did not like the idea of sending both members of the cohort, who could not remember the past events of the loop, blindly into the mist, it was worth trying at least once. Cassie and Sonny, meanwhile, had the best chance of actually making it inside the tower. I hate it. He shifted slightly, then nodded. Right, you two go and kill the cavern terror. Then, if you give it half of the beating you gave me, it might just run away and hide in fear. Both Nephis and Jet stared at him incredulously after a few moments of silence. Jet asked, When did we give you a beating? Nephis nodded and raised an eyebrow. And why? Sonny coughed and looked away. Oh, that. Don't worry about it. It was just a small misunderstanding a couple revolutions ago. Anyway, there's no time to waste. We should hurry if we don't want to be discovered by undying slaughter. Come on, let's move. Soon they left the chain breaker and separated. Accompanied by Saint and Fiend, Nephis and Jet headed east toward the bone orchard. Sonny and Cassie, meanwhile, hurried north toward the Seeker's Tower. Chapter 1442. Elusive duo. Going straight to the tower might have saved Sonny and Cassie a lot of time, but it was also the most dangerous direction. Not only was undying slaughter prowling somewhere in the mist, but devouring beast was also not far away. There were other horrors waiting for them in the forest as well. Luckily, there might not have been a more elusive duo than Sonny and Cassie in Two Worlds. With the blind girl riding Nightmare, they could move swiftly in the darkness. Since she was sharing his senses, they did not need to carry a source of light with them, thus avoiding unnecessary attention. Sonny could detect most dangers far in advance, and Cassie's supernatural intuition warned them about those threats that could not be perceived that easily, added to the extensive knowledge of the island that allowed them to avoid confrontations with its prisoners and advance inland stealthily. Of course, it would not have been possible without the fragment of the Shadow Realm. The silent understanding they shared also played a large role. At some point, Cassie patted Nightmare on the shoulder. The black stallion slowed down and then halted, standing motionlessly in the flowing mist. Sonny leaned against the trunk of an ancient pine and listened to the muffled sounds of the forest, focused and calm. Do you sense a threat? Cassie nodded. Something is approaching. He swiped the surrounding woods with shadow sense, but did not find anything. Nevertheless, the forest suddenly seemed more eerie than it had been before. Sonny frowned, contemplating which of the horrors of Misty Island could be lurking nearby. His expression dimmed. Can we evade it? The blind girl frowned, then hesitantly shook her head. I don't think we can. There's not enough time. Sonny sighed and raised the sin of solace. We fight, then. It was a shame. He really thought that they would be able to reach the Seeker's Tower alive before Sonny could prepare himself for the inevitable and most likely fatal clash. Cassie was suddenly surrounded by a whirlwind of sparks. Even the familiar motes of light seemed dimmer in the darkness of the fragment. The blind girl remained silent for a few moments, focusing on something, then said quietly, We can't evade it, but we can try to lure it away. Soon the blade mannequin echo weaved itself from light and hurried into the mist, intentionally producing a lot of noise. Cassie pointed in a different direction. Let's go. They rushed away, wanting to create as much distance between themselves and the unseen danger as possible. Sonny kept tracing the echo with shadow sense, Less than a minute later, something strange happened to it. He still could not sense any movement in the shadows, but the blade mannequin suddenly halted. Its steel body convulsed, and then slowly rose above the ground, thrashing wildly. One of its arms fell into the moss, shattered and torn, then another. This one took a moment more to land. Soon, pieces of torn metal rained from somewhere very high above. Sunny could not sense the shadow of the clockwork swordsman anymore. It was simply gone. A few seconds later, Cassie sighed. The spell just announced that he is destroyed. Sunny was frowning as he ran. Fortunately, the poor echo had bought them enough time to slip away from whatever it was that had gotten the blade mannequin. They could have taken a safer but longer route. Perhaps he had been hasty in his decision to waste as little time as possible. Despite Sunny's doubts, they did reach the tower alive. Cassie had to sacrifice the Sybil echo as well, but they made it to the heart of the island in one piece. Standing between the ancient pines at the edge of the killing field that surrounded the black cliff, the two of them remained silent for a while. Both were remembering the harrowing sight of the long tendrils descending from the mist to harvest their lives. That harvester. How do we avoid being noticed by it? Sunny had considered flying across the moat before, but now he did not dare to. The bridge seemed to be the only way, but even then, they would be in the open, or we can swim. Sunny glanced at the rushing water and suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. Something told him that nothing could return from its depths alive. He contemplated for a few moments, then sighed. I can manipulate the mist to hide us from the harvester. We should be able to reach the bridge unseen. Cassie tilted her head a little. But can we cross the bridge? The figures of the frozen nightmare creatures suggested otherwise. Sunny studied the dark silhouettes with a grim expression, then concentrated on the black cliff itself. There are runes carved into the rock. Do you recognize them? If there was indeed an enchantment protecting the tower, then Cassie was the only one who could decipher it. Sunny knew a bit of runic sorcery as well, but his knowledge of it was nowhere near that of the blind seer. She did not answer for a while, thinking. Eventually, Cassie frowned. It is hard to say. We can only see a part of the inscription from here. Does it encircle the entire cliff? Sunny nodded. I've passed the tower from various directions in the past, and every time I saw these large runes carved into the cliff. Cassie lingered for a moment. Then let's not hurry to reach the bridge yet. We should circle the tower and study the runes first. They proceed with just that. Staying under the cover of the forest, Sunny and Cassie slowly moved around the black cliff. A few times they had to retreat and hide, especially so when the familiar sounds of snapping trees resounded from the mist, informing them that devouring beast was wandering somewhere nearby. In the process, both of them observed the progress of the other party tensely, miraculously. Effie and Jet emerged from the caverns alive. The two of them must have managed to slay the corrupted terror after all. Judging by how bloodied their armor was, the battle had been a terrible one. Nevertheless, there were no wounds under all that blood. They had already been healed by Nephi. Saint and Fiend were also in one piece, although the latter seemed worse for wear. Guided by Sunny's shadow, Nephi and Jet were now cautiously traversing the misty forest. Around the time they found Effie, and were almost impaled on her spear, Sunny and Cassie finally returned to where they had started from. The blind girl dismounted and was now sitting on the ground, tracing unfamiliar runes in the wet soil. There was a frown on her face. Strange. Sunny waited for long as he could, then finally asked, "Well, can you make sense of them? Is it an enchantment?" Cassie hesitated for a while. It seems to be, however. It's unlike any enchantment I have ever seen before, here in the Tomb of Ariel, in the Kingdom of Hope, and anywhere across the dream realm. Her expression was suddenly troubled. There are runes that do not seem to be a part of the enchantment as well. The spell does not translate them, so they are not exactly words. However, they are, in a way. It's like a code, or a puzzle, I guess. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Can you solve that puzzle? Cassie nodded. Yes. It's not particularly hard. Anyone knowledgeable in runic sorcery would be able to. He glanced at the black cliff, thought for a few moments, and asked, So what do these runes say? The blind girl hesitated. It's a bit strange. I don't quite understand the meaning, but if I'm reading it correctly, they say. Cassie remained silent for a bit, then turned to him and shrugged. I am the tower that Alethea of the Nine built. Chapter 1443. Cutting a mountain, Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at the blind girl with a strange expression. Alethea of the Nine, the words sounded familiar. He had met a person with a similar name a long, long time ago. The young awakened swordsman from his first nightmare, the one whom he called Hero, the spell had called him Oro of the Nine. Was it a coincidence or something more? Sunny frowned. What did he really know about Hero? Not much. Hero had been alive during the twilight of the Golden Age, not long before the Doom War started. He was a soldier of a militant empire which worshipped war god and had conquered many lands. He was a warrior of considerable skill and had already awakened at his young age. Now that Sunny knew how long it took one to awaken without the assistance of the spell, that fact seemed even more impressive. But Sunny had known that Oro of the Nine was not a simple person all along. Not because of his skill and talent, but simply because of all the people in the nightmare. He was the only one whose name the spell remembered. That alone told Sunny that Oro was special. The spell appraised Sunny's performance in the first nightmare as glorious, which meant that he had deviated from the natural course of events to a great degree. What would have happened to Oro if Sunny had never taken the place of the nameless temple slave? The slave would have died, most likely, while the young swordsman would have survived. If he lived on and escaped the mountain pass, what fate would have awaited him in the future? And there was one more detail. What was it that he said to justify killing me? Right before their fateful confrontation, Oro had said something peculiar, something about how he would have gladly faced the Mountain King to let Sunny escape if his life belonged to him alone. But it did not, because the young swordsman had sworn to fulfill an unincompassable duty of some sort. He couldn't allow himself to die because of it. What was the duty Oro had spoken of? And why was the name of another person of the Nine inscribed on the base of the Seeker's Tower? Who were the Nine? Sunny took a deep breath and glanced at Cassie. What do you think it means? The blind girl remained silent for a moment. Alethea must be the name of the Seeker who used to live on this island. He or she was proficient in sorcery, it seems. Other than that, it's hard to say. Sunny sighed. Have you ever heard of the Nine? He did not really expect a positive answer, but to his surprise, Cassie hesitantly nodded. I might have. If I remember correctly, Nephis mentioned once that she had met someone with the same title. Sunny blinked. Huh. How would Neph have met one of the Nine? It must have been in her second nightmare. If that was the case, then these Nine seemed to have a habit of popping up in many nightmares. Just who were they, or had been, more precisely? Shaking his head, Sunny made a mental note to ask Nephis about the person she had met and turned his attention to the tower. All right, so this Alethea was the master of Windflower and left a powerful enchantment to protect the tower. Cassie shook her head lightly. The island might not have been called Windflower back then. It's just a name by which people of fallen grace call it today. When the Seeker resided here, it was probably called Alethea's Island or something like that. Sunny shrugged. Whatever. In any case, how do we break the enchantment? He thought for a few moments, then asked, Will destroying some of the runes work? Cassie remained silent for a while. Not just any runes. But if the key ones are erased, the enchantment will fall apart. I can identify the ones we need to destroy. Sunny raised an eyebrow. I thought you said that you couldn't make sense of this strange enchantment. The blind girl smiled. That's true. I wouldn't be able to recreate it, but breaking it is much easier than that. Nevertheless, don't be too encouraged. The runes are carved deep, and there are certainly measures in place to protect them. We'll have to shatter the entire slope of the cliff to erase them. He chuckled. Leave that to me. I might not be able to cut a mountain with one slash of my sword, but breaking a cliff or two shouldn't be a problem. Cassie nodded and fell silent, concentrating on identifying the key runes of the enchantment. Sunny, meanwhile, studied the black cliff. A long time passed. On the far side of the island, Nephis, Jet, and Effie had hidden among the cliffs and shared a meal. Sunny watched them through the shadow and listened to the calming flow of their conversation. Neph was holding the guiding light, explaining how it had been found in the lost temple of fallen grace. Finally, Cassie was done with her task. The two of them moved stealthily around the black cliff and reached the spot where the string of most vulnerable runes was located. There, destroy that section. She pointed to where Sunny needed to strike, but he shook his head. Not yet. They had to wait a little longer. After about an hour, Sunny took a deep breath and rose. A whirlwind of scarlet sparks danced around his hand, forming into a black bow. He raised it and held the string. At the same time, somewhere outside the mist, the 7 suns were plunging into the great river. It was dusk. As the crown of twilight opened his soul to a flood of essence, Sunny drew the bow and activated its most powerful enchantment, Death Dealer. Usually he would not have been able to use it more than a few times in a row. The strain on his essence reserves was simply too great. But right now, it did not matter. Releasing the string, he sent a black arrow flying. Then, without wasting even a second, Sunny grunted and drew the bow again. The second and third arrows streaked through the darkness before the first one even hit the target. Then, the silence of Windflower suddenly exploded into a deafening roar of breaking stone. It was as though a furious storm suddenly descended, with booming thunderclaps shaking the world. Black arrows struck the face of the cliff one after another. 1, 2, 3, 10. Despite how harrowing the force of these strikes was, the weathered black rock held for a while. Gradually, a net of thin cracks appeared on its surface. Then the cracks widened. Not long after that, small shards of broken stone shot into the air. Finally, the side of the cliff exploded and collapsed, tons of black stone falling into the turbulent waters of the wide moat. Sunny lowered his bow and swayed a little, utterly spent. His breathing was ragged by his side. Cassie clenched her delicate fists in excitement. It worked! The enchantment is failing! Sunny lingered for a moment. Yeah, I can see. Crap. There was no thrill in his voice out there on the bridge. The harrowing abominations that had been motionless before were already starting to move.